Hello.
Right.
I just came up here to ask you who is coming to Africa and spreading bad news and misinformation, and what are they saying?
Well, is that something you're aware or you're not aware?
You said, is it something I'm aware of?
Is this something that you're aware of or is this something that you're not aware
Anybody who's coming to Africa and spreading bad news and misinformation. I know people who have never been to Africa that spread like
of?
bad news and misinformation, but I haven't personally, I don't know it, and I haven't seen it like online where people go to Africa and they share bad news. I feel like most of the time when people go to Africa, like it's like people on mission trips, and yeah, I don't know. Other than
I
that,
mean, there is, I'm sure you're aware of the Black Americans that go under the umbrella of FBAs, right? Hence, I said the ones that go under the umbrella of FBA, I was very specific because I'm aware of.
okay.
Yeah, I know that doesn't refer to everybody. And there was a viral video, or there was a video that was on YouTube, and this woman was an FBA, and she had come. She's not the only one. Some of them, I don't know if it's a budget thing, and they come here. But at the end of the day, we don't deny our reality. So for them to come here and say, "Oh, look here, they live like this, they live like this," well, our reality is our reality. We never deny it. But I just find it weird that people would make fun of something like that when it's sensitive to talk about police brutality amongst other things, which then create this back and forth so-called diaspora's war. Where does it really come from? Such things is what I wonder. Maybe it produce such behavior. Do you
Police
see what I mean?
brutality really come from?
No, what
It's
I
hard
mean
to hear
is
you.
if we pick, yeah, sorry, I know I have a little bit of background noise. If we pick on each other's struggles or degeneracies, what becomes the purpose of that? Because it then leads to what creates so-called diaspora's wars, right? You insult me, I insult you, and I honestly don't see how that becomes of any, how this serves any purpose other than just create more so-called diaspora's war. We shouldn't even like the term. I guess that's what people do. Does that make sense a little bit?
Yeah, that actually does make sense. I've noticed that. And I mean, I think it's just because we're on social media for real and it's TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think people act like this where they're like they get so aggressive and they get so angry about these simple terms and meanings of things. Like I think it's just social media that exacerbates it, but also at the same time, like yeah, it has created a diaspora war online in the social media space. Like I've been kicked from panels because I say I like
Mm-hmm.
Africans. I have no beef with Africans, and they're like, "Well, you must have come from Africa. You're an immigrant." And I've never heard any Black American tell me that in my everyday walking life. Like it's just not even a
Yeah,
conversation.
and
You
you probably heard things like that and whatnot, right? And all these things.
Only
So
on
it's like this
TikTok. I didn't even know
emergence
what
of
FBA
new
was
terms.
before TikTok. I did not know. And I at first I respected it, like the Sulani movement, the FBA movement. I
Uh-huh.
really don't have anything against it. It's just that some people can capitalize off of it and become toxic and turn it into something that it shouldn't be. And I also feel the same way about some of the Africans that get on here and go live.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really downplay black culture and contribute to the diaspora war too. Like it's just it's so messy. And I think you have a point about like it would be a better use of our time to solve issues like police brutality, to solve issues like the wealth gap, or even if like people are like they're indigenous, to solve those issues. Like I don't know.
Hmm.
I think it's a waste. I do think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, because I mean, if we want to learn each other's history, like now you said something that piqued my interest. I didn't know. I've seen I think they have a flag as well. Sulan, something like that. Sulan. What is that all about? Are you able to educate me on that briefly, if you don't mind?
Listen, before I came to TikTok, like I said, I didn't really hear these terms. Like it was always just black or African American when I was growing up, where I was growing up. But I'm 23, so yeah, I only have 20 years of experience. But yeah, exactly. It's the Black American Heritage flag, and
Oh,
it's
it's the
just
Black
for people
American
who are
Heritage Flag. Okay.
who are black and born in America, and they reclaimed it. I think there's like a rapper who was rapping about it too, an American female rapper.
Right, right, right.
See, this is what I mean. Like
Why
this
are you
woman is
saying this,
not
but
from
you
our
don't know her?
ethnicity.
Jeez, man. Oh,
This
we
they
don't have
do
to start off
this.
like
They
that,
do
man.
this, which is crazy, and that's why it's like hard for me to fully back FBA because you have so many people like that.
Who cares what you back? What it has to do with anything?
I just think it's crazy.
You're
Y'all are
from like an immigrant.
divisive.
You have immigrant. You have
Oh my
immigrant
goodness.
background.
No, but even if I did, maybe from Africa at one point in time, if I go back farther and far enough, like I do believe the slave trade happened. I do think
Yeah,
that
no,
was
you,
reality.
yeah, okay. So where's your grandma from?
She's from America. Like y'all aren't
Where?
gonna do this. What
Where
are
from
you talking
America?
about? Where? Ohio. I'm not gonna break down my whole family
Yeah, yeah,
lineage and
yeah.
history.
You don't see, okay. But yeah, so it's called the Black American Heritage Flag. It's been around since
Oh, it's called the Black
1950.
American.
You're lame, Daryl. That's like black people don't
Okay.
walk around acting like this, calling other people tethers in everyday life.
I didn't
In
call
my
you a tether. I
23
never called
years,
you. When did I call you a
I'm
tether?
just saying in general, like in
What if
my
she taught
23
some other
years
people
of
called you
living,
this? Because you don't
no,
sound like you sound like you're an African immigrant.
in everyday real
You
life, we
sound like
don't
it
walk
sounds in your
around like
voice. It's in
yeah,
your inflection in your
okay.
voice.
Every day we don't walk
How
around.
does one get an
Shut
African
up for a
immigrant
second,
inflection in
please.
their
Hang on,
voice?
one
How
at a
does that
time.
happen?
One at a time.
Yeah,
Darren,
that's
let's go one at a
stupid.
time,
That's
brother.
stupid. You don't an African inflect like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what you sound like. Just tell us the truth.
What are you actually talking about? Like make at least a little bit of sense. Like you guys just say things because you don't agree with somebody and it's
But
really
I didn't.
sad,
You called
Daryl. It's
yourself a
really
tether. I
sad.
never called you anything bad.
Are you seriously gaslighting me right now? Like should we go back and read the comments?
We
This
can read
woman is
them.
not from our ethnicity. You know
Okay, that's not.
exactly what the fuck you were saying, first of all. Second of all, you were
Yeah.
saying it because you're disrespectful. And
What?
whenever somebody doesn't agree with y'all call them an immigrant because
That's not.
somehow you
That's
think
not what I said.
immigration
It's
is
because of
bad,
that.
which like
That
blows
no, I
me.
didn't. You're just
America is
making.
stolen land as
You're
is.
just making up stuff. You sound like an African. I'm just be real with you. But if you're
That's
not, if
all
you
you
are,
But
have. You
hang
sound
on.
like an
if you're
African.
not,
That's not even an insult, bro.
that's
Like,
not
what
an
Why
the
do you
insult.
fuck?
say, hang on, why do you say she sounds like an African?
It's
Is
like
it,
the way
where does that
as
come from?
African. Because Africans talk a certain type of way. You can hear the inflection in their voice. Like I can hear somebody's inflection in their voice, like, "Hey man, you came from Mississippi, or you came from Memphis, or I can tell you came from Texas." The inflection in your voice, you have the inflection of the same exact inflection of voice that most African first gen have. That you have that
That's
same exact.
you're
And
wrong. You
Mexicans who grew
so
up in Mexican households, even though they grew up in America, never been to Mexico, still have sometimes have an accent, an inflection in their voice that comes specifically from Mexico. You can tell, hey, you came from Mexico. And then when I say the
Look at these
same thing about an
people's
African, now I'm
profiles
calling
and
her
remember
names,
who
and
I'm
I've been,
speaking to.
and
These
why are
are
you
regular
interrupting me?
people, y'all. These are not regular everyday black Americans.
You've already
They
said
can't
that though.
be.
You've already
Uh,
said
You
that.
already said that I don't sound American, which
Okay,
is
he
fucking
asked me a
stupid
question. He
anyways.
asked me a question.
Well,
yeah, but
you're rambling.
Darren, wouldn't that be relevant? I mean, are you saying that because of you're trying to specifically say for someone who's born in USA? Is that the distinction you're making?
Yeah, yeah,
First
like so, like
generation African born in
yeah, first
USA. Is that
generation.
what you're trying?
I think a lot of them you can and then not all the time, but sometimes you can tell that some of them you can tell, not all the time, but sometimes it's a specific type of inflection. It's not nothing disrespectful. I don't have it. None of my people. I only hear from African immigrants, first gen, second gen, something like that. But it's not an insult. There's no insult to that at all. Why she would be so defensive about that? It's kind of weird.
It's an insult when you're saying what I am when I'm not that. Like that pisses me the fuck off. First of all, second of all,
Well, you
like
have to
it's
know how to
disrespectful
control
to my
yourself.
damn American ancestors, and that's second of all. And then third of all, it's disrespectful to the Africans because y'all paint a negative picture about all of the freaking Africans. So when
Who
y'all
is
call
y'all?
somebody,
Why are you
bro,
stereotyping me?
bro, why did you stereotype my
I didn't
voice?
But
stereotype
that's what
anything.
you
You
did,
don't sound like you're from our ethnicity. I
Darren.
could be wrong.
But
I could
didn't
be
you do
wrong.
that?
Yeah, you were
No,
wrong,
I didn't
bro.
stereotype her. I did. See, stereotyping is
But okay,
saying you.
so
No,
Darren,
no,
let
no,
me
no, no,
ask you,
no.
what is
She said
no,
I
hang on.
think a certain
So
type of way.
I want to ask you
I
just
never
a
told her
straightforward
to think a
question.
certain type of
I
way.
just want to ask you a straightforward question. Do you generally have encounter on your daily life with Africans, and what kind of experiences do you have with them? Or your experiences primarily with African is from social media, like specifically
Well,
his
in
app and
sheer
his live
number, it would be
streams?
so. In sheer number, it would be social media because you meet so many people on social media. For instance, you come in a room and one day and meet hundreds of people. So in sheer numbers, always going to be social media. But yes, when I need an Uber or something, sometimes the Africans can pick me up. They're cool.
Okay,
That's why I don't
but
know why this
is
woman's
there
getting offended.
do you have any bad experiences that you encounter, or
Well,
what is your
yeah, just some
experiences
coon shit. Yeah,
generally?
for sure, for sure. It was
Okay,
just
you
some
say
coon
some
shit. They
cool
just some
shit.
coons.
What do you mean by that?
So let's say this, like, let's say something happened. I'm not gonna try to dox myself. Let's say there was a very serious um, natural disaster that
Yeah, give me a
happens, right?
practical example that we can relate
I'm
to.
gonna give you an anecdotal example.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm on a wheelchair. I survived this. We get off the plane. The survivors get off the plane in America. So a woman is pushing me, and it's like I don't know. I'm sitting on a wheelchair. The white people, they're behind me, right? Because everybody's happy we made it from this thing. I see two black women. They don't even look at me. They look at the white people with these googly eyes. Oh my god, can I please hug you? I'm like, wait, what? For one, I'm like, how is some black people gonna just give me? But I heard the accent to, oh, these are some Africans. Okay, that makes sense. But like, yo, these people, but that's just like your life. It might sound all of y'all are like that, but I'm saying you are like that, and that's okay. But that's not that's in my ethnic group, in my culture. That is a red. That is there isn't much more things you can do more disrespectful. There isn't much more things you can do more disrespectful. So I mean, I understand that from our culture, they're not my people, but yeah. So and then is the Africans also I've dealt with, you know, dealing with, let's say you're in the academic settings, and the Caribbeans want to have their own um, student boards, right? So the black people got a student board, they got their student boards. Okay, we see something we don't like something racist. We're like, all right, we finna get this person up out of here. We need the Caribbeans, all right, because it's black people together, right? The Caribbeans like, no, that's y'all fight, cool. We fight it, end up getting the professor fired. Okay, the Caribbean, the dude, the president of the Caribbean council, right? The president, he went to uh, go get his classes for the next semester, right? It was a long line. He got on the line to get some food. He told somebody to wait for him. When he came back, they were the white security girl was like, no, you gotta get to the back of the line. He's like, no, I've been here. Anyway, they end up taking him to jail, bro. That's that's what I'm saying. So it's a lot. What I've noticed with these people is that they love white people, and that's okay. But yeah, so it's not just. I'm just not saying this,
Okay.
but I've also met some cool ass Africans. So that's
Okay,
what
I
I'm
couldn't
not gonna
make
put it up.
sense much of what you're saying. It sounds like you say some Africans saw you, they were dying to hug you. That's what you're saying, right? That's what I got. They tried
No,
to hug
no.
you and you
They
felt
saw they
overwhelmed or
saw
something
me
like that.
and they saw me, but they saw me and black people. They saw black people. Some of them in wheelchairs, and
Okay.
they came in first. They ignored the black people and they were googly eyed about the white people behind the black people. They were googly eyed, and they were asking the white people, "Oh, can we hug you? Can we touch you?" That
Oh,
literally.
okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
But
Okay.
good
Okay, fair
evening,
enough,
everyone.
Daryl. Yes.
Good- Yes, you know, for 500-600 years, white
Mhm.
people teach us to hate each other, and it will take a long time to understand each other and to take out their doctrine. That's the problem. So
Indoctrination on
please,
all sides. It's
so
indoctrination
please,
on both
man,
sides.
so
It
please,
really is.
let's start unite. Please, let's start unite, man. Because I'm from South America, right? And I live in Europe. And in Europe, we have some kind of unity. And the reason why, because all black people in Europe are immigrants. But when I go to South America, we don't like each other. And why? Because we were brought by the Europeans into South America. When you go to America, we don't love each other because we were brought by the Dutch people or the English people in America. And when you go to Africa, we don't even love each other too because all influence are from Europe. Because when you go to Nigeria, the main language in Nigeria is not even African language, it's English. So the only place we are united is in Europe itself because we are all immigrants. And that's funny,
That's an interesting dynamic,
right?
but it kind of makes sense because you all have one thing in common. You're all immigrants.
Correct. And
So
that's
everybody's
funny,
trying to
right?
survive, everybody's facing the similar difficulties. And so you have more tendency to want to be helpful, to assist someone. So because that creates a new community, that kind of makes sense. But that is the thing that we need to find that is a common denominator that even cross borders, right? That irrespective of where you are, we can still have those common ground, common understanding and purpose of wanting to, you know, relate to each other. Because it's all about relations here. Humans meant to relate to one another. Of course, without diminishing other people's history and also respecting other
That's
people's
the
history
problem.
and having them do the same to you. Because I feel like when I hear Black Americans speak from their perspective, for most of them, the 400-500 years that have passed has been in America. And because they've been isolated, that plays a huge, in their perspective of the world. You know, they may feel neglected. They may feel that, like, maybe why Africans didn't come. Again, there's reasons as to why things happen the way they happened. You know, sometimes we're just not informed about certain things. So it can make things a little bit difficult, if that makes sense. But I would like to hear more people. You know, I want us to expound on this topic because I've been seeing
Yeah.
a few videos surfacing, and I'm just wondering what is the purpose of something like this happening.
Because, in Europe, they treat us the same. It don't matter where you're from Somali, from Nigeria, from South America, from Congo. It don't matter. The Europeans, they treat us the same, right? So in Europe, we are united. I go to a barber from Somali. I go to a store from somebody out Ethiopia. I go uh, to a Nigerian food shop because we are united. But if I go to South America, we are all racists to each other. When I go to North America,
Okay, so let me
we
ask you:
don't
Do you
like
think
each
there's a
other.
difference? Do you think there's a difference between how Black people get along in UK or Europe period versus
Yeah,
in the America? Okay, can you briefly
of
explain, and then I want to
course.
hear the people as well.
First of all, we are immigrants. It starts with if you are an immigrant, right? Yeah, it don't matter if you're from Jamaica, Haiti, Congo. You will go. The first step you make in Europe, you will go to a black guy and ask him the way, right? But in America, you know there are black people in America, but you will go to a white man to tell you the way because you know they own it, right? Even black people live in America, but you know they don't own hospitals, they don't own schools, they don't own factories. It's all owned by whitey people. But because of Europe, rules by the whitey people, they treat all immigrants the same. It don't matter if you're light-skinned black, if you're dark-skinned black. To them, you are black. We are all immigrants. So we will take care of each other, right?
Kind of get
That
what
is
you're
my
saying.
explanation.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying to an extent, but as far as like black people don't own hospitals, there are successful black people in America. You know, like that's not, it's just harder
Yes,
being
yes,
black to
yes,
be
yes. I don't
successful.
disagree with that.
Yeah, it's
That
not
I
like we
don't
follow the white
disagree.
man, you know, like that's not
Yes, but
majority of black people.
remember one thing, sister. They are all successful because of the white people that are behind them. When I talk about people we all know, right? Even if you're born in Africa, you will heard about this guy, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson. It's all money of Jewish whitey people, right? Owners. So they are successful because of Jewish people, because of whitey people, not because of black people.
Yeah, I disagree. Like I feel like there's a different dynamic than it
Uh-huh.
is in all black community or an all black country or economy. But yeah, like there are going to be some cases where the big artists, the name brand artists, the people who have a huge brand for themselves, they are funded by white people, but there's a whole bunch of small business owners. Like we have black owned businesses in America where we shop. Like there's a black owned coffee shop that I frequently go to, and it's not like other people can't come and shop there. Like you know, they're not barred, but yeah, I just don't want to paint this picture of black Americans as if we have to rely on the white man to do everything and to succeed
No,
in every
I
Okay.
agree.
Yeah,
You
hang
have
on,
big
testify.
American doctors.
Testify. Yeah, hang on. Let me give other people a chance. Let's listen to African there. Post. You can't stay on the coffee cup too long. It's gonna affect my viewership. If you're there, please change that. Yeah. Africa, go ahead. Let's hear what you have to say about this topic.
All right. How everybody doing this morning? For me, uh, can the Black Americans that come visit the continent of Africa stop spreading bad news? Uh, or some misinformation. Otherwise, do not come. Well, hold on. I'm having a hard time reading. My bad. Okay. So, with that being said, I feel like yeah, the Black Americans that come and try to critique Africa and spread misinformation and bad news, I agree. Don't come. You know, if you dislike a place, don't visit. Stay on your homeland. You know, don't. You know, I feel like Africa has enough problems dealing with internal issues and then other European nations. So it hurts to see people that look like you that come to throw more fuel on the fire. And then I wanted to say something to the brother that was just talking. He's 100% correct, right? Black people in America do not own the infrastructures that run America. We do rely on the YT man. It's sad to say, but it's the truth. We can have plenty of business owners, but guess what? You have to pay personal property tax on the business. So if you don't, guess who come and take your stuff? The YT man. So you're not really in control. You only get the crumbs that you either work for or that he decide that he want to give. And that's just the reality of America. But I want to say this to just all Africans around the world. We have to get rid of these colonial borders that these YT people created in Africa, even in America, Europe, Jamaica, all that stuff. Because when it's all said and done, we're still African. So the problem is we see each other different when we're not different, and we can't come together and create unity. That's my personal opinion.
Okay, let's
Thank
hear
you,
post.
Africa, to explain it. Thank you.
Yeah, post. Are you there? Post office.
What's up? What's up? Sorry.
Yeah, let's hear what
Um,
you have to say.
all right. So can the Black Americans that come to visit the continent, um, I don't even think that a lot of times they don't have to even visit the continent to spread this misinformation and lies about it. Um, a lot of times they spread that they make those assumptions when living in the West, when living in the United States about Africa. You know what I
I
mean?
don't.
Whereas where they would say
Yo,
things like,
FBA, please stay muted. Let's hear one person at a time.
My bad. Sorry.
Appreciate that. No problem.
yeah, where they would say things like, yeah, that most Africans live in mud huts or there's no running water and stuff, and yeah, I mean that a lot of that is just predicated on how they were indoctrinated about Africans growing up. But it is also due to the fact that they have just they've kind of formed like an assumption and a belief about Africa, and no amount of evidence, no amount of truth that that contradicts that they come across is gonna change that. Um, so yeah, and I don't even think that most Black Americans even visit Africa to begin with. It's only the ones that are curious about it, and most of them go somewhere else. Um, so I don't know what's gonna lead to them having less of these assumptions about less of them spreading this misinformation. But you know, I get where I stand is that most of them just don't. They have those assumptions about Africa without even visiting it.
Okay, thank you. FBA, welcome. Let's hear what you have to say about the topic. Guys, I will appreciate if you can power tap your screen. Let's try to get to 10K. I'll appreciate. So power tap, whatever way. If you can send a rose, send a rose. If you can't, at least liking and sharing will be appreciated. Yes, FBA, welcome. You can have your time.
Hello.
Yes, please address the topic.
Um.
Then if you want to make additional points about what you heard, you can do so after. Is that okay?
hmm. So,
Thank you. Go
like,
ahead.
I personally, at least on the internet, I don't see many Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, going to Africa and only speaking negative. I'm seeing half and half, and I have been as I've been transitioning out of my Pan African mindset. I'm no longer very Pan African, but there are many of us there who speak positive, who recommend that we all go and move there. I disagree with them, but so no, I can't agree with the prompt because I see both. I see Americans going there and investing their money for them and their family, not because it's Black solidarity, but because the land is cheap and affordable. And that's mostly the arguments I hear. And I'm not about colonization of any form, especially of Black people. But like, I feel like the whole argument, at least from our perspective, is this prompt is correct, but flip it that Africans come to America spreading bad news and misinformation about the FBA experience. And that's the reason why you're getting so much pushback. So yeah, this prompt is probably real on some levels, but it's real for every level. Every group comes and talk smack at the corner of their eye. There's problems all
Okay,
over the
so
place.
FBA, please allow me to interject quickly. I want to ask you
Yeah,
something.
please.
So when it comes to USA, right, I find that there's an interesting relationship between the blacks that live there, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. I'm just using this for communication purpose. The blacks that live there versus the black that comes there. So could you explain to me what is it like for blacks that live in America interacting with anybody else other than the black immigrants that come in there? What your experience have
So
been, and also because, sorry, I'll learn just now, I'm just trying to elaborate the question for more context. And the reason why I'm bringing up this question, you can stay unmuted, it's because I have noticed that there seems to be a disconnect. Either maybe you hear that Black Americans, not all, not in totality, I'm giving a caveat, okay? But some may feel that when Black Africans come there, I don't know if it's the same for the Caribbeans, they tend to side with the whitey folks. What does that even mean, siding with the whitey folks? What is expected from them? Do you expect them to side with you, to live in the communities, relate to the
mm,
people, understand they struggle, fight, and stand together, and that this not happen specifically from Africans or from African and the Caribbeans, exactly the same thing? I hope that makes sense. Go ahead.
no, it does. Yeah, no. I wanted to mention. I think there's one group of people you did forget within that acknowledgement. It's not only us. I'm going to use the terminologies that makes it easier for me. It's not only FBAs and immigrants, but also the children of the immigrants. Right now, I feel like a lot of FBA, we're not directly arguing with the immigrants off of the boat. We're arguing with your children who are now old enough to vote. And they have been talking very reckless against our lived experiences here in this country in their first generations. They're children of the immigrants. So I will have to keep them in
Oh, that's a
mind
very
with
good
your
point.
question.
Yeah, expound on that.
Yeah.
I think you brought up a very interesting point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear that
I will
part.
have to keep them in
And then,
mind when I yeah, I have to keep them in mind when I answer your question because for a lot of us, the experiences are vastly different. Those first generations, they're in the middle of two groups of people. They wish they was FBA because they were born and raised here, but they still live by the lineages of their parents. And the truth is, it's not unique to hold on a second. It's not unique to Africans because this is a conversation all immigrants in America is having. America is an immigrant-driven country for the most part. It has been for 75 years now. So we have heard multiple stories coming from different groups, and they all the same story. Oh, my parents are like this, but America is more progressive, it's more liberal. You know, it's like as a Black Americans are the main ones pushing liberal ideas. We don't need conservative people coming to this country saying, hey, this liberal country that allows me to come here, thank you for the civil rights. I want to tell my children to be more conservative. It's like it's just too many counters to what we've been building here. Then why even come? So yeah, there's definitely different lived experiences for those three groups of people.
okay. So, is anybody want to add anything based on what FBA said? What you guys think? Because I just want the conversation to evolve and we can get to understand
Yeah,
each other better.
well,
You know,
to
where there's
me,
some missing points.
FBA or not FBA, right? On the end, right? I don't, I don't know any whitey man or whitey woman will go against each other, right? When you talk about war, right? So on the end, they all see us the same, even we are not the same. An Italian is not the same like a Dutch human, right? But on the end, they are white. They will defend themselves against us, right? And I hope you take that thing with you because even I'm an African or a South American or a FBA or an indigenous guy, on the end, the three letters, the three Ks in America, they will see us like one. So on the end, we are losing. We are not winning, man. So yeah, that's what I gotta say, man. So
Okay,
that's
I
the
mean,
only
I get
thing.
that point. I get what you're saying, and you're emphasizing that point a lot.
Sorry
But
for my English anyway.
no,
Sorry,
no, no, no,
sorry for
no.
my English.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not even the English. I do understand clearly what you're saying. But I
So
think
I hope you
he
also
mentioned,
understand, man.
yeah, he mentioned a very good point, which I have heard before. So I think there is some sort of disinterest between the children of immigrants that were born in USA. I don't know if they, maybe you can correct me. I don't know how much of them know the history, But I have seen through engagement that some of them, they don't really have interest to engage in conversations where they even have to agree that the descendant of those people deserve reparations, of which in itself is a whole different conversation. But why am I bringing this up? Because the nuances that exist within each other's history, if they're not properly understood, then yeah, it becomes problematic. Does that make sense? You guys still here or you guys are leaving?
I agree with that.
Hmm.
I agree with that. And I think for us, a lot of the biggest points of disrespect is that we feel like you're entering our house, our situation that we're currently working on. Yes, it's a mess. You know, in America, we have a culture. You don't invite somebody over till your house is clean. Well, sometimes your companies show up early or they show up unexpected. Well, guess what? You get to see my house not being clean. We are actively cleaning it while you're actively judging us. Every single toy we pick up off the ground, you're pull yourself up by your bootstraps, Black Americans. Y'all can do better. Look at me. I'm from here. It's like we're hearing it nonstop, especially on social media, while we're trying to make this country better. And this country is young. It's still growing. But these people who from these really old cultures somehow know everything but didn't do it back at home. So it's just like it's so many levels of disrespect that yeah, we don't care anymore. That's why FBAs particularly, we're going ham on the internet. And I think that's why a lot of us are probably going to Africa and keep causing more fuel to this fire.
Yeah, I like to say something to my personal experience with FBAs, and I was born in America, right? The thing that I disapprove with FBA is when they talk, they sound to me personally, they sound like
Can you
what you
speak
call
just
it.
a little bit up, my brother? Just a little bit up.
Yeah, I was gonna say from my experience
Oh,
with the
that's better.
FBAs, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, to me they sound like YT colonizers, right? They want to big up America, but America don't even treat you like this your home, right? And they like to invest they whole heart into America. And I really don't get it because I was born here. I care less about America. I don't put my interest in her because of what they did to my ancestors. And when I look at Africa, I don't see different people. FBAs do, you know, but you know, we not different. We share the same ancestors. You know, the people that came from Africa, you know, unfortunately built America up on free labor, you know. So yeah, FBA, I think they're just a hate group. Uh and I understand that it's on TikTok, but these are real people in real life that feel this way. You know, I have heard some of the most nastiest things that FBAs have said. And I just want to say, if you feel that way about Africa or the Caribbean, like, don't go visit anywhere. Just stay in America. Just stay in America and try your best to come up into the society that keep you down. Because to be honest with you, you know, Africa will get control of its resources way before any black individual in America will take that in their head.
And to me, FBAs are not different than whitey people because when I go to some lives, they start insulting me. Even I'm from South America, they start insulting me like I'm a monkey, like I don't have moralities, like the white people talk about my ancestors. That's the way FBA people talk about me. So to me, they are like whitey people, man. You know?
And I want to add to that to my man talking about coming here in our land. I'm sorry, FBA. I don't mean to be offensive, but y'all don't control anything up in here. And second, though, Africans ain't got no help from you here. I've been here
It's offensive.
generations.
You don't get really quick. You don't say that's not offensive and then say something offensive. It's a lie. This chat
can you
proving
let
it.
him
Yeah,
Okay,
land?
continue.
gentlemen, let's give
Thank
each
you.
other a chance. So FBA was quiet. So Sherwin, you can respond. Then FBA, do you want to
Yeah.
respond now? Or you want to listen to him first?
No, a fact is a fact. Ain't nobody on this app that can show me a black American that has helped an African in America. We ain't got no help. I couldn't even get direction from black Americans when I first moved here. Hey, where's the library? They just look at me like I'm crazy, right? So most Africans will tell you we've been mistreated when we come here by BLK people. We don't say anything because that's a brotherhood, right? As far as
Mm.
help, we lean on each other when we come here, right? But then once you get adjusted, you make friends as at the friendship level. But as far as helping, we ain't never got that. So to be told, oh yeah, you gotta respect us, it's like we ain't never got nothing from y'all. So, anyway, that's it.
Can I
Okay.
jump in
Yeah,
behind that?
FBA, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, at first, oh my bad. Earlier, I didn't realize I wasn't even muted, but yeah, yeah, it is one major thing that you guys did receive: civil rights status. That was our ethnic group that pushed that. We are the ones who welcome Africans to come here. I get it that you may say that many of your people did not receive a helping hand, but you're criticizing American culture as a whole. It's not just blacks and whites who are standoffish, and not willing to help. That's just American culture. But y'all come here expecting black solidarity. There's no black solidarity in Africa. Then you go to America, you expect us to hold your hand. No, we're just acting like America. What it is, from my perspective, is we're always trying to match the expectations what people see on TV, what they think we are as an ethnic group. And when they don't get that, they hold it against us. And again, it makes sense when you're here. And the part is we do own a lot. We own our status in this country. We own our lineage here. We have time here. We may not own the literal land to your African
And go
perspective
and
because
testify.
we're
Let
not the
him
But
finish,
I
dominant
have
group,
a
please.
but we are
question.
Let him
I have a
relevant.
finish. Let him
question,
finish.
FBA.
We
Please,
are
I'd like to
relevant.
run
Thank
the
you.
panel. Please, I'd like to run the panel with order. Allow him to finish, okay? He wasn't speaking. I want it to be fair. Let him also speak so that we also hear from his perspective. Go ahead,
But I
FBA.
have a
No,
question.
please testify.
You're gonna ask your question when it's finished. I would prefer that way because I'm trying to listen at
Go ahead,
least
testify.
to see where it's
Thank
coming
you.
from.
Testify. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What's your hair structure? Because I have a question. What's your hair structure? Do you have woolly hair? Do you have
I
hair
have very
like?
curly hair. Actually, my hair is not kinky. No, it's very curly. Yes,
Also, okay. Do you realize that we
you can
are
see the
very
mixture in
special?
my blood. Sorry, there's a bit of lag.
Okay, but when I talk to FBA, right, they tell me, they have the same hair structure like West Africans, right? So do you realize, if you are indigenous, right, that we are very special, that we are the only creatures with the same hair structure that can pop out everywhere on Earth? Because when you look at the hair structure of a whitey man, right? You will know what area of this continent he came from, right? When you look at the hair structure of somebody from Pakistan, you know where he comes from. When you look at the Chinese man and you look at his hair structure, you know where he comes from. But we are then the only creatures, right? Africans, so-called FBA, that are come and popped out from different areas of this continent. That means we are very special. I do believe blacks are very special, but are we that special that people with the hairs, with the same hair structure popped out in North America and popped out in Africa? We are the only ones on this planet. Do you realize that?
Well, you have to understand, me and my sister, who both have the same mother and father, have different hair structures. So maybe my hair will be more related to yours, but hers is not. And a lot of people will argue that the kinky hair genetic strand is just more dominant. That's why you're still seeing it in Sorry, that's why you still see it more in modern Black Americans. Yes, what you're saying has some truth, but it still doesn't encompasses the entirety of our lineage.
Can I ask a
I,
question, please?
I hope you realize what I tried to explain, because my English is not my main language, but we are very
Brother, you did
special.
great.
Can I ask a
Okay,
question
Thank
to
you.
the
okay,
FBA,
testify,
please?
Hmm.
testify. Hang on. Let me give Spicy a chance to speak quickly, and then I'll come to your question if that's okay.
All right. Hey everyone. I just want to answer the prompt. So, can Black Americans that come visit the continent of Africa stop spreading bad news and some false information? Otherwise, do not come here anymore if you have nothing positive to contribute. Is this fair to say? Well, I will say, I think like a lot of times when Black Americans go to Africa, for me, I would say Africa is just not for everyone. I think some people is for them, and I think with the modernization of like America and how systems are so fast and things like that, I think for some of them it's just not their speed. So that's what I personally will say, because I hear a lot of times they talk about they can get benefits in Africa, da, 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 if they move there, but I'm like, Africa don't even give the Africans on the ground benefits. So how the fuck they gonna give a foreigner benefits? So I just be confused about that. So I just think like Africa is just not for them. And for this FBA guy, you guys always try to use that civil rights movement thing. You guys did not fight for Africans to be here, okay? Africans indirectly benefited from you guys' fight, but you guys were not out with signs wanting Africans to come over here. So we need to be honest about the history and really put it into perspective, because the way you guys make it seem is like you guys were outside marching for Africans to come to America. No, Africans indirectly benefited from the civil rights movement, and that's amazing. And I don't know if you guys want Africans to get on our knees and suck your dick, but that will not be happening. And then also to the American government also did things for Africans to come here, and even missionaries did things on top of that for Africans to come here. So this main character syndrome that you guys have, y'all need to get the healing that y'all need, because you ain't gonna get that type of respect from Africans. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. You can ask your question. Go
Can I
ahead.
add something to that?
Just 1 second, Sharon. I just want to
You
give
know
the
what?
lady here.
Thank you. After hearing Spicy speak, I think I'm also going to answer the prompt. Because I mean, there's no point asking an FBA my question because my question won't be answered um intelligently, to say the least. But I'm African, and I think that my answer to the prompt is that they definitely do come to Africa. Some of them to disrespect the continent. And that they do it out of jealousy. If you look at the woman that went to Zanzibar not too long ago, and Zanzibar is known for being paradise, right? But she went there and she went to a less developed part of like just like any part of the world. Here in the UK, you have less developed parts. You go to America, you have less developed parts. But in her brain, she went there and she started filming videos of Zanzibar, and basically saying, "Don't come here, Africa's poor, rah, and spreading that same white supremacist rhetoric." I think that because where we have access to social media and the world is getting to see Africa for what it is, because we know white people have been coming to Africa to visit on holidays. We know that, right? But that they don't know that. So now, these places, Seychelles, Mauritius, South Africa, Zimbabwe, just these different African countries are like big for they're big for tourists, and they don't like that. They don't like that we're getting shine. They don't like that we're getting public recognition. They don't like the fact that we're getting respect. And I think if they can't respect us as people, we don't have to respect them. Notice how we don't get the same disrespect from Caribbean people. We do not. We do not get the same disrespect from Caribbean people. In fact, I've met Caribbean people that live in my homeland in Africa and are extremely respectful. Why? Why? They don't get that type of risk. And it's just, and then they think that they're the reason why Africans that live in Africa, I mean, sorry, Africans that live in America when that's not the case. They don't understand immigration and how migration actually works and how it works on the global scale of the world. They don't understand. They don't understand why. They just don't get a lot of things, and I feel like because they don't get how the world works outside of America, we should not let them in Africa. We shouldn't. We're better off without letting them in because all they're gonna do is just do what they did in Liberia and disrespect us.
Okay. Sherwin, go ahead. Yeah, guys, please power tap your screen. Let's see if we can get to 10K likes. I'll appreciate that. If you have a difference of opinions and you want to express how you feel free to request. This is an open panel. I would like to hear different people and different things, but I'm very hardcore when it comes to nuances. So before you just come in, I just want to say this quickly. You know, I'm not really interested in the marathon of struggles as if to suggest who suffer the most. Because at the end of the day, I think we have to be very clear. Either we're going to respect each other's history as it is documented, or we are going to discredit that. And that will not be welcome from either side. Go ahead, Sherry.
I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding between the Civil Rights Act and what's going on right now, meaning people are immigrating everywhere. There's more African immigrants in France, which they don't even have civil rights, right? Africans are going to Canada. They're going all over the globe. What is leading to African immigration? Number one, Africans are only 6% of immigrants in America. 6%. In 2019, it was 2.5 million. They're counting maybe 4 million now. It's the rise of American universities. Some of the best colleges are in America. I came here as an F1 student. Most of the African people I know came here for the education system, to get a degree. That's what you're seeing, Nigerians being doctors, engineers. That's what's leading the way into Africans coming to America. It's mainly the major schools that you have compared to the rest of the globe. So let's not get this confused. And and I understand taking credit. I'm not taking credit away. Also, some of that battle was fought here too by Africans. What we forget is when the United Nations opened in New York City, there were some African leaders that could not understand why the restaurant was segregated. You cannot be the leader of the globe and have segregation. So the Civil Rights Act was one thing, but the Immigration Act was a separate act that was passed by JFK, and that Kwame Nkrumah and a lot of the African leaders had a hand in that happening too. So also, immigration is not new. Y'all act like America is the rest of the globe. There's more African immigrants in other countries than even America itself. So those countries don't have civil rights. Don't have the civil rights acts. How come they're able to go there too? So
I want to piggyback off a couple of things that I heard. So, like I said, as an African person living in America, right? I'm gonna use some of the terminology so Black Americans can understand it. A lot of Black Americans are some of the most biggest player haters there are. I would never, ever block any person that looked like me to better themselves. If an African want to come over here and get a scholarship that's for Black people, by all do get it, because it's not my country, and I understand that white people globally owe Black people a lot. I will never block a Black person from coming over to get any type of assistance, but you have certain Black Americans that get jealous of that, get jealous of certain things that you have an opportunity to get yourself, but you don't qualify for it. You don't qualify for it, or you too lazy to go and get it. So it's just a lot of things. And then for the civil rights thing, the civil rights was fought for the Black people in America. They was fighting for themselves. They wasn't thinking about nobody else. They was fighting for themselves because they was oppressed by the white people that was in America. Did we, like the sister said, didn't no Black America hold up no sign and say stop mistreating the people in Africa, stop mistreating the people in the Caribbean? It was all about what was going on in America with they butts. So they, like I said, they come up here and they try to say things, to make themselves seem like they the victim. A lot of them do that, and you're not a victim.
Okay, can I? Can I? I'm going to piggyback off of all three of you. The last three that went. It's crazy how y'all don't even acknowledge what the civil rights is, and how you guys. And this is the reason why we use the term tether. No, we didn't. We were not fighting for you, but you guys came here and you took full advantage of what we fought for ourselves, like leeches. And then you come here and don't say, "Hey, we see that you was working hard for yourselves, but we still gonna call you a kata. We still gonna call you crap babies.
First
We
of
still gonna
all,
disrespect your community." Oh, no, no, oh, cut me off. Don't first of all. I waited, ma'am. You was like 2 people ago. You could wait. Ooh, I
African
love
men don't
no.
shout at
I've been sitting here
women.
quiet while y'all disrespect my people. You can sit here quiet,
African men
ma'am.
don't shout at women. Take a
Oh,
page
there
out of
you
their
go.
book.
I love when African women try to generalize their entire men group. Our men don't do this. I was telling this one lady about this
FBA.
Haitian guy, how he was
They
no.
don't.
I know I
FBA.
had
Now,
multiple points.
listen,
She
you're
just
gonna
cut me
run out of
off.
pocket. Listen, but you're running out of pocket now.
Yeah.
Just stick to what you're saying, and I want to hear what you're trying to say here
Mm-hmm.
because I
Yeah,
I want
that's
to
what happened when
address the
people do. Yeah,
nuances. Go ahead.
yeah, I thank you, host, because this host is speaking truth. The host said earlier, when people disrespect other people's history, you're going to have problems. Y'all have actively, since the Civil Rights Movement, since the Immigration Act, since you guys have been able to come here and start your own businesses, had decided to act like coons in your own ways, raccoons. We call out our own people, we're going to call out you people. And to be honest, it's more y'all, even though y'all so little in group. Why do all the experiences we have with y'all is so negative? I wish I had more better African American immigrant experiences, but I don't. Y'all come here and y'all kiss up to the white man. I literally had that experience. This one little dude from New York. I got my white girlfriend hired at his job. Her first day working with him, he's going to her about, oh, this American, he's lazy. He's calling me a black American to this white woman, not knowing that she's my live-in girlfriend. I've seen this firsthand, and this is your man. So don't pretend our reaction, what we're doing in 2025, our reaction for what we are doing in 2025 have not been literally in response to the past 40 years of y'all coming here. Where was all the hate 30 years ago? Where was all the hate 10 years ago? It wasn't no major hate from black Americans then, was it? No. So what you're seeing now is purely reaction. Stop trying to pretend like we threw the first punch in our house.
Okay, so
In
before
your
anybody
house, though.
respond, just allow me to ask him a specific question then quickly. So that's a very interesting point. You said before, I'm assuming like around 70 in the 80s, that being the prime time. Compared to now, what is the difference now? FBA.
Well, I mean, well, for
Yeah, like
us,
that
this
era
whole
and this
anti,
era of now.
yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
I
Because
think I
one,
think African
Trump and the
just a
Republican
second.
Party, they're
Just
definitely
a
trying to
second.
get more of us on.
African, just hang on.
Yes.
African warrior, you are first born generation born in USA, right?
No, I'm an African American.
You're an African American. Is there anybody here who's a first generation born in USA in the panel or in the
Me.
comments?
I was born here.
Okay, okay. So let me ask you this question then. What is your experience in observing the relationship between the blacks that were born in USA versus the blacks that were born in USA from parents that migrated there? Is there a disconnect? Is there a sense of like, okay, if you're gonna go for reparations, that's on you. I'm gonna work hard and get mines. I don't care about all of that, blah 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 blah, complaining about the system. Is that sort of dynamic existed? How would you choose to answer that question,
Well,
please?
from
I'm really
my
interested.
experience, because this stuff that happens, I talk to it with my sister and stuff. And actually, when the FBA movement first started, I actually supported them until they started becoming xenophobic. So I personally support them getting reparations. I think most African people do support them. I mean, we do feel like it's not really our business. However, we can support them from the backgrounds if they want to go get it, go get it. I mean, it definitely is due to them and everything like that. But I wouldn't say we're trying to stand in their way or anything like that. I mean, to be honest, in America, most African people don't even really mingle with Black Americans. Like most of them want to be around other African people. So when they come with all this rhetoric of this and that, I'm like, where are you meeting them at? Because majority of African people I know, like I'm Liberian, like there literally are Liberian churches, Liberian communities, Liberian this, Liberian that, where Liberians mingle with other Liberians. Like even my husband, he went to his job. I mean, he's Black American, not Liberian. And he was telling his Liberian coworker about my mom, and she just said like she knows her because all Liberians hang out with each other. They want to hang out with each other. So all this negative experience they're really having, I'm just really confused because most
Okay,
Africans want to be around each other.
1 second, Spicy. There's something
Yeah,
that I
can
hear
I have a
often
response?
when they say, hang on. I just want to ask you one more question because she's a person that I can ask such questions. What do you have to say when you hear comments like, when you guys come here, you side with YT? What does that even mean, siding with YT? I want to really understand that dynamic because in my understanding is that if I go somewhere, if a Black American, for instance, come to any African country, I don't really expect you to mingle in the politics. That's stupid. That's even danger for your own self. I would rather you get the proper information based on the country you're gonna go and do things in the way that you're supposed to do it. Don't try to come and infiltrate politics and talking like that. That's just a sound wise. So what do you have to say to that, Spicy? When they say that,
Well,
I want to understand that from your perspective.
I would say most Africans don't really know like the history and stuff of Black people in America with the redlining and like, just certain things like that. So I think a lot of times when we hear things, we're just looking at it from more like a neutral standpoint. And then it's just like, well, it's kind of like, well, why can't you guys just kind of pick yourself up by the bootstrap and do better? But then I think a lot of African people don't understand, like a lot of things were stacked against these people. So I think maybe that's where they're coming from with that. But even with that, I don't think most Africans side with white people. Personally, that's what I would say.
Okay, what you said was a very good point. Thank you for saying that. That proves that there is a disconnect from the African side because I'm going to be as honest, as unbiased as I can be as I'm hosting this live stream. So, what you just answered gives me a good point, which they also have a good reason to act the way they act because some Africans, because of not knowing the history of what they went through in the American soil, they tend to be negligent in engaging or perhaps understanding some of the things that they've been through. I have observed this through hosting live streams. It's not the first time. So I'm appreciative of what you say just now.
Yeah, I
Thank
can
you.
agree with that, but that doesn't give people the opportunity just to cuss people out. But I do want to respond to this
No, no,
whole
no, no, no.
Akata
But
thing.
Spicy. But sister, I want you to understand that creates this back and forth thing. I'm speaking more so from this perspective. I hope you understand me. Like even Black
Yeah.
Americans, there's nuances based on African history that they're not aware of, and I know this when they speak. And I can hear it. Do you understand?
Here,
So I
BMW
also
in the
have to be
back.
able to admit that I myself may not know some nuances based on their history that they may get
Her in the
frustrated
back.
if I just say oversimplify things. That you get my point? That's what I'm trying to say here. Okay, go ahead,
Yeah.
finish, and then we move
So
on.
I wanted to respond to this thing with African people calling them Akata and whatever. They're the same people who say they have a roasting culture. They're not soft. So I just don't understand, like, when people call you guys this, why do you guys cry? Because you guys were the same people telling
I
Africans
can.
to get over calling us booty scratchers. So you guys called us booty scratchers. We call you Akata. Like, what's the issue? Y'all say y'all have a roasting
I
culture.
can tell
So y'all should just,
because
It's
y'all
weird.
should
roasting
just
Yo,
culture,
hold
FBA,
on. Let
FBA,
roasting
me
you
culture
gotta
finish.
has
let
its
it
Let
own.
me
land.
Yeah.
finish.
FBA,
Let me
FBA,
land.
you gotta
So
let it
y'all
land. The
should just,
lady on the
y'all
bottom, you were
just shouldn't be
blocking her.
crying and
Come on.
stuff. And also, Akata, you guys have to understand that language can be used multiple ways. Okay, Africans call me Akata. Do you see me going around the world crying? No, I just cuss that motherfucker out. That's all I do. I don't
Okay,
go around
pause.
craring.
I just want to clarify something. I'm from
I'm,
Senegal. We don't
wait,
use
quick sentence,
Akata.
sir.
Good
This is
morning.
Nigerian. Say Nigerians
Okay,
use
okay.
Akata. We don't know
Yeah,
what
Wait,
that
wait.
Brooklyn, I'm
means.
gonna come to you
That's
next. Hang
true.
on, hang on.
That's very true. I agree
FBA,
with him. That's
FBA,
very
hang
true.
on.
It's not all
FBA, hang
Africans.
on a
Yeah.
second. Yo, guys, one at a time, please. I like order. Sherwin, go ahead, and then I'm gonna come to the lady in the bottom, then I'm gonna go to Brooklyn.
Make a clarifying statement. Akata is just Nigeria. It's a Nigerian term. Don't say African, because I never heard of that word before. So I just want to make sure we say this one area that's using that word is specific to one big country, I guess. But
Okay,
I
real
never heard
quickly,
it.
Sherwin, brother, what does that even mean? Can you just educate us quickly?
It's
What does
some
that word mean? Someone is
it's
also
something that
asking.
says Black Panther or whatever. I don't
No,
know.
it
I'm from
means a
Senegal. I
stray
don't
cat.
know.
It means a
It
stray
means a
cat. It
cotton
means a
picker.
no. That's
So
not
It
what
it's
it
a
means
means.
a
It does
derogatory
not
cotton
mean
term.
picker.
cotton picker. It does not mean cotton picker. It means a stray
Mm.
cat, a
Okay,
wild
guys,
cat, an
one at a
outside
time,
cat.
please.
See,
Can
a lot of
okay,
negative.
okay,
Can
okay.
I, can
Just
I
hang
say something
on,
right
guys.
quick?
Please, one at a time. I know everybody want to speak. Sister, can you say that again? I really want to learn.
Yeah.
Please, I want to
So
tune into
again, this is
this.
another thing. They get mad at a word where they don't even know what it means. It does not mean no freaking cotton picker. It means
Mm.
an outside cat, a stray cat, a wild cat. That's what the word
Okay.
means.
All
Can I
right,
jump in?
purple in the bottom. Go ahead. Just
Don't
one
say
second. I'm gonna
Africans.
give
Don't
it
say
to purple
Africans. Say
quickly.
that's all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a Yoruba word. It means stray cat. I don't know where the whole cotton picker whatever it came from. I agree with you, host, on a lot of things. However, I feel like Africans, we're in this scenario, we're the only ones that are being considerate, right? We're the only ones who are
Mm-hmm.
like, oh my God. We're the only ones that are like, oh my God, they don't understand our history. We're the only ones they're voting for Trump and saying it's in their best interest to vote for Trump and calling us names and during the way they're like completely disrespecting the Horners now, like it's not just one African or they pick and choose. Like they when they're done with the Horners, they'll do another African region or another African country. They do this a lot. This is African people. They have a problem with even African people that don't share the same history as them, they still have a problem with. We get told that we
Mm.
sold them, and it's like, who did I sell? My family, like that didn't even happen in my region. But they don't understand this because they choose. Everyone has agency, and they're choosing to not understanding. They're choosing to to ignore the fact that Africa is the second largest continent on planet Earth. They're choosing it. They're generalizing us all because they have a problem with us all. It doesn't matter what we do, what we say, they're still always gonna have this hate. But so I don't think Africans should now be. I don't think we should be trying to find. Like we should pass that point because they've passed that point. It's rare to find a Black American that is willing to learn or listen. It's rare to find
Mm.
a Black American that actually gives a shit. Even when they go to Africa, they like the woman I just said who went to Tanzania, disrespected that country. They still disrespect our countries. Like it's just, I just, I don't see how this is ever gonna I don't see unity between us. I don't.
Okay. Unity is not the goal, but let me ask you: are you living in USA or you live in Africa?
No, 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 no. I was born and raised in the UK, but I have family that live in the
Okay.
USA.
Okay, so you must understand there's I don't know whether it's justified or not, they'll speak for themselves, but you must understand what's happened there, their experience there for the Africans who go there, it's gonna be unfortunate because even themselves, I mean, maybe like I'm not trying to be a devil's advocate here, but I want you to see things from a
Mm.
different perspective. Think about it this way: you are locked in this landmass for 500 plus years. You don't know anything else, and you trying to fight, and you're constantly generation in and out to just be acceptable and be able to live through. So anyone who comes in, and this is something that I always wanted to understand. I think maybe I could be wrong, but I think how blacks are treated in USA that are born there versus the immigrants and first generations, I think it's completely different. But someone will correct me. I think there's a
Bongola,
nuance there. Is there no
Bongola,
nuance
Host,
there?
I really
I'm
want to
still
jump in
Good
behind the
morning.
host
Good morning.
because
Okay,
Bongola,
hang on, guys. I'm
Bongola.
still
Here's
engaging with her. Guys, allow me, allow me. I'm still engaging with her
Bongola.
a
The
little
thing
bit.
is,
We just
Caribbean people have the exact same history. I've lived amongst Caribbean people my entire life, and so did my mom because my mom was also born here. They don't do that. The Caribbean during slavery was literally where they would send the slaves that were the most defiant, the ones that they couldn't tame. They had the 20 year, they had
past 100 years
20,
is
hold
history.
on, hold on, hold on. They had 20 years to live. This is actual facts. They would send them there as an unaliving sentence. But you don't hear Caribbean people aren't like that. They just not like that. I don't understand. Like I don't. Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. I get it. I get the history and they're hurt by it and they want someone to take it out on. But don't take it out on Africans. We had nothing to do with it. Leave us out of it.
Okay, there I agree with you. That's a fair point to say, but I was so much so concentrating on the nuances. For example, we could say the same thing about the Namibian people, but they're very peaceful today. You hardly ever hear them talking about the genocide that
Oh
happened to
boy.
them. Or we could take the Sudanese, or we could even take what is going on in Congo, or we could even take Rwanda as a study case. But you don't see them doing that either. So I'm more so trying to highlight the nuances. I hope this makes sense for somebody. But FBA, please respond, and then we go to Brooklyn. Guys, spot up your screen, please. I'll
It's like
appreciate.
I'm
Let's try
sorry,
to
I'm
get
getting
within.
frustrated with this whole chat
No,
because this
thank
is
you. Thank you for being patient. We just gotta get some understanding. Go ahead.
yeah, tap the screen. It's because I'm hearing a lot of they don't know. They don't know. That's the biggest problem from us, at least for me. It's the arrogance of so many African dark-skinned people or immigrants, Europeans, Hispanics, doesn't matter, all immigrants. Somehow they come, they look at America and say, "You black people, y'all don't know." They always kept saying that we don't know what we don't know. Somehow, a black African first generation, second generation immigrant from the UK knows better about the American experience than
I'm third
Americans.
generation. I'm not
And that's it. No,
second.
no, there you go. No, ma'am, you're the second one up.
Mm,
You're the
I'm
second
no, no,
one
no.
Hang
up.
You
on,
said I
hang
was
on,
a
And that's
hang
where a
second.
on.
lot.
No,
Let
no,
him
no, no.
And
You
finish.
said
that's
I was a
where.
first generation. I'm not a
Let
first
him
generation.
finish,
I'm a
For a
though.
third
Like
second,
I'm
I
generation.
trying
said
to
for a
listen to
I'm
second.
a
him. It's not
third
about
Oh,
you.
if you're
generation.
even off the boat, that's worse. If you're off the boat, that's
Third
even worse. I said
generation.
first,
I'm a
second generation.
third. Number three. Third.
Mm, you,
I'm a
good for
third.
you. Well,
Yes, good
that's
for
where
me.
a lot.
Third.
Well,
I'm
okay,
a
ma'am,
black
you made your
Brit.
fucking point. You made your fucking
It's okay,
point.
sister. Hang
You're a
on.
third
Come on,
generation
FBA.
because a
Don't
lot
Don't
of
do
be
it,
that
a
to the
lot of it.
sister.
No,
disrespectful.
I know.
FBA,
Too careful
FBA,
being
brother.
yourself. Like I was
Please
trying to
don't do
no,
that to the sister.
because a
Let's
lot of
take
the
it
shit
easy,
is a
okay?
lot of it started with black Americans arguing with black Brits, particularly the ones who would say, "Oh, y'all, these Africans, the Americans, they're stupid. They don't know." Y'all, and that was about 3 years ago. Look up the videos. We have a bunch of response videos. The thing is, y'all keep insulting us like we don't know. Y'all want to come to this country. There is no country in the world like America, but somehow y'all know everything that works here in America. Y'all come here off the boat, y'all know better. Y'all sit in Africa, y'all still know better. When are y'all going to realize that maybe black Americans, the ones who've been here landlocked for 400 years, thank you for that beautiful perspective, host, is that we know the white American supremacy perspective better than anybody else. But the fact that they call us white supremacy, how many of y'all actually had white law enforcement officers in your African neighborhoods? The fact that she says the Caribbean had the same history as us. No, they don't. Not in the past 100 years. No, they have not. That's the thing, though. People keep telling us what our shit is. Y'all don't even acknowledge why we opening our mouths in the first place to tell you you're wrong. But no, y'all still know better. It's the African arrogance for me.
Okay,
That's
let's hear
slavery.
Can I
Brooklyn.
say something?
Let's hear Brooklyn quickly, guys. I need to give him a chance. Let's hear him as well.
Good
Please
morning,
continue to
man.
power tap your screen.
Good
Greetings.
morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm a black American. You hear me? In my experience, I'm 59. Good morning to everybody though. But I'm 59. My experience with African brothers, just like the lady said, everybody tend to be with themselves. When I first started understanding what racism was, when I seen African brothers, I was like, yeah, we got some help. But as I grew up and tried to mingle amongst them, I was shied away. I was shunned away. You know what I mean? Even to this day, everybody groups together. They don't try to mingle. Only people that Africans that would mingle is the ones that go to school together, or the ones that either see the truth for what it is. Now, as far as us picking ourselves up by our bootstraps, us crying, and we not thinking about warring with y'all or W, whatever you call it on here. We're not thinking like that, man. It's just the pettiness and the jealousy. And Black America is trendsetters, man. We lead in everything. As far as fighting or whatever, we don't care about none of that. Y'all the least problem to us, man. We just want some respect. We respect y'all for what y'all going through in y'all country. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard being oppressed, but respect what's going on. We made more progress over here over here than y'all made in your own home. So y'all able to come here for us.
Like, this is
Cause
the
hold on,
disrespect.
sugar, hold
Like,
on,
look how
baby.
disrespectful
Hold on,
he is.
nobody's
No.
He
Hang
doesn't
on,
disrespecting
even
you.
know
Brooklyn,
what country
Brooklyn,
we come
Brooklyn.
from.
Don't address her like that.
All
Have
right,
some
nobody.
decorum,
I'm just
please.
saying. Hold on, brother.
Yeah, but you're
This is how I
59, man.
talk.
You can't be addressing her like that.
All right,
No, I
I
don't
don't.
care.
I
That's
don't
how you
address
talk.
her.
You
She
gotta
she
correct
stopped
that.
me.
Don't
She
give me that how
interrupted
you
me,
talk.
brother.
Listen, Brooklyn. Don't
Yeah.
give me that. That's how I talk. You gotta correct it,
All
please.
right, brother. I didn't disrespect her, brother.
No,
I
I
was
don't like the
speaking. I
tone
was.
that you use.
All right.
Okay,
Well, this is.
hang on before you continue. This is the thing, and I understand why she reacted like that. Here's what I find very interesting. You know, I'm gonna address one by one. No, I did pay attention. I wanna address this. How come you guys, I'm gonna put it in your terms that's easy to understand. How come you guys don't have smoke for other immigrants, for the Irish, for the
What?
Germans, for the Italians? Every
Nah,
time,
brother. See.
please listen. I listen to you. I'm bringing up a point and I want to challenge your line of reasoning and FBA's line of reasoning. I hear oftentimes this is only rubbing the faces of the Africans, that our
That's
ancestors
not
fought
true.
for you to come here. But what we are forgetting, right? You guys know US history better than me. Let's be honest here. What happened when people got free? There was an influx of immigrants that came from Europe. I never see anyone highlighting that. Those
Okay,
Europeans came
brother.
to USA. They were, am I talking or you talking? Which one is it? Because I
Brother.
thought this is a conversation. I'm not here to back and
All
forth
right.
with you.
Okay,
I'm here to
brother.
have an
Explain.
intellectual conversation and
Okay,
address
brother.
nuances.
Speak, brother. Speak, brother.
Sister, do you have anything to say? This is so difficult, man. I don't know
Yes.
why you guys talk
I
about
I
history, but you
No,
don't want to
speak,
address the
brother.
history properly.
so
Go
the
No,
thing
ahead.
is,
brother. The history don't
so
start as
oh my
slavery for
God,
us, man.
Jesus Christ.
That's
Like
It
not
don't.
even the
It
what?
point
don't
I was
start as
making. You
slavery for
barely
That's
us,
heard
not
what I
man.
even
was
your
saying.
point.
And we always go at them crackers, man. We stay
This is
fighting them crackers,
crazy.
them
Wow.
Europeans,
Anyways,
brother.
so
Can I
We
say
so
stay
one
want
here's
them
turn?
Europeans to leave. This is our country, man. Them Europeans rushed
okay.
America.
You see, time out, time out. This is crash out season now. I don't want people to crash out on my pen. Time out. Let's relax. Let's reset. Let me just say what I need to say, and I'm going to open up the panel again. Here's the problem. Oftentimes, this is rubbed on the face of the Africans. We fought so that you can come here. I like to address the nuances. Let's look at this very carefully, first of all. Let's look at this very carefully. First of all, what you guys were fighting was a domestic issue. So the primary reason for what you were fighting was a domestic issue. So in reality, that means you had no interest to look outside and try to fight for someone else. That doesn't make you look bad. That's just a fact, and that's the reality of it. Another thing I hear oftentimes, you guys like to use the apartheid. Yo, but when you guys had apartheid, we were there. Apartheid was an international issue versus civil rights was a domestic issue. Even our leaders recognized that there wasn't much that they were can do. That's why they didn't assist in many ways. But when who was that again? When who was this guy? When Malcolm X came and visiting Ghana, they even told him you have to switch up from fighting to civil rights to human rights, internationalize it so that we can intervene and support you. That's what the Africans did, but you guys don't acknowledge that. You guys never mentioned that. I find it very ironic. So when we're having this conversation, I like to be intellectual and I want us to talk things the way they are, not the way we are or the way we see them, the way they are. Okay? Go ahead, Purple.
Can I
So,
say something?
host,
So here's
yeah,
the
let
thing.
me
He
go
said
real
I
quick.
could talk, and
I would like
no,
to host
he
because
said
you're
I
here
Hang
for
could
on,
Black
talk.
Americans. I would like to
hang
actually
on.
respond to what the
Let
host
her
is saying.
quickly. No, let her quickly
He
talk, and
said
then
I
you
could.
can come after her.
So he
Mm.
proved my point. He proved the point I was talking about. He did nothing but come on here and belittle us as people. He doesn't. That when I say they don't know, it's because they don't know. He said we did
That's all y'all
nothing.
been doing to
Oh
us.
my God, Jesus Christ! No impulse control. Jesus. Anyway, when I say they don't know, it's because they don't know. He came on here and said we did nothing to fight for our countries. He has no idea about the wars in Sierra Leone. He has nothing. My father's from South Africa. He has no idea about apartheid and how that system even worked and how it affected the entire Southern African region. They have no idea about Nigeria and the Biafra War. They don't know that type of stuff. They don't, all they know is America. He proved my point. They don't know anything we dealt with. They don't know how we were able to listen. If it wasn't for Africans fighting, the way they disrespected our resources, the YT people, the way they completely just I'm trying to use TikTok friendly language. The way they extorted us for our resources and brutalized us as people. If it wasn't for us fighting, our continent would not still look like the way it does now. Our continent would still not be beautiful like it is now. They don't understand that. They don't know how hard we have to fight to keep our continent. The fact that we have black presidents in our countries, some of them are trash, some of them aren't. They don't understand how hard we had to work for that. We were colonized, the entire continent colonized. White people ran. They don't. It just irritates me. Don't ever diminish Africa and what Africa is because you don't understand our history as people. We're very complex. We're very diverse. But for the man that try to belittle me because I'm a black Brit. I know I'm a black Brit, but I'm African. When I fill out forms in the UK, it gives us, we're
Facts.
allowed to do that. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to say black, British, African, or black, British, Caribbean. We're allowed to keep our identity. We're allowed to practice our heritage. I've been to South Africa every single year since I was 9 years old. I know exactly who I
Okay,
am and where my people come from. Don't ever.
okay,
I'm coming on here as an African, and there's nothing you can do about that, American.
okay. Go ahead, FBA, and then I go to African because he hasn't spoke. Go ahead.
So I'm going to try to tackle three things. So, host, you said that you don't see any smoke of Black Americans going against the European immigrants that came over here. You wasn't here, that's why you didn't see it. You're talking about different generations. I'm not to be
But were
insulting
you
there,
there
host.
when the
We're talking about different
migration? Hang
generations.
on, hang on, hang on. Let's take it baby step.
Yeah, I know. No,
While
I
I
know what you're talking about, sir. I'm
address.
talking about my
No, no, no. Hang
grandmother's
on,
generation.
please,
My
please,
grandmother's. I'm about to
please,
tell you what my grandmother was doing.
please.
No,
FBA,
you're going.
I want
Okay,
you to take a
please.
deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath. Please relax.
I do not need to
I'm gonna be
re-explain yourself. I
specific.
heard you perfectly.
What I
I
it's
sent you
not.
3
It's
points,
because
sir.
you
I'm
already
trying to run fast.
misquoting me. You already misquoting me. I don't want you to rush with it. I want to be specific in what I say. What did I say? Since you heard me, what did I say?
Asking
So
why
you
you
said I
do not see
wasn't
any
there,
smoke. Yes, you was asking
and
why you don't see any smokes when Black Americans when it came to the multiple waves of immigrants. I mean, sorry, multiple waves of European immigrants that have come here. Yes, that was your question.
not exactly
We
that.
have
There was
had,
two things that I said.
but
Something that
yeah, but we
relates to
have
the
had
past,
multiple
which was the
waves. Oh,
influx. Yeah, you and I weren't there. Whether I was there or not is irrelevant. You
my
also
grandmother
weren't there
was.
because yeah, maybe in your there's someone in your bloodline that was
She's
there. I'm
still
not gonna
alive.
argue
We
with
could
that.
go talk to her if we want to.
Oh, okay, so what I was saying is first the migration of influx of Europeans that came in there. Then, when I specifically say there's no smoke for any other group, it's because I'm talking based on what I see. The criticism always goes to either the
See,
Caribbean blacks or the African blacks.
so I know, no. So that's why I wanted to disagree. Yes, I heard all that, sir. I would
Okay, fair
disagree
enough.
that no, that is not true. Remember earlier when I said to you guys, where were the beef 30 years ago? Where were the beef 10 years ago against the Africans? And that the beef wasn't really there. The smoke wasn't there because we was focusing on the other groups. We were focusing on the Hispanics. We was focusing on the European immigrants. We are still mostly focusing on the Hispanic immigrants. Definitely depends on where you are. I'm in the Midwest, Chicago particularly. We definitely argue with the Hispanic immigrants. So I get it that you don't see it, but the reason why y'all are getting so much smoke is we're pulling back from them. Y'all just assume that we just been lazy. We just decided to wake up and go only after the blacks. Y'all are getting the same fate that we've been giving the Y'all are getting the same fate that we have been giving the Hispanic immigrants for the past, I say 25 years. Because once we started finding out that Hispanic communities have their own anti-black gangs of cops that literally go out and unalive us, we are going after them. But now y'all catching the fade, and now y'all crying about
You
it.
see,
From my
hang on,
perspective,
hang on.
really quick, host, I did
Hang
say I
on,
want to
hang
take
on,
three
hang on.
things. That was only one. Yeah.
No, no, no. Yes, yes. Before you move on, I want to correct something. And the reason why you're going to
Okay.
go to other panels and talk to Africans, I need to say this. Your undertone is very condescending. Let's address something very
Yeah. Yes.
practical. When Africans,
No,
hang on.
sir.
When
It's
Africans
five of
come,
you
hang
guys and one of
on, please.
us.
My goodness.
That's why the
Wow, this
tone.
guy.
I'm
Listen,
explaining my tone. Don't sit here. I
please
have a tone when it's
listen,
five of
please
you and one of
listen,
me.
please
Y'all been
listen.
doshing us this whole time. That's why I have a
No,
tone. I came in
I
here
be
calm earlier,
neutral. I
didn't
be
I?
neutral. But I be neutral.
That's why I have a tone. The fuck?
This doesn't help anyway. Listen. When black people come to USA, who's employing them? Because you talk as if you pull the plug, all these black immigrants, they're just gonna disappear.
White supremacists
Who
do.
is employing them? Right. So why do you talk as if you are the one
White
who's
supremacists.
dictating who's getting employed?
We never said
You know,
what?
but guys, don't you see
Wait, no,
that
you
his
just don't. No, no,
undertone
no,
as
no,
he's
no. So,
speaking in
so
this
really
panel?
quick, host. Really quick, host.
No.
You
Hang on.
said
Making it
Am I
seem
the
something.
like
I
only
want
one
he's
you to
the
who is
one
respond
that's
to
who
it.
no, no,
witnessed
no, no,
Now
that?
no,
you
no.
asked me if.
No, it's
Wait,
facts.
who
He's
is this
making it
purple?
seem like
Purple. I'm
he's
talking to
making
the
it seem
host.
like
I'm
he's the
talking to
one
the
that's
host.
employing
I'm
Africans
talking to
No,
the
let
when he
them
host.
doesn't
talk
I'm
employ
because I
talking
want
to
anyone.
them
the
to
host.
intervene. I
I
want
am
them to
talking
intervene.
to the host.
No, allow them
You
to
do
talk
So
as
not
well
employ
are
because
you
I don't want
asking
them
me
to
Africans.
be like I'm.
exactly?
All the
Black
FBA
don't
tones are
hold
like
no
this.
power. They
All
don't
their
hold
tones
no
are like
power.
this.
Yeah, they don't
Exactly.
hold
So
no
why is he
power.
bugging? Why is he
So it's
bugging?
funny, host, how I have a tone, but these three get to disrespect us all day. Because at the end of the day, you
How
No,
people will
we
always,
because you
everybody
are
will
low
no
always
key
choose
no
a
rude.
side.
You low key rude and you
how
play victim
how
at
are
the
we
same time.
disrespecting
That is
you?
You
gaslighting,
use
man.
our terminology, sir. You're not a 12-year-old. Don't say low
No,
key. That's something
no,
children say.
no,
Don't
no, no,
say
no,
low
no.
key. That's something
Hold on,
children, black
FBA,
American children say that the rest of the
FBA.
world have taken because we are the
Oh, there
trendsetters.
goes
We have
No,
not.
I'm
the
talking to
main
the host. You
character
can wait,
Caesar.
We
African
have
warrior.
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
talking
no,
to the
no,
No, no, no, no, no,
host.
no, no,
no.
no.
Cause I'm finna
Yo,
correct you
yo,
on
this
something. I'm finna
guy's
correct you on something.
man. African, go
You know, these
ahead.
niggas be
Jeez,
robbing
man.
our language and pretending they all
Uh,
that. That's funny though.
okay, okay,
African, go ahead. I don't know. FBA, please stop doing
yeah.
that. Please. I don't want
It's
to go
so
Go
back
ahead.
it's
and
I
so
had
forth
two
with
more
you.
much.
points. Can I get my last 2 points out? Can I get my
Hold
last
on,
two
I'll
hold
points
come
out,
on.
back to
host?
you.
I said I had three.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
said no, come back.
Go
I'm
ahead.
done. Y'all have a good day. This is not worth my time.
All right, well, bye.
Oh, let him
Yeah.
go, man. Nobody's gonna beg him.
Bye. Like no
Jeez,
one
man.
cares.
Why
Like
is he
no one's gonna
crashing
follow
out?
you.
Well, that's
Why
what
is
they
he
do when they
crashing out?
come win.
I'm trying
They
to
like to
be as
play.
reasonable as possible. This is wild. I'm really trying to be as reasonable as possible,
Uh,
but I can't stand him trying to talk as if he's the one dictating what happens to black people when they migrate into America. That's just not true. Jeez.
Yeah, I want to say this because it's
Go
a lot
ahead.
of things that I want to correct that I overheard. So a lot of Black Americans are not educated enough to know about any African history. Like a person said, I don't know who said it. They only know about American history, and some of them barely even know that. So the word akata, I want to start with that. That's a Yoruba word that's in Nigeria, and it means stray cat. And yes, do some people use it as an insult? Yeah, but it is what it is. You got a roasting culture. Y'all like to talk about one another. So if an African say it, take it on the chin and keep rolling. They use it amongst other Africans, and they mean it when they do say it. It just means that you strayed away from your African roots. That's all. So get out your feelings when people say that. And then I want to say another thing. These FBAs don't control anything in America. They get the crumbs of whatever white person is in power or position give them. But my thing is, I get sick of them trying to play the victim card. You know what I'm saying? And then for him to sit here and say that Black Americans didn't have smoke. Some of us didn't have smoke and some of us did. Even in the 60s, if you were to call a Black American African, he'll tell you, oh man, I don't look like none of them damn jungle bunnies or jungle monkeys. So the hatred for Africa been there a long time. And they come up here and being disingenuous and lying. That's the part that I dislike about these FBAs. And another thing, host, you will see how these FBAs are. A lot of them, I say 90%. 90% of them are all the same. All the same. They don't know how to hold conversations. They get mad when they can't get their way, and then they get to cussing and being disrespectful. Everything he was saying, he was trying to be low-key disrespectful with it. And he got mad because we was catching on to it.
I say something real quick, Africa. Firstly, are you African
Uh,
American?
Yeah.
Okay, so your concept of our history is way off because you said in the 1960s that there was this smoke for Africans. That's not correct because
That is
during the
correct. How
can
you
I
gonna
finish?
tell
I
me?
didn't cut you off, bro.
No,
I
no,
didn't
no, no,
cut
no,
you
because
off.
you
I didn't
follow
cut
me.
you off,
You
bro.
follow me, and I'm finna correct you right now.
Yo,
My
bro,
dad,
I didn't
my
cut
dad,
you off.
no,
You
my
just
dad
said
is
that the last dude couldn't control
okay. Go
himself,
ahead,
and now you're doing the
go ahead.
same exact thing. So, first of all, during the civil rights movement and the Black Power movement, especially the Black Power movement, was Pan Africanist. The Black Panthers were Pan Africanists. The Black Power movement was Pan Africanist. So you don't know what you're talking about when you said there was some type of smoke between African Americans and Africans. That's crazy. And if you grew up during that time period, like I did, I'm 56, the magazines like Essence and Jet magazine always had something about Africa in them. Do you remember the series that they had where they were selling the portraits of great African kings? They were all up on the wall in the house I grew up in. So there was no smoke. I don't know how old you are or any of that, and you don't know what you're talking about. And then coming into the 80s when we were walking around with the African patches around our neck instead of jewelry. I grew up wearing dashikis. What are you talking about, bro? This new beef between Africans and African Americans is some new nonsense on TikTok. And it's a small minority on both sides that are dealing with this bullshit, because that's exactly what it is. But don't come up here and say that there was always been beef between us and Africans and weren't proud to be Africans, because that's a falsehood. That's 100% falsehood.
You done?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to rebut you. First of all, you didn't grow up in Jim Crow era, so you can't tell me nothing. My father grew up in Jim Crow era, and he told me the story. He's way older than 56, whatever the hell you said you was. And like I said, if you would have listened, instead of trying to listen forward to response, I said some black Americans was for Africa and some was not. So it was a division. Not the entire black America, no. But it was a few individuals, or out the percentage of black folks that were not on Africa's side. So what are you talking about?
First of all, my mother, who's still alive, grew up in Jim Crow, bro. So going back as far as Jim Crow, my mother raised me to be a proud descendant of Africa. So when what you're talking about, I never seen. My family comes from North Carolina and Georgia. What you're talking about, I never experienced it ever. So this small
Are we
minority in
going?
what you're
Are
talking
we
about,
going off your anecdotal experience, or are we going off
yo,
reality?
Okay.
so
Okay, I don't want
I've
to create a
never
back and
seen
forth.
it.
Okay, cool. I get that point. Let's go to Spicy. You want to say anything? Or I can go to these new
Oh
people here.
yeah, I did want to say something. So if we're gonna be honest, yeah, some Black Americans do are Pan African and do accept their African ancestry, but we all know there's a lot of Black Americans that are ashamed of that. Like, please, let's not lie. Even my husband, who's a Black American, he talks about his grandmother being very, very like anti-Black, and they're from Louisiana. So please, let's stop the cap, okay? So just because you never experienced nothing doesn't mean it's not happening, okay? And not only was it back then, even when I was growing up, okay? You go tell a Black American, oh, you African descent, they're gonna be say no. So let's stop the lies, okay? And I also wanted to say something what that man said before he left. They're talking about Africans never, we are not as, like, we didn't conquer as much as them, but people have to keep in mind that a lot of African countries are only like 60, 50 years old. So we're 60, 50 years old out of colonization, and America is how old? Like 200 plus? You cannot compare the two. Like, they really need to, like, a lot of them really need to understand history and just and learn, because they don't know a goddamn thing.
Ma'am,
All
you're
right.
not even
Let's go to
African
FBA on
American.
code.
Ma'am,
FBA on code. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you. Well, thanks for
Let's
welcoming me
keep
to
power
the
tapping.
panel.
Just a second. Just a second. Guys, please power tap your screen. Let's see if we can get to 15K. I appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead. Welcome. Let's hear what you have to say.
Um, so I'm not against nobody or for nobody. I'm gonna say that first. So I don't look to offend anyone, right? The thing that I want to say is that it says that can the Black Americans that come visit the continent stop spreading bad news with misinformation. Now I went and spent a lot of time in Africa, and I had a great time. But I reported my great time, and I also reported the things that was not good. And when I saw this, it kind of struck me like it sounded like y'all saying hide the truth or don't tell the truth of your experience. That's why I came in.
No,
So
please
what's your
speak
response to
your
that?
speak as you see fit. No one is doing what you perceive it to be.
Well,
Let's hear what you have to
that's my
say.
first. So you can go ahead if you want to sit up front. I mean, it don't matter.
Yeah, so I don't know where you got that or gathered that from. No one's saying hide your quote unquote true experience. Experiences aren't anecdotal. Like some people will go to Zanzibar and love it, but some people won't. Some mentally ill people, but yeah. So I don't think anyone is saying hide your experience. We're just saying like stop coming to our continent while chatting shit. Like there was a man that was on a panel yesterday that was in
Says stop.
Africa. Hold on. He was in Africa, Uganda, and he was saying how he's writing. He was living in Uganda, by the way, and saying he was FBA. His words, not mine. He said that he was writing a dissertation about how the poorest place on planet Earth, which is sub-Saharan Africa, which it actually isn't the poorest place on the planet Earth, but that's what he had convinced himself in his brain. And he literally said he was going to write a dissertation on it. So you can't like. And then there's another woman who went to Zanzibar, right? Zanzibar, and decided to go to a poor village in Zanzibar and post those kids and those families, and also another American woman in Zanzibar disrespecting that country, disrespecting Tanzanian people. So yeah, like that was boo. Yes, I see it was boo
Okay, so
happening.
all right, thanks for letting me know that. So I guess what I'm going to say is this. You know, this says stop spreading bad news and some misinformation, which means some of the information is true, and some of the bad news, if it's bad news, it needs to be shared because it's true. So I understand people not dealing with misinformation. I get that part. Are you asking me what African tribe or American tribe? Um, I'm just saying that you know it's not really fair to say that because you should say the truth. And when I went to Nairobi, it was beautiful. It was the mall. They had the Sarah
What's
Center.
the truth
Hold on,
then? What is the truth we're trying to
I'm
hide?
sharing. I'm sharing it now.
Yeah,
So I
but
went.
hurry up because
I'm
you're
sharing
doing
it
too
now.
much.
Please don't rush me, ma'am, because it's not. It's not. It's not. I'm not here for that. So when I went to Nairobi, I went to the Sarah Center. I went to the doctors. I got my shots and stuff like that. I was at the airport, Kenya Air, and stuff like that. It was cool. I even spent time in Kigolo or Laikipia, different towns and stuff like that. But the slums in Nanyuki is the place where I have very 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 deep spots in my heart for those people because it's like 90 people crammed into these small cells and they just like shove ugali and sukuma wiki and chapati and lentils through the window. I mean through the gates and they like never get out. It's like really really sad. I think that they should up those conditions because they got it looking like it's a jail and it's really a orphanage or a refugee camp. So that's one thing that I think I was sharing like, yeah, but let's bring some awareness to that. Let's bring some changes. So I don't think that people saying stuff that's negative in Africa is bad. I think that people that got certain hate and disdain for certain groups or certain people is bad. You follow me?
Okay, I don't know why
Right,
it's
and
so
I agree
difficult.
with you.
Just a second. I like what Spice said earlier on, and she articulated it very well. Because the fact of the matter is that this is not mistakenly worded. It says exactly what is written there. And I don't think this is hard to be perceived. So if you're gonna tell, you see, the thing that I don't understand is where are we trying to go with this? Because if you come to Africa and to tell me, yeah, you have this and you have running sewage, yeah, this is our reality. Like I don't see the point of pointing that out. So are we going to pick and poke on each other? Like, what does this lead us to? That's the point I'm trying to make here. Like you really don't have your only experience for the most part will be in America, right? And if I check correctly, I don't think black immigrants that are coming there specifically from Africa are going around exposing neighborhoods and saying this, and that. I'm not denying that there's no
Yeah,
foolishness
but
going
black
on in the
Africans,
internet. Listen,
yeah,
please,
but
please, before you come in.
black Africans are coming to the United States, and some of y'all get on code white people and interfere with
No,
what
no,
Black
please
Americans
stop
are trying
bringing
to
that
do.
white. What do you mean by that? Can you explain to
If
me
What
what
I
you mean
mean
by
like
that?
that, when
some
you,
of y'all
I'm
check off
answering you.
white, make sure our race when y'all come to me.
When you have Africans making videos and saying stuff like, "Oh, I don't know why Black Americans always complaining about racism when there is no racism," or they make videos talking about, "Oh, they don't need reparations, they're just lazy," or they make videos saying, "Yeah, we come over here, we do better than y'all, and y'all just jealous." Same thing, bro.
You done?
So why is it that you could be upset of what goes on in your countries when we come down there, which you have a right to, but we don't have the
So
right to be
give me
upset when
give
you
me the
come to our
percentage.
country?
Give me the percentage of Africans that are doing this besides the foolishness that is happening on social media, which some
It's
people
really
are
on
I
doing
can
for
social
ask you
media.
the
points.
same exact
I mean,
question.
really only on social media.
No, no, no,
Hold
no.
up.
Please
I can
don't be
ask you the same
I'll
redundancy.
exact.
just say
I
one
don't want
thing.
to deal with redundancy. Okay, I ask you an intellectual question. Give me an answer. If you're gonna engage, that's fine. If you're not, I'm gonna pass it and go to the next person because I'm not trying to
Okay.
have a
I
tennis
said,
matches here. Either you want
It's
to
not a
engage
tennis.
or you just want to back and forth. I ask you a legitimate question because I'm addressing something. Then you're trying to flip it and give me. Don't do this, man. Don't double
I'm not.
standardize
Listen,
my talking
what I'm
points. I'm
saying is,
addressing specific issue. You don't need to try to be defensive and then try to flip what I'm saying.
I'm not defensive,
Don't
bro.
do that.
What
No, but
what
you're
I'm s-
flipping what I'm saying. So now I'm asking you, what is the number of Africans that come there that do that? Because you just say that you side with Whitey. What does it even mean to side with Whitey?
when you go
I'm
against
asking
the
you.
interest, you keep asking me,
Do
but you
you
keep
do that
talking
to the
over me.
Arab? No, 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 no. Now I'm gunning you down. Do you say that to the
You're
Arab? Do
not
you say
gunning
that
me
to the
down.
Chinese? Do you say that to the Indian? I'm asking you. Do you say that to those kind of people? To the Arab? To the Muslims? Do you say
Yes,
that to the Jews?
yes,
Oh
yes.
man, no,
You
you
do
We
don't.
not,
just had a whole.
liar. What a
Hold
This
up.
is the
liar.
problem.
They lying.
Wait a minute.
He
We just
lying.
had a
He
whole
lying.
He
thing.
knows he
We.
doesn't do
He
that,
lying.
Oh
but you
my
wanna
They don't.
God.
attack the weakest
They don't
group of
have.
immigrant so that you can feel good about yourself. This is
Yo,
cowardice.
Thank you.
first
Thank
of
you.
This
all,
is
we had a
cowardice,
They
whole
bro.
thing.
they
We
don't
had a
attack the
whole thing.
Arabs.
Yo, Africa, give me 1 second, Africa. We just had a
I
whole
don't
thing with
figure.
Asians over affirmative action because Asians decided to file lawsuits to attack affirmative action. And we had a whole big brouhaha with Asians in America over that one thing. What are you talking about, bro? If
Let me
you
say
go
this, and
against
then I want to
our
move on.
interests,
Just hang on, just hang on, please, please. When you say
no,
going
because you
against your
keep
drink,
saying
no, no, no,
stuff
no,
and
no,
you're
please,
wrong
please,
because I'm.
no, 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 please mute, please mute. You're not in a position to say go against your interest. I don't see how you're in a position to say that
See,
when you
that's
don't
what the
own the
thing
means of
is. You
production.
Africans don't like us. Just say you don't like
Oh,
us.
you do you see how
A
he's
I'm
playing
gonna be
victim
victim,
honest with
guys?
you.
complex. Now it's the victim. This is what they
I
Do you
agree
see?
with
do.
you.
They do this.
Oh,
Like, who
this is
said
so
they didn't like
exhausting.
him? Gola, who actually said, which one of
Oh
you
my
Africans on this
goodness.
panel said you didn't like this man? Where did he
You're
get
not
that
giving me
from?
respect. You're not
What
giving me
respect?
respect.
What respect do you want? Respect is earned, sir. It's not given. What respect do you need?
Respect
What
is
Right.
respect do you
given.
deserve? No, it's
So
It's
earned.
earned.
when
You
you
It's
earn your
spoke,
earned.
when
respect.
you
You
It's
speak,
earn
Listen,
your
earned.
we
respect.
listen,
listen.
listen.
You
Let's take it
talk
this
over
way.
us whenever we
Listen,
speak,
please listen. Please listen.
and
I'm
you make
engaging with him,
insults.
guys.
What's wrong with
Guys,
these
I'm
people?
engaging with him. Let me ask you this question. You just stated that you come here, you go against our interests. That is wrong for you to state that. Now I want to explain why, and I'll give you a chance to respond. You know why? Because some of you miss this point. Your real beef is between you and whitey folks. Every other immigrant group that comes there has nothing to do with it. Even if you think they indirectly benefit, that's just unfortunate. It just so happens to be. But you fail to see that, and then you attack the weakest link, which are the Africans or the Caribbeans, because that's the easiest thing for you to do. You guys are not intellectually honest. So when I ask you, how can you say that? You can't say that when you're not in the position to employ these people. When you're in the position to employ these people and they still take that from you, then you can say that what is owed to you is to the whitey man, the white supremacists. That's your beef. That's who you have to go and deal with.
So
You
I'm
need
gonna
to
say this.
comprehend that. That's the nuance.
So
I hope you get it, though.
okay, but do
Oh,
you understand when I say go
Let him
against
talk.
our
Let him talk,
interests?
Africa.
Wait,
Let him talk, Africa.
when I say you go against our interests, right? So if we're having a conversation with white people about reparations, and then we have black people from Africa and the Caribbean making videos and in politics saying that we
You're
don't
obsessed
deserve
with Caribbean
reparations.
people.
Excuse me?
You guys are
Hang on,
obsessed with Caribbean
hang on,
people. I've
sis.
noticed it. You're
Let's
So
give him a
he's
obsessed
a
with
chance.
them.
Republican.
Let's
Wait
give
a
him a
minute.
chance to speak. I just want to get
Yo,
this point.
so
Let's give him
so
a chance to speak.
everybody acts like this doesn't happen, right? So the I think his name is Byron Donalds, who's from the Caribbean, was just on the Breakfast Club a while ago and said that he did not believe in reparations because his people can't get it. So you could go to the Breakfast Club on YouTube and you will find that. That's not a conversation he should be in. He's from the Caribbean. And I can show you videos from Africans saying the same exact thing. That's not a conversation you should be in because it has nothing to do with you.
But
That's what I'm talking about, our interests.
that's a little bit
Okay,
silly.
you made your point. Can I allow us to speak now? Go ahead,
Yes.
JK. Thank you.
One thing is the problem with the whole reparation conversation is that where do you stop? Because there are a lot of cultures and a lot of people that could go back in their history and say, well, if they're getting it, then this thing happened to my people, so we should get it, and then you're just in a never-ending loop. So I think a lot of people, I don't think they necessarily shouldn't be in the conversation. I think they're very entitled to have an opinion on it.
First question is number one. When we talk about the transatlantic slave trade and what happened to my people, you have nothing to say about that. You didn't experience it. You don't understand.
Are you
Let me
just
finish
one
talking.
question? Okay.
Nobody's saying that slavery and hasn't happened in other places in the world. This conversation is between the descendants of that and the government that allowed it. How
Hey,
do
high
you
point.
feel that you have a right to interfere with that conversation?
Before y'all go
Because
forward, I just
because
want to
because
ask
the
one thing.
Hold on,
facts
hold on,
are, I
hold
just
on,
have
hold on.
one
I
thing
want
to
to say
say.
that. I want to say this to High Point
One at a
because
time,
what he
guys. One at a
said,
time.
what he said, don't even make sense, and I want to call out his fakeness too. So the people that was in part of the Atlantic slave trade, they came from Africa. They left back loved ones. So we share ancestors. So they
Yes.
have every right to have an opinion on reparations, just like I don't even know because one part you claim to be indigenous on one panel, then the next panel you claim it to be FBA. I don't know what you is, but I would like for you to unfollow me now. Yeah, unfollow me now that I know who you are. Unfollow me because I don't like you pretending or you FBAs following me. I don't associate
Okay.
myself with you guys.
First of all,
Well,
Y'all
I'm
a
not.
I'm
problem.
about
I
to
don't even
follow
know
you
who
so you
you
can
are.
All
unfollow me
right,
too,
So
FBI.
that's number
spicy,
one.
spicy.
And if I
Let
followed you,
spicy
it's
come
because you
in there.
followed me first.
All
Hold on,
right.
Hang on,
real
hang on.
fast before
I
y'all do
wanted
that.
to
Hi,
say
hi,
this.
hi.
I
Hang
wanted to
on.
say this. So you hear people, some African people, what I was saying, talking about reparations and that they're against it, but there are also Africans who are for reparations for Black American people. So I'm just confused on what's the point of that? Like, there are some Africans who are against it, and there are some Africans who are for it, like me. I feel that Black Americans should get reparations. So, and number two, I mean, I'm just confused. Don't we live in America and don't we have freedom of speech? Can't people have an opinion on any goddamn thing? I
Yeah.
just be confused about these FBAs. Like, I be wondering if y'all gonna jump out the screen and beat people's ass for going to doing their like freedom of speech. I'm confused. We have freedom of speech. People can talk about whatever the fuck they want to talk about. And two, yes, some Africans, it is our business, okay? Because I'm Liberian and I can trace my lineage to plantations in America. So that motherfucker is my business, and I have a right to speak on it. Okay, y'all gonna get reparations? Should they need to give the Liberians that came from America? We need to get reparations too. The fuck?
Here's the question I'm going to ask, right? So in this prompt, it says, can the Black Americans that come visit the continent of Africa stop spreading bad news and some misinformation, right? So as Africans, you feel that you have the right to ask people that come visit your country to respect
It's
how
not a
you
country,
feel.
it's a continent.
I know that.
You said country though.
Well, I misspoke. So
Okay.
you said you feel you have the right to ask people that are visiting your continent to stop doing certain things that you feel are wrong in your continent,
Yes.
on your
We have the
continent.
right.
So
Well,
right.
I feel
So
like
why
that. Not all
wait,
Africans. Hold on. Hold on. You
wait,
asked the
ma'am. So
question. Can
why
we
don't
answer? You asked the question. Can we not
I
answer? Like,
haven't asked the
damn.
question yet?
You've
I'm
been
about to
talking this
ask the
entire
question.
time.
Listen, I'm about to ask the question. If you feel you have that right, why don't African Americans have the right in their country to ask the same thing?
We're not, because you're not asking the same thing. What you like? You're not asking the same thing.
Well,
What
But
I
same
would
thing are you
say,
asking?
well, this is what I would say. Number one, we're dealing with two different countries. So the rules in Africa are different from the rules in America. America, the rule is
Africa's not a
freedom of
country.
speech. Yeah,
Man,
continent.
what is freedom of speech in America?
Freedom of speech is I can talk about whatever I want to talk about. So
But
if
it doesn't.
today, so hold on, like today, right now, I can say freedom of speech is I can say right now, like I don't like Muslims. That's freedom of speech. I can say that. In America, I
Yeah.
can say that. Now, if I go to other countries like in Africa, I cannot say that because they don't have freedom of speech. But in America, I can say that. So
Okay.
yes, I can do freedom of speech and I can speak on whatever I want to speak on in America. Okay,
Right.
now in
But
Africa, they may not have that, so the rules are different. Okay,
ma'am,
and also too with your question, everybody on this panel who answered the prompt had different opinions on it. Personally, I said that I just think Africa is just not for all Black Americans because I think Africa has a certain way of living and a certain standard of living where a lot of Black Americans cannot get with. So that's why a lot of times they have these negative views. It's not for everybody. Okay, the convenience that Americans have in America, Africa, we don't have that. So it's not for everybody.
Can I
So
so
can I
what
ask
I'm
the
wait
Said,
real
lady that
quick.
said
and
that she
I
was
said,
Liberian? May I speak with her, please?
Just
yeah.
1 second, bro.
The li-
Yo, so
the
the First
Liberian
Amendment
the
No, no,
doesn't
no.
allow
High, high, high,
Liberian
high, high,
lady
high
that
point.
said
High
Yo,
point.
the
mute
li-
High Point, bro.
the
Yeah.
Liberian lady that said that she was of Liberian descent. Look, okay, so from what I understand is that the Liberian people uh hijacked the boat, the ship with the slave owners and went back to Liberia. They didn't even go get into America. Is
No,
that
that's
correct?
that's incorrect. So there's that story when they were capturing slaves that there were crew people who were very strong and they were able to do that. And that's why slave masters did not want to get those people. But there's something called Americo-Liberians who came from the transatlantic slave trade, and in 1820 or in 1822 they had the back to Africa movement and they put those people in Liberia. So there are some Liberians who are Americo-Liberians who came from the transatlantic slave trade who can trace their lineage to plantations in America
Really?
today. It can happen.
Okay. I didn't never. That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yes, and that's why
Okay.
there are many in Liberia. That's why the capital is Monrovia. We have a lot of American cities, and that's why a lot of Liberians have a lot of YT last names.
Okay, got you. All right then. I mean, yeah, I can't dispute you. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard of it. I'm not going to call you a liar. No, no, you sounds credible. And to the guy that said that everybody went through slavery, no, nobody went through Black American chattel slavery, which was
I
brutal and
understand
wicked
that,
and
bro.
ugly, and they deserve
slavery,
reparations.
chattel slavery happened in the Caribbean.
Hang
It
on,
was way
guys.
more
No, chattel
brutal.
No, it
slavery did
happened
not
Guys,
in
happen in the
guys,
Caribbean.
the Arab
Where?
slave
guys,
trade,
guys.
And
Hang
bro.
where?
on,
It
guys.
Where?
happened in
Let
the
him
So
talk.
Caribbean. It
the
Where?
happened in
first slave
Jamaica.
No, it did
In
not.
the
No,
It
Arab
it did
happened in
slave
not. No,
trade.
Jamaica.
it did not.
Yes, it did.
No, it did not.
Do
It
you know
we
happened
what chattel
only in
slavery
America.
means? Do you know
so
what
Chattel
chattel slavery?
slavery
It
happened
happened
only
in
in America.
Brazil.
You
It
can
happened
stop
in
that
South
one.
America. It happened in
No,
Central
nope,
America.
not
Are
not
you
chattel,
stupid?
not chattel.
Are you
What is the
a
stupid?
definition of
BMW,
chattel?
a BMW. She's right. The first slaves that left the
Oh my
continent
God, they're so
actually went.
stupid.
Yo,
What's
the
the de-
first slaves that left the continent actually went to Brazil
what
and the
is the
Caribbean. They
definition of
did not
chattel?
listen, bro. Let me
Uh,
finish, bro. The first
You the
slaves that
one that
left.
said that. That said to
I
everybody, where
listen,
does it
bro.
stop at?
I'm about to
Right? Wasn't that
explain it
you?
to you. Listen,
Wasn't
bro.
that you?
Listen, bro. The
I'm asking you
first,
a question. You
yes,
made
I'm
that
the one that
comment,
said
right?
everybody went through slavery.
Yeah,
Now,
we
listen,
were talking about a specific
bro.
slavery. We're
Can I
talking about
finish
chattel
talking, bro?
slavery. It was
Okay,
only
listen,
in
Okay,
America.
okay,
You're going to
okay. Time
rewrite
okay,
the
out, time
history
out,
bro,
book?
time out. One at a time,
bro,
please. You're not about to go to this
bro. The
redundancy.
first slavers to come to the
I'm
to the
not talking
continent,
about the first
bro. Can I
slavers. We're
finish
talking
talking,
Yo,
about
bro?
BM.
we're talking chattel slavery,
Jesus
man.
Christ, bro. Listen to what I'm about to teach you, bro. The first slavers that came to the continent were from Portugal. They brought slaves from the continent to the Caribbean until Brazil, right? So a lot
We
of the
know that.
slaves,
What
let
is
me finish, bro. God
hurry up,
damn it.
man, because you bullshitting.
God damn it, man. So a large portion, that was cattle slavery, bro. and
It's
some of
not
them
called
slave.
cattle. It
Bro,
was
let
not
me
an
finish.
animal,
Control
dumbass.
your
It's called
emotions.
chattel. CHATTEL.
Oh
Okay.
You
man,
So
don't even know how to
high
bro.
point.
spell
High
or
point. Let
define
him
it.
finish. Let him finish.
This
I
is
want to
how
see what is his point.
ignorant you people,
Let's
some
just
people are.
let's
It's
just him
called
finish. I
chattel
want to see.
slavery, and it only happened in America. You don't know
That's
what the
not
fuck you
true.
talking about. It ain't called no
You don't
damn
know what you're
cattle.
talking
It
about. You're
wasn't
lying.
livestock. It's called chattel.
Can you mute
C
him
H
so I
A
can?
double T E L. It
This
was
man
Bro, you
talks
need to
way
and it
too
was
learn the
much.
history of
brutality,
our people,
and it
bro.
was involving
Bro,
And it
torture.
was
And
worse in the Caribbean. It was worse in Brazil. It was worse. It was
Okay.
worse. It
Can I
was
speak as a
worse.
Can I speak as a Caribbean person, please? Can
this
I
dude
just
Yeah.
is
got two
dumb.
minutes to speak? Can I speak as a Caribbean person? Yes. I don't know where this boy was educated because the Caribbean had chattel slavery. Your slave codes in America was written off the slave codes in the Caribbean. The Caribbean had longer slavery than you
it
and more
wasn't chattel
brutal
slavery
slavery
in the
than you.
Caribbean.
The
Please let him
Caribbean
talk.
had
I didn't say
Let
chattel
that
him
they didn't
finish.
have
slavery.
slavery. I said chattel
Oh my
slavery.
God.
Yo,
The
BMW,
Caribbean
don't let
had
me mute you
chattel
again,
Chattel
please.
slavery.
slavery. I didn't say
Oh
nothing
my
about
God.
slavery. I said chattel
Can I speak
slavery.
before
The Caribbean
to
didn't
me,
have
please?
chattel
Can
Yo,
slavery. They
before
had
he
BM.
regular
interrupt?
BM, can
slavery.
you let her finish?
Carla, can you put her on Showtime? Because he's just not going to let
Well,
her
go ahead.
speak.
I'll drop him. I don't have time. I don't have all day.
Yeah,
I'll mute him. If he unmute, I drop him. That's
as
it.
I was saying,
He's a grown
the
man. He can
Caribbean
control his
had chattel
impulses.
slavery. Not only not only that they had chattel slavery, the slaves in the Caribbean, the plantations in the Caribbean was owned by the same people that owned the 13 colonies in America. They were not different plantation owners, they were the same owners. The reason why they came into North America is because they needed more room because the plantations in the Caribbean were becoming more successful. For example, in Barbados, Barbados was run by the British when it settled. When Barbados was one of the top earners in the Caribbean for the British, one of the top earners. So when people start flocking to the island to gain wealth, to get wealth, they start to they needed more room. So then they gathered some slaves, some indentured servants, and brought them into the Carolinas and founded the Carolinas. So there's nobody that can say that the Caribbean
Did
did
they
not have
did the
chattel
slave
slavery
masters
because
beat and
you're, oh my
brutalize and
God,
run
can I
breeding farms in the
speak?
Caribbean?
Oh, can I speak,
You
please?
got a
Can
Thank
you
you.
let her
source for
The
finish? Then you
everybody's
can
Caribbean
ask your
source.
had,
question. Let
oh
her
my
finish. Then you can
God.
ask your question.
The life expectancy in the Caribbean for a slave was 7 years. The reason why they treated the slaves in the Caribbean so brutal is because we were like it's like okay, if he died tomorrow, we could go and bring another ship the next day, and that is how they used to operate. They used to treat us disposable, like disposable plates. So yes, the slavery in the Caribbean was much more brutal than the slavery in North America, and it was longer than the slavery in North America. So because your slave codes in North America was written off the slave codes in the Caribbean. So there's no way that what happened in North America did not happen in the Caribbean when your rules and regulations for slavery was written off the rules and regulations for slavery in the Caribbean. So
Do you
make
have a
it make
Okay,
source for
allow
sense.
that?
him to ask him a
Do,
question then.
do you have a source for that, miss? Everything you just said, can you
Sources
pull
are
up the
all
source? Because I like to
yes,
see
sir.
that chattel slavery existed in the Caribbean and it was brutal and torturous and they had breeding farms and they fed the slave babies to
Know what
alligators.
slavery is?
Can you show me a source that verifies that
Do you
chattel
know what
slavery?
slavery is? She's
Can you
finding the
can you
source, but
pull
do
up
you
a
know what
source? I
slavery
don't answer
is?
stupid questions. Can you
You
answer?
are stupid though. You've been
Can
like,
you
you are
pull up a
so
source
dumb.
that
You do not know
verify
any. You're just
that
wasting
chattel
our time.
slavery was brutal in the Caribbean as it was in
Google
North
it. Like
America?
what? Google it.
Yo,
Google. I
bro,
don't use Google. I'm not that weak and naive like you.
then you need to read some other books, bro, because I don't know why
You
we.
ain't the obviously you don't have the capability to do research. You say you talking about Google. That lets me know your IQ
Oh,
level.
so there it tells you, sir, that chattel slavery was founded
Okay,
in the
where?
Caribbean.
Where?
It
I'm reading it.
started in the
Where?
Caribbean.
Where? Where?
Read.
Where does it say chattel at?
Right, the first word you see, bro. Cattle slavery
Okay,
was
chattel slavery
foundational
was a
institution
foundational institution. The
in the
Caribbeans cut off
Caribbean.
To the
from the
Caribbean.
okay on brutal sugar plantations, and
Oh my God.
okay, well I stand to be corrected. All right, I never
Oh
heard.
wow, at least
All
you
right,
know that
now
part
you
now.
Wow.
see. Okay, well
Oh my
that's two
goodness.
things that I
What
learned
the
today.
heck?
I've never heard this until
No,
today.
that's good. I'm really impressed. You're quite
Angola, when I
you're willing
say
to
they don't
learn.
know anything, when I say they don't know anything, I'm right. They've literally done nothing but prove
No,
my point.
Who is they?
no, that's incorrect.
Wait, wait,
Don't
wait, wait,
get
wait,
too
wait.
far.
Who is they?
Don't get too far
They
ahead of
is
yourself.
they.
Who's
They
they?
No,
is
she
they.
does.
They.
No, no, no. Brother BM, she does have a good point there because your
Mm-hmm.
premises was that this is exclusive to USA. You
Well,
can talk to
yeah,
me.
yeah.
That in
I
itself. No, no, no.
No,
mean,
it is.
Hang on, please,
Oh my
please listen,
God.
please listen. That is always the premises some of you guys start, and that disconnects us completely. We can even have a conversation because you then begin to think that your experience are intrinsically unique and nobody else can relate, and you locked in this landmass for 4 plus 500 years. That has
Exactly.
affect how you view the world
That
because you
was
look,
only
my
see it
point,
okay,
and
Wait a
it was
from the
minute.
proven.
Hold up.
perspective.
okay.
Hang on, from the perspective of the U.S. history, and we know how the U.S. history has been worded and has been documented,
Yeah,
the history
it's
period of the
whitewashed
continent.
history, and
That's
Hey,
not only
that's
that,
the
it's
reason why
intentionally.
I haven't heard this because everything is so whitewashed in these history books, and
But you must be willing to engage, brother.
the
But you
critical.
You
must
will
be,
hear it.
you were trying. Can you, BM? Can you please just let me talk because you have been talking for a while, and I also want to get a word out. You know, even the way you were willing to die behind unalive behind the fact that chattel slavery didn't happen in the Caribbean. You were very stubborn. We were trying to talk to you, but it wasn't really clicking. That was what I was more so saying to Ngola, like, see, because this is what I was saying earlier before both of you joined on the live, both you and Hi joined on the live, that
Okay,
when you
okay.
tell them things and when you try to educate them on African or other black history across the globe, they don't want to listen because they don't think it's important. It
All right, I did
slavery
concede, and I said
slavery.
I was wrong.
I know,
I
I know, and
conceded,
I know, and
and
I
I
know,
agree. You
but
all
like
should. The Caribbean people, descendants should get reparations if that's the case.
and the
If what I
Liberians,
just
because
read is
you didn't
accurate,
even know that Liberians who have certain who don't have indigenous African last names, because I've met them, I'm surrounded around them, are descendants of American chattel
no,
slavery.
I
You didn't know that
didn't. I
too.
did not. No,
So
I
so
did
so
not know
instead
that
of
because all
so
I've been hearing is that Liberia was founded primarily because the slave people turned the boat around and went back, and
that's
that's
not
how
true.
Liberia was
So,
founded, from what I've heard. So they
so
didn't
that's
the
not
even
slave.
make it
true.
to America until
See,
she just
two,
told me
hold
otherwise.
up, bro.
Now, I mean, a
Hold
minute
up.
ago.
Two things I want to say. First of all of us are not um know more than what you think we do. Just like I know that the slaves that went to Liberia caused so much problems because they subjugated the indigenous people that were there. Because I know the
Correct.
history, because I read. Second of all, when we talk about reparations, it's just not about slavery. And I had to say this over and over to white people. It is just not about slavery. We're talking about the 90% of the land that we lost. We're talking about our towns and economic um how we exceeded economically and they destroyed that. It's just not about slavery. So if you can tell me how much land you lost in the United States of America, then yeah, then you can come
But
into this
even
conversation about reparations. But it's not
But
just about slavery. It's
but
but
the
about more
slave
even
than just
owners in
slavery.
America got
oh my God,
reparations. It was the
Jesus. But
slaves
the
that
thing,
didn't get it.
listen, look, I want to talk to High, but I want to, do you do realize that, okay, for example, my country, apartheid, ne, that was literally the Dutch explorers used the same playbook that Jim Crow used to, in his era of whatever the flip. You do realize that, right? You do realize that a lot of the stuff Black Americans experience in America, other people, Black people across the world have experienced it at the hands of white people, whether it's the Portuguese, whether it's the English, whether it's the Irish, whether it's it doesn't matter. It's you just because it's not happening in America doesn't mean it hasn't happened to Black people across the globe, right? Like, is that something we can agree on, or is that something you rebuttal profusely?
No,
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
don't know if I
Hold
can
up,
fully agree with
BMW.
that. All of that.
BMW, hold
Yeah.
up, bro. Listen, I agree with everything you're saying, but listen to what I'm saying. What I'm
Uh huh.
saying is your beef is not with the United States. When we talk about reparations, we're talking about what happened here in the United States. Should you get
I
reparations
know.
for what the Dutch did? Yes. So all we're saying is this conversation that we're having with the United States government, if you're not on code with us, don't say nothing. But unfortunately, we have people that are not Black American that are coming into the conversation on the side of the white tea people.
Yeah.
So what am I saying that's wrong? And I didn't say all, I said some. So what am
Oh.
I saying that's wrong?
What? Well. Okay. So I concede and I apologize. I
Not you,
misunderstood.
BMW, not you, BMW. I'm talking to
I don't
the
think you're saying anything wrong, but I just think when you're saying that Africans or Africans in general, because it's not all Africans that live in America, it's like 1% of the entire
I'm not
African. Hold on, like I let you finish, you're gonna have to also let me finish if you want an actual conversation. But yeah, like it's I don't think like you just heard the Liberian American woman that was up here, she literally said that she thinks they do when the FBA movement began, she was in support because she thought it had strictly something to do with resources. That's what I'm not resources, sorry, reparation. So because she thought the movement was to advocate for Black Americans having reparations, she was in support of it. And a lot of Africans have had the same sentiments where when they, in the beginning, they thought FBA had something strictly to do with reparations, so they were in support of it. When they realized it was xenophobia, they steered away from it. I don't think anyone is saying you can't get reparations, you deserve reparations, the same way we all deserve reparations, but it can't, if you're trying to start a movement and trying to push that out to the world, you can't get lost in the xenophobia, you can't get lost in the disrespect. You know, you need to have one specific goal where you actually go around. You know, when you goal, a set goal, and
Can
that if your goal is reparations, I'm still talking. If your
Can
goal is
I ask you a
reparations,
question? Or are you
I'm
going to
still
keep
talking.
monologuing?
I'm still talking.
Well,
I'm
hurry up.
still talking. You don't talk. I'm gonna take 10 more minutes now because you told me to hurry up. So if your goal is strictly reparations, go get the reparations. Leave everyone else alone. That's
yeah.
literally all it is. It's not. I don't think anyone that disputes the fact that you deserve reparations has deeper issues within themselves. That's probably a white supremacist in a black body. But
So
I
the
think
white
everyone can
slave
agree you
owners
deserve.
they
Oh
got paid
Jesus
reparations. The
Christ!
white American
Look,
slave owners got reparations. Did the Caribbean slave owners get reparations? Is my
yo,
question.
okay, check this out. So I agree with what you're saying, right?
They
And
were
first of all,
the
I'm
same
not.
slave owners. What are you asking? They were the same
Truly,
Hold
Did
slave
on,
the
owners.
hold on,
They were
Caribbean
Stacy.
this,
slave owners receive reparations
sir.
like the
They were
American white
this,
slave owners?
sir. They
They're
were the
different
same
countries.
owners. Can I speak, please? They were the same owners. The same owners that owned the slaves in America owned the slaves in the Caribbean. So I don't
Really?
understand what you're asking. You need to go and read a history book.
So
Okay, so yeah, I've never heard that either.
So guys, this
So
is
you
why.
telling me
So
that the
hang on,
South Carolina slave
hang on
owners
before you speak.
owned slaves in the Caribbean?
Hang on before you speak. Just a second. You see, I like that we have someone like you here because this illustrates what I was trying to say earlier on. Some people are just locked in into the history about what happened in the American soil. So it's difficult, and I think you're asking that question because you really want to know. Because I already see where you're coming from, I understand why you proceeded to ask a question like that. That's why it's important for us to have these conversations and address these issues. Because the moment we feel like, oh no, you are there, you stay there, me, I'm here, you don't qualify to all this stuff. Like when you guys say when you come here, you side with the YT, whether you have anger or unresolved issue with the YT and the white supremacists and the racist system, that is a history that is exclusively between you and them. You have to find a way to deal with it. I don't think it's fair for you guys to gun down on the black Africans or the black Caribbeans and then say you guys side with them. Because let me help you understand how silly this sounds. Say for instance, right? I see black Americans moving to some African countries, and then I come on social media, like you guys stated, some of you, and I start making video and say these black Americans they must go back to USA because they come in here, they out buying house, and life is becoming expensive for us. We can't even afford housing anymore. They must go back to USA. Does that sound correct for me to say that?
Well, I'm reading the comments, and Tom is
You should be
disputing
paying
what you
attention to what
just
I'm saying
said.
to you,
Can
not
I
reading
can,
the
can
comment.
I
Tom
You
can I
see,
chime
saying
that's
in on
why
what
that
you
you're
the
don't
white
get.
saying?
slave owners in America did
You,
not have slaves in the
okay,
Caribbean.
BM, you're gonna
See, this
miss
is
me
the
if you
reason
do
why I
that.
dispute a lot of
Okay,
stuff.
go ahead, pretty.
Can I
Jeez,
can I
man.
chime in on what the young woman was saying?
Go
So
ahead.
the at the FBA is like was supposed to be for reparations, but how they were trying to give out the reparation or like like disperse the funds, they were trying to figure out like who's actually deserves or qualifies to get them, right? So they're saying, well, okay, if they're reparations for an injury, that would be slavery, but some people didn't endure those, those, like some people are not like black Americans,
Like not
like immigrants,
eligible. Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why that's how like the delineation came through, because we had to separate ourselves in order to count who was going to get the reparations. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you crown yourself FBA. Is that how you identify?
No, I don't identify it as FBA. Like I don't say I'm FBA, but I'm a black American, and if they were to give out reparations, I would get them.
Okay, so the whole thing with FBA, let me just address this thing. So there's what you call John Tanton, right? John Tanton, I think he passed away somewhere mid 2000s, somewhere around there. I stand to be correct. So he orchestrated what is called the Tanton Networks, Tanton, the Tanton Networks, John Tanton. So
Mhm.
one of the guys that initially was the pioneers of ADOS, right, which is African descendant of slaves, something like that, the ADOS group. I'm sure you're familiar. I don't know. Maybe
Mhm.
someone might have heard of them. So they then later on also have this movement that inspired. So the whole concept of FBA is that they want to become the centralized group when it comes to the blacks in general, whether they're born in USA or they're slaves and a descendant whatsoever, they want to become the centralized group under the white power structure that primarily benefits the most amongst all blacks group. This is what this is about. That delineation
No,
is so
no, it's not.
crafty. What I'm saying to you is documented. You should go read those
I'm
files. I'm not
confused
making
on
this
what
Okay,
you.
up.
okay.
I'm
Listen,
You
confused
listen.
don't
on
If
agree
what you're
with
if
me,
if
saying.
that's
if
fine. If
if
you
you
don't agree with me,
if
that's completely fine.
if you're in
This whole
America,
thing,
right, and
listen,
I'm in listen, if I'm in America and you're in America and they're giving
please,
all black Americans reparations, my people, I would get them, but you wouldn't. So then we had to separate ourselves in
I
order
didn't
to
disagree with that. You don't even get it. That's not my consensus. I didn't
what do you,
agree.
but
I
that's what
didn't
I'm talking
disagree with
about.
that.
Like, well, how you're responding to something I'm not saying.
I'm giving you the background of where that came from. That's what you don't know. That's why you don't
Wait,
understand.
wait, wait, wait.
I literally just told you.
You
Why you
said
because
people
because
I'm
listen
black
gonna.
people
sometimes?
because black people want to get the maximum benefit. Like
Yeah,
what do you
I
talk?
don't understand what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, you know where it comes
Yeah.
from? It comes from the replacement theory. Think about it. If white folks come out and say we don't want immigrants to come, it's going to raise questions. This is racist. Why do you doing that? Why do you force so that other people can come to your nation? Come on, man, get it together. See it from all this
Okay.
perspective. So they disseminate the ideology so that there's more than one group pushing the same agenda.
Bro,
It's a white
we don't really
nationalist
care about
We
no
don't
ideology.
immigrants all
care.
like that.
Of
We don't
course, you
really care
don't
about no
care because that's
immigrants.
how
We
sophisticated.
really don't care about no
Exactly, you proving
immigrants.
my point, and you're
Like
really proving my
it's
point.
we're neither here nor there, bro. We're indifferent about it. What are you
And you're
talking
proving
about?
my point. It comes from white power
Why?
structure.
What do
Yo,
you,
let me
if
ask you.
if
Wait,
we're
hold
indifferent?
up, bro.
We don't really have like a united like
Mm,
hatred or to be positive for it. What are you talking about? It's not like a thing in our community.
I'm not even
yo,
talking about unity whatsoever. You're
so
proving my
so
point.
so.
You're really proving
Hey,
my point the more you speak.
hey, host.
Go
First of
ahead.
all, Okay, first of all, when it comes to the immigration thing, Black Americans have never voted for any politician that was anti-immigration. There's nowhere, there's nowhere that you can see in our history where in mass we voted to stop anybody from coming to this country. So I really don't understand what you were trying to say about centering ourselves and this, that is all the listen.
You
California
see,
was
some
talking
of
about.
you, so this
Wait,
is
bro,
how
can I finish
crafty
what I'm
and
saying?
sophisticated this is, right? Okay, no, just get the point first, because otherwise you're gonna go into a tangent. You guys are claiming something. I'm not against that. I get it, but where this came from, I'm trying to give you the background story. It's come
That's
from
not
the
where it
Great
came from.
Replacement theory. It's a white
It's coming
nationalist
from trying to get
That's
our
not where
ideology.
it came
reparations.
from. It's not where it came from, bro.
It's
That's what
it
we're
The,
came
trying
it
to tell
literally
you.
came from getting reparations. What are you
Yes.
talking?
All
pretty,
so
They don't
pretty,
understand.
so let me
When
pretty. Let
explain
me
Sheldon
make
something to
this.
you.
Let me
post,
ask you this, pretty.
post, they
Alki,
don't
Alki, do you
understand that
understand
they
what
are
I'm
being
saying?
used.
It's like it's
the guy named
Yes, they
hyperkin.
don't understand.
Like
It's
They don't
really not
understand
that
that they're.
deep. It's really
Can I
not that
it
speak,
deep.
is that
please?
deep.
Can I
pretty.
It is that deep
speak?
because it's
Hey,
so
pretty.
sophisticated you don't even comprehend.
Hey,
Well,
pretty. The guy in
that's
the
And I'm trying
comments
to
named
break it
Tom
down to
Tom
you.
said that there were not slaves owned by the white slave owners in the
Who
Caribbean.
cares? Elkie, what was
Is
you
that
could you explain to me exactly what he means? Because I'm lost.
When the conversation came up the other day about reparations, what did the Supreme Court said? The Supreme Court said is to be paid. It will be paid to the lineage, the direct lineage of the descendants of chattel slavery in America. Right after the Supreme Court did that, what happened? A uptake of xenophobic behavior and nasty rhetoric started online from this FBA movement. Y'all are the FBAs are being used as a mouthpiece for white supremacy to get their agenda done. Like, for example, nobody was talking about Somalis on the rate that there have been talking about Somalis for the past 4 days.
that's not
But
true?
after Donald Trump went, but can I
Please let
speak,
it talk,
please?
man. Can you come
But
on?
after Donald Trump went on the news and proclaimed all this nasty rhetoric against Somalis, the next day I come online, every FBA panel was talking about Somalis. Every FBA panel was pushing the same nasty rhetoric that Donald Trump was pushing. Every one of them. Every panel that I stopped by, there was 100 and 200 and 300 people in these rooms talking about Somalis in the
That's because they
nastiest way
cosplay
ever.
black
Can
Americans. They
I
not
right,
speak,
black. They
right,
Arabic.
please?
right.
Okay,
Can
okay.
I
I'm just
speak?
gonna
Thank
drop you
you.
for
Can I
now.
finish speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. Right. So it's clear that y'all are being used as a waiting man mouthpiece because every time he shits, y'all spits. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what the host is trying to say. Y'all will not benefit from this. In no way
So,
y'all will benefit from this. None.
so
If
Alki, now listen to me. Let me say this to you quickly. You see, the thing is, right? You hear the main talking point. You went to the panels. You heard the conversation. It's always going to be okay. These immigrants that are coming in our way. When these people talk about the great replacement theory, what are they saying? They don't want to be replaced. Why do you think they had this whole concept of one drop rule? Because if they can incorporate more people to look alike and pass as whitey, it grows their number. The consensus stations between BLK and white America, that's the real beef. Your regional beef is with the white power structure. Everything that they disadvantage you, it's with them. When you
we never,
guys
nobody,
want to,
nobody ever voted
but
against you
pretty,
or went
pretty,
against you guys.
pretty, hang on. What I'm trying to say to you is, please listen to me. I'm not trying to be against what you're fighting for. Please don't get that's not the tone I'm trying to say to you. What I'm saying, the injustice, it's really with the white power structure. Whatever is owed to you guys. You guys have to deal with it. But I think it's unfair when you guys want to attack the immigrants, especially black immigrants. Like we always doing this online about black immigrants. Once in a while, maybe it's gonna be the Hispanic or Latinos here and there and whatnot. But it's always targeted to black immigrants. What is it that they're all when these people come, they work as hard, if not as hard, to be approved in order to get scholarship and all of that and stuff like that. Why is it always it's being perceived as if they now became the block.
the
So
the
now let me
issue,
ask you.
I agree, I agree with you
Okay,
that
go ahead.
our beef will always be with white people and white Americans and oppressors. That's off top, like, but I think that, like, for just to use your example,
Hmm.
if a black or so-called black person from Africa comes over here and they get
Right,
a scholarship, and say it's a scholarship for an African American, right?
right.
That's not what that scholarship is for. That scholarship is for Black Americans. Do you know
Okay, give me
that's
an example. Has that happened in recent years? Going off
Yes,
what you just said.
yes. Yeah,
yes.
that's why
Okay,
I'm
go
giving you
ahead.
that
Yeah, go
example.
ahead.
That's
Where did
that's
it happen?
that's what I'm
So
trying
the
to.
scholarship for the National
Oh,
Negro
hang on. Let
College
it
Fund.
talk. Let it talk. Let
You
her
asked for an
elaborate.
example
I'm
when it
listening.
happened. I'm giving you an
But I'm
example when it
engaging with her.
happened.
I didn't ask you. Jeez, man. Let it talk.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead,
it
sis.
happens, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. And that's not necessarily your guys' fault, because when if you put your race on something, it says Black, or African American, what I mean? Like, they put us
Mm-hmm.
together. But sometimes it feels like you guys take advantage of it, knowing that that's, well, I don't know if you guys know that that's not what that means, but we know that that's not what that means. And it's just that's just one example of how it's like cosplaying, just to reap the benefits.
And
To answer host. So host, I got a question to
Yeah, go
and
ask.
ahead.
if you look
So
and
how
if you look
about
at it,
so
we still
High
never.
Point, can you hear me speaking or not? Thank you. So how about the black people, right? That your government comes into our countries and give them scholarships before they even touch American soil. They had to fill out a form? Did they have to say the miss? Did High Point, can you go on mute? They didn't say that they had to be, they didn't have to say that they're Black American, African American, African, nothing, because they get back their test scores in their countries, right? And your government came lurking who is the highest test scores and who is the most athletic, and they brought their scholarships and give it to them in their countries before they even reach America.
Okay,
So what? So what then?
you're giving an example of another situation. I'm not saying that that's never happened. I'm saying that sometimes what I'm
No, no,
saying
no. That
happens as
happens
well.
majority. That happens majority of the time. That happens every year. Your country comes and poach every time exams is over. Your country comes into the islands and poach our top students every year.
But that's our
Every
fault.
year.
Maybe you guys should
No, but
keep your
no, no,
people.
no, no, no. I never said it's your fault. I'm saying that
Okay.
you're on here complaining about scholarships when the people that getting these scholarships did not come looking for them. They were brought to them.
I'm not
They
talking
were
about
brought to them.
I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the people that are already
So
here.
how do
The
you
people that
know
are
the
already
difference?
here.
Yeah, but
How
pretty,
do
pretty,
you
pretty.
know
There's
the
a
difference? Are you
correlation.
walking around?
She's
Give
raising
me
a
a
good
minute,
point because
host.
if you were there,
Right. So that
yeah,
right.
go
So how
ahead,
do
go
you
ahead.
know the difference? How do you know the difference? Are you walking around asking every black immigrant you see on the college campus,
There,
"Oh, did you
it's an
apply when you get
issue.
here?
It's
Can
an
I finish
issue. There's
speak?
been
Can I finish
research.
speak?
Like, what
Can
are you
I
talking
finish speak
about?
or not?"
Hang on,
Thank
pretty,
you.
pretty. Give
How
her a chance to
are
finish.
you walking around? Are you walking around the campus saying, "Can I see your paperwork if you got your scholarship here or if you got it back home? Did you apply for it or did the government offer it to you?" Are you doing that? So do you know the left? Do you know how much people are actually applying or how much people that the scholarships were offered to them? Do you know the percentages, the difference? So why are y'all on the link complaining? I don't understand it.
Literally.
First,
And the thing is,
that's one example.
hold
And
on,
Okay,
yes,
pretty,
okay,
oh my
hold on,
God.
hang on. Allow her to
hold on,
respond quickly.
pretty.
Allow Pretty to respond quickly. Let Pretty respond
Oh,
quickly.
I think what
Jesus.
she was asking was a rhetorical question. Like, obviously it's in the news. So, like, it's not like I'm just going around and making it up. She's asking a rhetorical question, so she can keep talking, because I'm not even gonna, that's
Thing
wasted
is, so
energy.
that's rude. First of all, don't
Okay.
be rude to her. Number one, number two, you can't blame Africans or Caribbean people when they are selectively picked, right? Picked by your government, your school institutions, your education systems to come to America to benefit the American governance. You can't.
We're talking about two
You
different
just can't.
things.
Wait. I'm so.
You're
Gosh.
responding to
So
something that
go
I'm not
ahead.
talking
No,
about.
no. Go ahead. I'm
Okay, so there's no
I'm
correlation
talking
here,
I
about
never
Pretty.
said your
I'm
name.
talking
I
about the
just said
people
wait
that
so
are
I could
already
So
talk.
here.
Pretty,
Like I never
Pretty.
spoken to. Oh my God,
Okay,
bro. This is
listen. Okay, let me go to Manny. Man, you guys, let's relax, man. Melanie, let's just relax a little bit. What would you like to contribute to this conversation?
Not the conversation, just the prompt.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear.
Okay, so can the Black Americans that come visit the continent of Africa stop spreading bad news and some information? Otherwise, do not come here anymore if you have nothing positive to contribute. Is this fair to say? So, I would like to say about this bad news and misinformation. I don't think they're synonymous. Bad news is bad or negative news, and misinformation is exactly what it says, lies or misinformation. So yes, I do think the misinformation and lies should stop. Um, there's some stuff where they say when you go there, you're going to be kidnapped or something like that. And although that's a possibility happening anywhere, it's not like if you just step on the continent, that's going to happen. So I do agree with the misinformation, the fear mongering about going to the continent should stop. Bad news, negative information. I mean, that's just someone's opinion, whether it's bad or good. So I don't think you should or can control that. And then but I do agree with the premise of this prompt, where you know, if you, I feel like a lot of people who are spreading this misinformation are just being hateful. But hold on, sorry, one second. I feel like they are just being hateful when they do that. However, there are a lot of people who do travel and they want top class service or whatever. So their review of the country they visit may be negative. So, I mean, like I said, I just wanted to put the difference. So I feel like a lot of people have, they combine bad news and misinformation. They think it's the same thing when it's really not. And that's why I wanted to come up here and just say that.
Yeah, there's nuance, of course. Purple, you want to address your point? I don't know what happened to her. The lady probably left.
Well, the thing is, my point was, I think my point still stands. I think anyone that has like a mind and a brain that works knows that a lot of the times immigrants are on sponsorships. That's just how immigration works globally. That's why that's why it's not just black immigrants, and it's a lot of Southeast Asian immigrants because they work, exceptionally well at school as well, and they do well in their schools. And I don't know if maybe a lot of people don't understand immigration on a wild scale, on a larger scale, and how it actually works. But I think for you to say that they're taking advantage of scholarships for Black American people, how are they doing that? Well, when they click a form, this is what she said. When they click a form, it says black and African American, whatever she said. How does that even equate? I don't understand how that even happens. Like, how does that? How can? Okay, so even if it is happening, cool. Whose fault is that? That has nothing to do with the black immigrants and everything to do with the American
You,
system. So clearly,
you,
your qualms are not with us. Your qualms are with your government and your systems.
You
Like,
see, that's why I like that point that Alki was bringing, because if she fails to see the correlation there, that's like being disingenuous. Because the problem is she wouldn't relate to that because her experience is primarily in USA. But if she had to go and live
exactly.
in the Caribbean, then she's going to understand what Alki was saying because she will see things from a different perspective. And so you're saying earlier on, there's always a disconnect in this conversation with some Black Americans because some of them I think, refuse to want to see things beyond USA. Some only want to see things in the US border, but you have to see things internationally too, because now we're talking about international issues here. Do you know what I mean?
They're
So we
saying
have
because
to
what
be
they're
able
Can I
to
say
address
something
this.
real quick?
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
the point that they're making, hold on, Hype. The point that they're making is not allowed. Like it's illegal. Like they're talking about illegal migration, and that just does. So it's like they're mixing up immigration. Like I don't understand. They don't know,
But
and that was my
But
initial
then
point. And
again,
I feel like
you just say there is the Indian, there is the Chinese, and all of that. Those are also immigrant groups. So why only the BLK? Is it because the BLK look like you and you feel like they're taking your space?
So can I
Because
can I
then this
say
is why I
something?
spoke about, hang on just before you speak. This is why, Alki, do you understand why I brought the replacement theory? Because I'm hearing the rhetoric that some people are saying, no, they're trying to come here to replace us. You can't be using those talking points. Those are whitey talking points.
Can I say
It's a
something?
whitey
Because
person that philosophizes like that. Go ahead.
I feel like y'all listening to argue, not listening to understand. Because
No,
what
don't
she
say
was.
that, please. No, 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 no,
Can
no,
I
no. Don't say
finish?
that. No one is
Because
doing that. Yeah, but don't say that. That's the
okay,
wrong premises to start with. No one is
all right,
here. We're trying to reason and have a
okay,
conversation. Don't say we're
all
here to
right.
argue. If I wanted to argue,
So
there would have been plus 100 people here. This is not that kind of live stream. Please don't say that.
okay, then that's just my perception of it. Because Elkie
And the
brought up
perception is
how
wrong. Don't reason that
okay,
way, please.
so
Go ahead.
Elkie brought up that universities from the United States go to Jamaica and they find students. She wasn't talking about that. What she was talking about, of people from Jamaica, the Caribbean, and Africa that live in America, that already live in America, they have children, right? And then there's scholarships. Like you have the American Association of Blacks in Energy Scholarship. That was for Black Americans. You have American Busing Association Diversity Scholarship. That's another one. Congressional Black Caucus Spouse Education Scholarship. So there's all these scholarships that are created for Black Americans. So the children of immigrants go to the library, they contact these organizations, they on their application they say they're Black, and then they get those scholarships. That's what she was talking about. She
Okay, so let
wasn't
me ask you
talking
then.
about
Hang on. Again,
Wait,
off
host, can I
point.
speak to that a
Let,
minute? Host, can I speak to
okay,
that
go
a
ahead.
minute? Before, yeah, yeah. So even if you was talking about that scenario, right? The people, the immigrants that have been living in this country are paying taxes. So the taxes are
those
paying
aren't
into the school.
those are
Can
not
I
government
speak?
programs.
Can
No,
I
ma'am, because they're
speak?
not government
Can
programs. They're
can
not
I
government
Okay, give her a chance
programs.
to
speak?
speak. Show her
Can
some
I
courtesy,
All right,
please.
go ahead.
speak?
Go ahead.
Thank you. These programs are being funded by something. These immigrants are paying into the system in America. They're paying in, they're paying taxes, they're paying. What don't matter what it is to pay in America, these immigrants that are living here and are working, they are paying into. The immigrants that are here pay over $1 trillion into the American tax system every year. Over $1 trillion. So then when systems that you say that come out and it mark Black, any Black person in America can apply for it. It does not state that it is separated only for African Americans. It's for Black Americans. Therefore, anyone that they racially identify as Black and they carry American citizenship, they can apply for those benefits. It has nothing to do with African American. Once you are racially Black and you have American citizenship, you are Black American and you can then apply.
Okay, so first of all, they're not funded by taxes. These are not government programs. So that's number one. They're not government programs, so they're not funded by taxes. And what she was saying is a lot of these scholarships were created by wealthy African Americans and donation from African Americans back when you weren't in here in mass. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they were meant for African Americans. So you saying that they were meant for anybody racially Black is not correct. Now, when you came here, we didn't have a problem.
Can you
Let
name
me finish, ma'am.
one of these people that funding? Can you name
Ma'am,
one of the people that
ma'am,
funds these organizations? Can you name
ma'am.
one of the people or groups that fund these organizations? Cause y'all
So,
love to come and lie. Name one.
okay, so I grew up in doing cotillions and stuff like that. So the National Negro College Fund, my church donated to, my parents donated to, most of my cousins donated to. So what are you talking about? This is the thing that kills me, right? Is that the things that we do in the United States, when you then come from another country and tell us we don't know what we're talking about, the things that we created, is crazy to me. The arrogance in that is
It's
outstanding.
real.
It's a lot of arrogance, just like the
Yo,
UK lady up there is the principal
hold up. Yeah, hold
uh
up, bro.
teller
Hold
See,
up,
of
whatever.
bro.
what black people need to do in America, and she all the way over there. We never have discussions about what y'all doing in UK. Why don't we have
Hold
in-depth
on.
discussions about UK
You
black
rude little
people?
man.
Y'all
First of all,
jump and
you rude little
piggyback on
man. I'm
everything with
African.
blacks in
I am
America. You
African.
piggyback.
I am African. I
You
am
are, you
African.
talk
I
like the
am
Queen of
African. I
England.
am
You are a
African.
white person to
I am
us.
an
You are
African.
white to
I don't care
us.
what I
You
am
are
to you. You
white
do
to
not want to know
us.
what you are to
You
me.
claim
You do not
African
want to know
when
what
it's
you
your
are to me.
convenience.
You
You
are
conveying
scum
it
to
as a
me.
convenience,
You are
but you
scum
live
to
off
me.
of
What
black
convenient?
people
What are
and
you
what
talking
we
about?
do.
Hold
Live
So
up,
off
why
you.
bro.
How would I
can
live
you
in
live
the
your life
UK?
every day without
You
doing
are
something that
scum
Yo,
to
black
yo, yo,
me.
people
yo, yo.
brought to
Hang
the
on, hang on. What's going
Host,
on?
can you
Let's not
read?
do
Can you
personal
read?
attack.
Can you
Let's
read?
do not
Yeah,
personal
host,
attack,
can you read
please.
it?
No impulse
Host, can
control.
you read what
Just
I know
loud
put?
noise.
Host, can you read what I know put up there, please?
Hey, Elkie, who's Jackie Robinson? Elkie, who's Jackie
Can you put
Robinson?
this on the big screen, please,
Oh,
and
Can
oh,
so
y'all
that
you're
the
asking
name
to put
gentleman
on the
me?
can read
screen?
Can
it?
y'all
Okay.
name me
Yes.
3
Can you read
English
it? Can you read it for them,
revolutionaries from
Yo,
the
please?
build.
UK?
Wait.
Name 3 black revolutionaries in the UK that the world knows.
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with scholarships, ma'am?
I'm not a
Apparently you don't,
ma'am.
cause
I'm
First
not
of
apparently
talking to
all,
you
you,
don't,
Bill. I'm talking to the lady on the big
cause
screen.
cause apparently you do not know who helped funded the National Negro Fund. So I have to school you and educate you, sir.
Oh yes, please do that.
we getting schooled by a UK black that don't
Because
do
I don't see
nothing
the National Negro College Fund
revolutionary
up
in
there.
UK. She
Where
don't
is
do
it?
UK blacks don't do nothing towards world revolution of black people. Nothing. Where y'all
United
at?
Negro Improvement
Who
Association is
told
not.
you that Alki was a UK
Guys,
Y'all
black?
talk
guys,
just
come
like
on.
the Queen of
Allow
Who
her to make
told
a
England.
you?
presentation. Allow her
Y'all
to make
talk
a
about
presentation.
like the Queen of England, like white people, and y'all wear your language as a badge of honor, like you made it somewhere.
Yo,
And then you go and say you African when it's
And
convenient.
you're still
You don't
speaking that
act
same
African
language.
on your
Yes, I do.
daily life.
African.
If
You
I
don't know what
spoke to you on the
African
phone, I
acts
wouldn't
like,
even know
sir.
you was a black person.
That's not for
I wouldn't
you to
even know you was
know.
black on the phone.
That's not for
yo,
you
Because
to
y'all
know.
Elkie,
That's for
assimilate
you to
yourself
dot
and
dot
hide
dot.
behind the
That
queen.
is for you to
Because you
dot
hide
dot
behind
dot.
the queen.
That is for
Because y'all
you
hide
to dot
behind
dot
white
dot. I could be
Europeans.
white. You know what, Ngola?
Why would you
Ngola,
move to a
Ngola, my
country
brother, I'm
that is
white.
rainy,
Ngola,
don't
my
have
brother. I
no
didn't move
resources,
anywhere.
don't have
I
no
fled the
big
Yo,
farms?
build.
hospital.
What's
Why
I
up?
would you
What
fled.
are
I
you
move
didn't
to a
doing,
move
bro?
dirty
anywhere.
country?
I didn't move
A
anywhere.
dirty
I
Yo,
didn't
country with
move anywhere.
stolen
I was born
assets.
here. I didn't
Everything in
move
your
anywhere. I
country
was
is
born
stolen
here.
from the country
But I
you
was
came
born
from.
here.
Your country,
So what country do I come from? Let me know.
but build.
Tell
you
me
You
what
also on
are
country I
a
stolen
come
land.
from.
fraud to black people. What do
Tell me
UK
But
what
blacks
country
do for
I
black
come from.
build.
upliftment?
Come on, man.
What
Don't
do
Tell
do
me
that.
what
You
UK
also
blacks
country
on
I
do to
stolen
come
land.
from.
uplift
What's up?
black people? What do
No,
UK
man.
blacks do to
Guys,
uplift black people around the world?
He's
Show
so
me.
guys,
jealous
Show
of
please,
me.
one at a
UK blacks,
time.
and a lot of them are.
Jealous of what? Y'all
They're
got
very
raggedy
jealous.
food, y'all
Very,
can't
very
dress,
jealous.
your teeth
We
are
have
raggedy.
African and Caribbean food. What are you talking
Y'all
about?
got little houses, you got tinier
Oh my
flat
God, these people are
apartments.
angry. So
Y'all
angry.
ain't got no, y'all
Yo,
hey
got
So are
Elkie,
you
no
mad because I'm
no
African?
Let her
resources
talk,
coming from
please.
Africa.
No,
So
come
he's
on.
mad because
Let
I'm
her talk,
African.
please.
Okay.
yo,
I'm
can
a
we hear
You
drop
from
see,
because she
Elkie,
a
please?
fraud. I can't be around frauds like that.
You
nah,
came here
man. You're
willingly.
crashing out. You're crashing out, and it's
Elkie,
unnecessary. You guys
Elkie, what
now
were you saying,
behaving like you're
Elkie?
proving my point, right? Please don't do that, okay? Don't do
Elkie,
that,
what
guys.
were you showing us? Elkie, what were you
I
showing
was
us?
showing you, brother. I was showing you that not only African Americans pay into the Negro Improvement Fund and the
I didn't
colleges and
say the
stuff.
Negro
Yeah,
Improvement
sir,
Fund. I didn't say that.
sir.
I
Oh my,
said
oh
the
gosh,
Negro
I can't deal with.
College Fund. I didn't say the Negro Improvement Fund. You have the wrong organization. Wrong organization.
Oh,
Yo,
wow.
hey, Elkie, do you know who Jackie Robinson is? Does anybody on this panel know who Jackie Robinson is?
Who don't know who Jackie Robinson is, sir?
Who is he?
Who don't know who he is? Say what you want to say. These are minute figures in history that everybody know. My child that is 15 years old know who Jackie Robinson. Speak what you want to say.
So,
Y'all just act like
so
if you got some mysterious information.
no, it's not mysterious information because there's a Jackie Robinson Foundation Scholarship Fund, and a lot of immigrants don't even know who Jackie Robinson is. They don't even know who the man is. but
we
they
supposed
use
to
that scholarship.
so, brother, at the end of the day, right? Let me say this to you, cause I don't I don't get where all this be coming from. Cause let me explain something to you. I don't give a shit who come into America and gain scholarships from thing. Cause at the end of the day, when I check the Caribbean and I look at the vlogs that going on, there's plenty African Americans living in the Caribbean right now. So therefore, in the next 5 years, when y'all have children, your children, the African Americans that went to the Caribbean to feel safer, to feel not when they go in the supermarket having somebody walking behind them, to feel a sense of freeness. Go and watch the vlogs that there's be talking, right? I could count 6 of them that in my island right now that moved to my island and every day doing vlogs about the food and this and that. So in 5 years from now, when they have children in my island and they go and their children go to school, there's nobody in my island that can be on the internet talking about, oh, these people come here and get children and go in school and we fight for this school and we had to pay into this school. There's gonna be none of that bullshit. So why
Amen.
it is that we supposed to accept that shit from you, like, if y'all is like, if y'all don't have people living all over the world? Your people are moving to Thailand. Your people are moving to China. Your people are moving to the Caribbean. They're moving and they're integrating in people's societies and using the resources that are meant for those people in those places. And you do not see those people online complaining. Why the fuck are you complaining? All you need to do is to compete.
You know
Nobody
what's
is going to
funny?
take food out of your
No,
mouth.
no, let her
You need
finish.
to
She's making a
compete.
very good point. Let her finish. That's
You
what I
need
was
to
saying earlier on.
compete. Nobody is taking food from you. The track is built. The arena is built. This place is a plantation. The only way you do not succeed is if you do not compete. As long as you compete, you will succeed. Some days might be harder than some days might be longer than some days you might earn more than some. But at the end of the day, as long as you keep competing and putting yourself in position to be successful in America, you will be successful. Because it is a land of opportunity. The fuck, man?
Okay,
Literally.
so this is what I'm gonna say to your little rant, right?
Don't be patronizing.
I'm not
No,
patronizing.
no, 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 no.
I'm
High
serious
point,
what
high
I'm
point,
saying.
high point.
So
You're off
so
pocket.
this is what I'm
If you
saying.
say
No,
that,
because
no, 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 no. Hang on before you even speak. You have to apologize. She spoke nothing but the truth. What you did was
yo,
disrespectful.
see, you don't see the disrespect in what she said. Do you
Apologize,
see the
please.
disrespect in what she said?
Apologize, please.
So
You
she
guys have a very
disrespect. Wait
strong
a minute,
tone when it comes to the women.
bro. She
Apologize,
doesn't get
please.
this. Yo, bro, she doesn't get to disrespect my people. And then
Apologize,
because I say
please.
rant,
What your
it's a
people?
problem.
No, man. No, it's not about that. What you're gonna do is a
She
rant
just.
because she just
Oh
stated the
my
fact.
god.
What is a
Oh
rant in
my
what you
god.
say? Because she stated the
Oh
fact.
my goodness. Yo, see, this is the problem that we had this
Yeah, that's
problem
what you're
against.
gonna do. You're gonna victimize yourself. This is the problem.
Can
That's
I
what you
finish
result to.
talking, bro? See, this
Oh
is
my
the
god.
problem. First of all, African
I'm just
Americans have
gonna
never
drop you
been.
for now. I'm gonna drop you for now. Stay there in the comments. You guys are all the same. Sometimes you sound the same. You say nothing different. Come on. I want to engage here. You see, this is the thing, right? Imagine me coming online and start saying all these black Americans are coming here in Africa, taking our jobs. They must go back into USA. That's what you guys are doing. It's pathetic to do that. Instead, what am I going to do as an African? Let me strategize. How can I use the situation to my advantage? When no one is seeing opportunity, let me create opportunities for myself. Let me become an amazing person that moves people from USA into Africa and charge them for my services. That's what I would do. Let me facilitate them process of buying a house. Do you think I'm gonna come online and complain and cry? I literally told you your issue, your beef is with the white power structure. That's who you have to go complain to. But this is too hard for you guys to conceptualize. You put it down on the immigrants, you put it down on the Africans, and now you think coming to Africa, talking bad about Africa as a continent makes you feel better? Like, that is pathetic. Imagine if Africans come here online and start a movement to say Black Americans shouldn't come into Africa. How are you going to feel? Do you really think we have the strength to engage in this? How
But
many of
but
you are
but
coming
but
into this continent? Hang on. How many of you are coming to this continent and you're leveraging the power of the dollar, out buying our economical situation, affecting housing systems? Did you guys know even in South Africa, some South Africans even feel some type of way about some of you guys who are coming in Cape Town because you are really affecting the housing system? But are they beefing with you, hunting you down? Like, come on, guys. And you don't have smoke for any other group of people. I don't really see you having smoke for Arabs. You don't do that to the Indians. Is it because you don't have proximity to them? They don't live in your neighborhoods? Which one is it? Go ahead, Popo.
Thing is, I want to know what
Go ahead.
what what did she say that was wrong? Like, what did she say that was disrespectful? The thing is, people don't understand how you actually build wealth. You build wealth by being an individualist. That's just Hello, sorry, I got a phone call. But you build wealth by being an individualist, right? You can't. So, what is the problem? Because to me, it seems like the problem is black. My grandfather, my mother's father, he lives in America. He's been living in America. He's married an African American woman, not a Black American one, an African American woman. Listen, you can go anywhere. The world is big. There's life outside of America. There's Caribbean people in America. I mean, sorry, there's American people in the Caribbean who live there. Like, come on, like, what are you mad at? Are you mad at the fact that African and Caribbean people are going to America and doing well for themselves? Like, is that the beat? Like, what is the problem? I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, let
I
him
don't
talk. Go
understand.
ahead.
Like, what is the
When she's
problem?
finished.
I just want to understand what's the problem because we're having a normal conversation. She said what she felt, and all of a sudden he started screaming and throwing a tantrum. What did she say that was disrespectful? She didn't disrespect your people. But you got emotional because it was the truth that didn't align with your rhetoric. Like that shows unintelligence.
Yeah, go ahead. You can talk.
First of all, black people in America, we have extremely high confidence and low self-esteem. Black people in the diaspora has extreme self-esteem but low confidence. So when you talk to a black American and we hear the same talking points that we heard before and we know where it's coming from, we take that as disrespect. Soon as you disrespect for us, we built on disrespect. We built on disrespecting each other as soon as we get disrespected because it's like a green light for us to say how we really feel. When we say how we really feel, that's when people in the diaspora get upset because they hear what we feel. Just because you don't agree with what we're saying, that don't mean we're going to listen to y'all. And that's what makes the diaspora so mad about black Americans. Because once we wake up our mind, there's no turning back, there's no compromising. So when the lady said something that man felt was disrespectful and he couldn't respond, he started going
So what?
on the
Because
deep end.
you also said she was being disrespectful. So what I'm asking you is, what did she say? Because I don't think you actually heard what she was
When
saying.
she explains what she sees in Black American, when she explains
What
how
did
our
so
nature
what?
is,
So but
she
no, but I'm
doesn't
saying
know the
verbatim.
backstory. She doesn't.
But I'm asking you what she said, not how you felt. See how you're responding to your feelings. I'm asking you what she said. What did she say that was so disrespectful?
She
What
said
did
a
she
few
say?
things. It's see when you talking to Black people, no matter what you say, we're not the best at English, right? We never tried to perfect the English language like that, the average Black American. So when we know we feel a vibe that she's disrespectful, we ain't trying to hear nothing else she got to say because she said several things. She just talks about the nature of blacks, and you could tell talking to her, she looks down on us. So why should we sit up there and talk to you like we on your level? Because we feel disrespected. Now how do you know so much about black Americans and you so far away? What are you doing? I never woke up to study black history in UK or Europe.
I
Never.
just told
How do
you why
you
I know
wake up
so
and know so
much.
much more
But
about
I
us
just
than we
told
do?
you. I never said
Why
that
do
I
you
know
know
more
more
than
about us
you.
than we
That's
do?
how you feel. I never said that. Again, with the feelings. Take the feelings out of it so we can have an
And
actual
ain't no
conversation.
feelings
It's
here.
too much
Stop with that
feelings.
bullshit
It is
emotional stuff.
feeling.
I ain't got no
You're
feelings
being
towards
very
you.
emotional because
So
this
can I speak? Because
You
he
were the
was
one
talking
that's
about me.
emotional
Can
because
I
you keep
speak?
using the word. You keep using the
Can
word
I?
emotional. You
Can
emotional.
I? Can I speak? Or he was speaking about me. First thing
Yes, I
first.
was speaking about you and I would
Good.
like to
Good.
debate you
So let
next.
me. So can I talk? Because I'm not gonna argue with you, nor talk over you. So first thing first, on the basis of feelings, I don't give a shit about people's feelings. I speak facts. That's number one. Number two, in the time that I was here, I built 3 homes. Not 1, not 2, 3. You understand? So I know what it takes. And I'm not saying, as I said, I'm not saying that things are not hard. I'm not saying some people are not put in positions where the system makes it harder for you. I'm not saying any of that. I understand what systematic racism is. I
Get to the
understand what road.
point, please. You
I'm
beating around
sir.
the bush.
I am speaking. Thank you. I understand what systematic racism is. I understand what people planning and putting systems in ways for you to stop from. I understand all of that. But at the end of the day, every immigrant that comes here experiences that. As long as your skin is black, you're gonna experience systematic racism. And not only that, we as immigrants get it even harder because when we send out application forms or we go to our interviews and they hear accents and stuff like that, it makes it twice as hard for us to get jobs sometimes, especially in corporate America, after you went and spent so much money on your degrees, right? So as I said, the playing field was built. The arena was built. It's up for you to participate. I don't give a shit how you feel about me saying that. It is just facts. This place is a plantation. And in a plantation, everybody has to come with an agenda to build and make money and look to hustle. And if you are not doing that, you will always find yourself on the losing side.
What country are you from, may I ask?
I'm from the Caribbean,
Which country in the Caribbean? I've been to several. I got
from
married in the
Barbados.
Caribbean.
I'm from Barbados.
Oh, you Bayesian. You Bayesian. Okay, okay. I got a homeboy, college friend, mentor. My homeboy, he got deported there because he did a Ponzi scheme in America for millions of dollars, and now he doing Airbnb in Barbados. But what I'm going to say is this: no matter how you place it, or no matter how you put it, when y'all come here, I heard both of y'all speak on individuality. Make your money, get paid. See, y'all have Western minds because black people come from communal living. If you come here from another country, if we was true to our roots, we would introduce you here, give you a pathway of what's going on in America, and we eat together and support each other. If a black family gets married, everybody in the community is supposed to put together and make sure that black newlywed family got everything everybody else got in the community. But y'all come here with the same thing that she said and you said. Get your money and get out. So that means you robbing resources from our community, because when y'all come here, some of y'all don't speak good English. There are immigrants that don't. They move in the hood first. They don't move in no suburban white area. Now you pulling resources from our school to educate these other kids that's coming from other countries.
Okay, so here's the
Now,
thing. Here's the
when
thing.
you come in, the thing is you cut me off. That's the thing. I can't cut you off, but I'll drop. I'll be quiet
No,
because
I
it's your
want to say
moment.
this one thing. I want to say this one thing. So you're
So
like,
I
this is
wanted he to land. I wanted he to land because I really wanted to rebut what he was
Yeah,
saying just now.
let him
I got
land it,
2
please. Let's
points.
see his
Yeah,
point.
I
okay.
got 2 points
And
that I
now we
want to
got a
rebut.
new surgeons. Here go the new surgeons of what immigrants are doing in America. They
Go
come
ahead,
in,
finish
they
your
go to
point.
these colleges, they join the Divine Nine. The Divine Nine are gatekeepers of the black community. They get with the Divine Nine, then they run for political office. Now, white people say, all right, Harry, move this person up because he's not for the black people. He just look black. So they move up with the Divine Nine and they get in political positions. Now, when we fighting for self-determination, the people that's not black Americans that's in these political positions, they take orders from others. I'll give you an example. Look at Maryland. They was fighting for reparations. The governor of Maryland shut it down. Black man. We half proud and half confused. Come to find out, he's an AKA of Jamaican family descent. And he the one who shut down the reparations. And that's the new surge that we get. Look at Kamala Harris. Not even of
Okay,
black
brother,
people.
hang on before you
Look
proceed.
at
Hang on before
Obama.
you
He's
proceed.
not even of black
Hang on,
people.
hang on
These are
before you
all our
proceed.
political people we
Are you
look up
listening to
to.
what I'm saying, or are you ignoring my voice? So this is the thing. I had a whole panel and I hosted about this. This is the problem when we come online. You see what you are saying? I want to challenge you by first asking you, can you read that statement for the people that are in this live stream, and we can all reason together and decide if indeed he blocked reparations. Can you do that for me? I'll put you on a big screen. You read it for everybody, and then we'll reason together and see whether he blocked. Is that something you can do?
He sure hindered it. He sure ain't pushed for it. Did he push for it or not?
Can you take out the
Did
document?
he
We're
push
going
for it
to
or
read
not? That's
over
the
it, and
bottom
then we'll
line.
decide.
It's a
No,
simple
you see,
question.
wait,
Did he
no, no.
push for reparations or
You see, the
not? That's
danger
it.
in spreading misinformation is that you guys then paint this picture that the black
I
immigrants
used to
that are
be
in
a
USA.
Pan-Africanist. No
Please
longer.
look. Now you're going on
You
tangent. Can
can
you
bed
listen at
my
least?
number, Prof. Don't call me
Can
ever the
you
fuck again.
look at this? A grown man. Can you imagine? He's crashing out.
Host, he said a couple things just now that he said that immigrants come here and be selfish, right? When they came here, there was nothing, there was, as I said, there's no booth at the airport that mark FBA, come and integrate, come and receive your package, come and receive warm welcome. There's nothing like that. When I came here, my uncle and his wife used to run one of the biggest meeting turns that I ever see. I joined the meeting turn. I just run a meeting turn. And nobody in my meeting turn is FBA. Nobody. My meeting turn is Caribbean people and about 4 Africans. That's it. So don't come to me telling me about unity and coming together and thing. Y'all don't know how to come together. Y'all don't know how to trust when it comes to finances and financial literacy. So don't, stop with the bullshit.
Okay, Gemini, go ahead. Is it Gemini?
Yes. So I'm a
Goes
Black
ahead. Can I
American.
say something?
Yeah, go
Before she
ahead.
goes ahead, because I wanted to really address what he's saying, because they made it seem like I was saying individualism on a large scale. So black people globally, black people in the Caribbean, lesbian. No, I'm saying it in America because America is a capitalistic system. The way America runs is capitalism. So it's a dog eat dog world in America, quite literally. Whitey Americans got their wealth from being individualists, from caring about themselves. So that's what I was on about. So it has nothing to do with, it had absolutely nothing to do with like it just hadn't what he was twisting it to be wasn't my initial point at all. I was talking about the capitalistic system of America and describing how I feel like there's nothing wrong with Caribbeans and Africans going to America and benefiting off of the capitalistic system that is America.
Okay, go ahead, Gemini. Let's hear what you have to say. You want to address the prompt, and
So
then
so
any
so
additional
even just
points you can take from there.
right, just even to her point, we can't go to any other country and capitalize off of them. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen anywhere but in America. So I think somebody said earlier, that Black Americans were coming into Africa. We're not coming in their droves. Number one. Number two is we're not coming off of their receiving any type of benefits from Africa. And this is not to say that immigrants in America are receiving benefits, because I know they do not. However, there are things in place in America that helps you get ahead versus you're not going to get those things in other countries, right? So here, even though immigrants
But
can't,
Gemini, allow me quickly.
yes,
I'll let you speak. I just want to learn something. So when you are saying that, is that something that is meant specifically for Black Americans that the white
no,
government
not at all.
deliver? Hang on. I want to build with you because I want to understand that nuance right there. Is that something that's specifically meant for BLK Americans and they're deliberately giving to Black immigrants from the Caribbean and Black immigrants from Africa, and therefore causing this division that leads you guys to then say, when you guys come here, you side with YT?
No, in my opinion, no. I don't feel like it's
Okay, I don't want
specifically
your
for
opinion. I
Black
want to know from a
Americans.
systematic perspective in terms of the opportunities.
Systematically, there's more white Americans receiving government assistance than Black Americans.
Okay, and there's also
You
immigrants
got to
that come
remember
from
when
other
these
parts
things
of
were
the world, right?
when these things were, but when these things were put in place, they were never put in place for Black Americans. These things were put in
Oh,
place originally for white Americans.
okay, so when the Black
These
immigrants are
systems.
coming there and they're having this opportunity, what is then the contestation between the Black Americans when they look at those immigrants?
So I know a lot of Black Americans will say immigrants are taking a job. I have never lost a job to an immigrant ever in my life. I'm not even competing with them. So I understand how some Black Americans feel that is happening to them. For me, it's never happened. I'm not in competition with immigrants. I've never lost a job to an immigrant. We're not even in the same field for me to be competing with them. So from that point, um, I understand where people are coming from when they say, they specifically, I won't even say more so the African immigrants. I feel more so a lot of disdain is for the Latino community because they do come over here. They do have multiple children. They do benefit a lot from the, things that they can receive, which is small stuff. They don't get health insurance. They get WIC. WIC is a mother baby program for milk and things like that for the children. So they receive stuff like that. So, and I know in specific areas in the United States that this happens in, right? You get like cities like Chicago where they had those big immigrant populations, New York, those big immigrant populations. You go out south, you don't hear people talking about this type of stuff with immigrants because they're not losing things because of them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Funds are not being allocated more so to fund one program versus the next. And that's what
Yeah,
happens a
so
lot in the bigger cities.
so what I'm trying to understand is then what is
I got
the
one
issue
question
with
to
the
ask.
Africans specifically? Hang on, what is the issue with the Africans or with the Black immigrants?
Do you know what? I feel like it's all man-made up. It's all man-made. It's all TikTok. It's all social media because I've never had a beef with an African in real life. Ever. Ever. It's just never happened. We've never had words. It just doesn't happen. So for me, when I get online and I see these things, it's because, right, like someone was saying earlier, right? When you feel attacked, you start attacking and you start saying things that probably aren't the nicest thing to say, but that happens both ways. I get online and you could see these little stupid videos they do, and you'll ask a Black person, a Black American, oh, name 3 countries in Africa. Africans then get in the comments and say, oh, you're uneducated, you're this, and this. People retain what's important to them. You have to remember, we are generations removed from Africa. It's just not on our radar. It's not our top of things to know. So, and this is speaking, I can name 3 countries, but maybe other people can't. So it's you retain what's important to you. It has nothing to do with the education system. It has nothing to do with Black Americans being dumb. And this is the comment. So then you start getting this rhetoric back and forth, and it's basically just because you said this to me, so I'm gonna say something to hurt you. It's childish, it's petty, but it's human nature, right? You feel attacked, you get on the defense. And that's what happens. And that's kind of how the brother that you dropped, that's how I kind of felt like he was saying when the sister was saying, it's what you make it. Yes, it is what you make it. Some of us can be successful, some of us can't. She came to America and did very well for herself, but that is not all immigrants. Because I can tell
Okay,
you,
but you,
I'm in New
but
Jersey. I'm in New
so
Jersey and I see, and it's not to speak bad about anybody, but I see the Haitian guy, he's my taxi driver, my Uber driver. The Nigerian man is on a bicycle delivering my food to my door. So it's not to say that everybody that comes in this country has all of these opportunities. She did it, great for her, but that's not the same experience for every immigrant here. Otherwise, you'd all be over here being millionaires, and it's just not the case. So that you have to
You
apply that
even,
same
but
logic. You have to apply that same
you
logic to
sound,
Black
but you
Americans.
sound like you're
can I
speaking
not? Can I
from
say
a
something,
position of
host?
privilege somehow. Okay.
Yeah,
No,
can I say something, host?
I'm not privileged. I'm not privileged at all. And in fact, I can be honest with you all. I come from 2 parents
Oh,
who were drug addicts. I fought my way to where I am. So I had the drive to do it. Like the sister that said she came here, she bought 3 houses, right? So she had the drive to come here, and she was able to
Okay,
do what she
Gemini.
did.
I'll
So it
be
comes
I want
interested
from
to
in
say
from
listening to your
something.
within,
story.
and it
But
comes from the
anyway,
So,
person.
oh my God.
okay, I'll
Let
be
me say
interested in
something,
listening to your
right?
story. Go
Um,
ahead, Alfie.
um, I, Yeah, it's tickle me when y'all come and give examples of working Uber and working. Those sometimes is be people's second jobs. For my second job when I was here, one of my second jobs was working in liquor store, and that was my second job. Y'all just be judging people off the second or third jobs.
I'm
You
not
don't know
judging,
what
sister.
office.
I'm not
Can I
judging, sister. I
speak?
said for
Can
an
I speak?
example.
I did not
No, because
cut
Gemini,
you're
hang
you're
on.
you.
you're
I
not
did
Hang
understanding
on,
what I
not
Gemini.
said.
talk over you.
Allow her to talk. You can
Yeah,
correct
and
her when she's done. It's okay.
yeah,
You still
y'all be
talk.
judging people off the second and third jobs. And not only that, if you wasn't judging them off for that, you wouldn't bring it to the table, because at the end of the day, as I said, you don't know which job that is for them. And another thing too, something you said that I really wanted to touch on just now. Oh, when people move to other countries, like for my country, we have free healthcare. So when you have people coming from America and settling into my country and getting the opportunity to use my benefits as in free healthcare, then that gives me the right to come online and complain then. And to start being nasty to these people that moving in my country and getting access to free healthcare that my ancestors in my country fought for, and that we pay into the tax system to keep running. So is it fair that I can come online and do that then?
Sister, at no point in time did I acknowledge that what anybody did, but what I seem to see you doing is you're being very one-sided, because you know that that happens both ways, correct? It happens both ways, correct?
No, I don't go with the both ways thing, because
No, I'm
I was
saying, but
one of the people. My
if you're gonna call out
sister,
Black Americans, I need you to call out everybody.
My sister, I do not. You ask me a question, give me opportunity to answer. I don't go with the both way things, because I was here from the beginning when the African Americans was on Clubhouse putting up pictures of the children in Ethiopia and the big bellies. I was here from the beginning when the FBAs know that they're calling themselves that, when the FBAs was putting water into boxes and posting it to Africa. I was here in the beginning for a lot of nasty things when the Africans wasn't even answering your back. When the Africans was on Clubhouse talking about African issues, until they catch wind of the disrespect from the Africans in America, from the black people in America. And then they started to create prompts to answer you back. So no, it is not a one-sided thing for me, because I was one of the ones that see the nasty rhetoric coming from the black Americans before the Africans even think to answer them. So it's not one-sided for me. It's not the Africans that calling us on you. It's not the Africans that calling your schools. It's not the Africans that calling your jobs to get you fired. It is the FBAs that are doing that thing. So for me, it's not both ways.
So you don't see Africans online at all discouraging or talking down to Black Americans.
I'm an
Of
African.
course,
Can
of,
I?
of course I see. Wait, give me a minute. Of course I see it, because I see it as a retaliation tactic. I see it as
Thank
people
you.
Right. So
tired of.
that's what.
I see it as people tired of being abused for over the years, and they're no answering back. Do you see? This is a case of something, they say your idols become your rivals. So this is it. The Africans was on the continent idolizing black Americans, wanted to be like them, singing the music, wanted to dress like them. And then when they come here, there was bullied, there was beaten, there was called names, there was you know what I mean, you smell bad, your food smell bad, your accent this, your name ugly, everything. So after years of internalizing, know that they're spilling. So you have to take what you get. That's it for me.
Okay, so and I'm gonna agree to disagree, because I see it. I see it. From me, I see it. You see it as only as Black Americans attacking foreigners. I see it the other way. So we can agree to disagree on that, because like I said, I see it both ways. I see Africans constantly, talking down to Black Americans, and I see Black Americans respond.
But
So for
what's the
me, it's a
talking
two-way
down
street.
thing? Because you guys always say this
It's
talking
a talking
down.
down. You guys
I
literally
feel
come
like,
over
can
here
I?
with the mentality that
God, I'm
Black
not gonna
Americans are
argue
lazy.
over you, ma'am. So,
I'm
okay.
answering the question. You come
I
over
hadn't
here.
even
You come
finished
here saying Black
talking.
Americans are lazy.
Okay. So here's the thing. Right. I think the problem is, I think if Africans didn't come to America with the confidence that I think the Americans, when they first encountered Africans, didn't expect Africans to have confidence in being African because the perspective of Africa they was given is different to the perspective of Angola or me, Africans, right? So when Africans went to America and weren't insecure about being African and weren't dirty and weren't ugly, weren't all of these things that was told to them. I think it did bother you guys. I do. I think it did bother you guys. I think it bothered you guys to the point now where on because on I know what was going on Clubhouse. My older sister used to tell me. So yeah, like I mean, African people didn't respond for ages, and then all now TikTok happened, and now African people are responding. Now we're the problems, and now it's both sides. When it's like for years, it's always been us. Even we were used in insults when we weren't even there. You guys used to call each other African police patches, insulting us, indirectly insulting us while insulting each other. We were used in insults when we weren't even present. So how could it possibly be both sides? Who started it? You can't blame someone for responding to the disrespect. Like that's crazy. I'm gonna like you just can't. You can't. That's crazy to me to think that anyone would say, well, it's
So
now all
once
of a sudden
again,
it's okay. Go ahead.
as a black American, I can't speak for you, can't speak for me, and I can't speak for you. As a black American, I'm gonna say once again, it definitely goes both ways. I'm a black American. I've heard, oh, you're cotton pickers, you don't know where you're from. The insults go both ways. The insults go both ways. And in America, black people, we tend to hike on each other. So you guys couldn't take being called African booty scratcher. We call each other names. It is what it is. It's hiking.
So okay, right. So cool again with this whole bullying culture, with this whole roasting culture, with this whole thing. So you're admitting it happens. You're admitting it happens.
I
So why?
100% admit it happens.
So then what? Why are we still on
It
this
happens
topic
both
if you know
ways.
it? Oh my, no, it doesn't happen. You just said it's part of
It,
like
ma'am,
you
if
just
I
said
just said
Africans
to
couldn't
you,
take it. No. You literally
I
just
said
said
if you can't
Africans
take it, oh
couldn't take
well.
it.
I'm not speaking to them specifically alone.
Oh
It
God.
happens both ways. If I just said that I've been called a slave, I pick cotton, I don't know where I'm from, I have no culture, it comes both ways.
Yeah, well,
So
I've
I
had
take
I've
offense to that, and now I hate all Africans because one African I see online says
The
it, two
only
Africans I see online
the
says
only
it. No.
person the only people that was using that language when it comes to the Africans. You see, I got this diaspora word documented so well. I have it recorded and documented so I could tell you every facet of it. The only place you was hearing the cotton picker comment from was the South Africans. When y'all was going back and forth with the South Africans because the South Africans wanted y'all to respect their culture, the Zulu culture, and those were the people that were coming back at you, calling you cotton pickers because you refuse to respect their culture, you refuse to listen to their arguments and listen to what they were saying. So then when y'all start going at them and talking about y'all ain't doing nothing, y'all ain't changing the parade, they could get vexed. Then the South Africans band together like Voltron and came for your neck. So don't
Are
don't bring
you
it back
talking
to
about
the
current stuff
sister.
though? Are you talking about
Sister, I
currently?
have this in
I'm
listen.
talking
I
about
have the
I can
last
go back as far as childhood hearing these
Sister, I
things from
have the
Africans.
last 10 years documented of these diaspora wars. You're not going to come and gaslight me. You're not going to come and gaslight me. I have the last 10 years documented with videos, audio recordings, screenshots. You're not going to gaslight me.
Well, we could go back and forth about it. Like I said, we're going to agree to disagree. For me, like I said, I'm going back as far as a childhood. I can remember going back and forth. These conversations going back and forth in the schoolyard or whatever. So you could talk about what you see on TikTok or online or whatever. I just feel the media hypes up the beef. These things you could happen on the
It's not
schoolyard.
the
You got a little
media.
argument with. It's
It's
not the
not the
media.
media. No, because you guys are
Mm-hmm.
putting ice. You guys are putting ice on people. You guys are putting people's jobs in America. Please don't say it's the media. You
Are you
guys are taking this
generalizing?
to real life.
Are you generalizing? Because I
Don't
haven't
do
called ice
that.
on
Don't
anybody.
see again. Like instead of you addressing what I've just said, you're flipping it to fit a certain narrative.
You're
Listen to what I'm
generalizing. You're
saying to you.
generalizing an entire group, and then you
Oh
guys get
God.
mad when Black Americans generalize Africans. We're not a
Again,
monolith.
she
We're
didn't
not
even
all the
address the fact
same.
that I said you guys are pulling ice on people. Like You guys are
I
literally
have
going
never
out and
called
calling
ICE on
ICE.
anybody.
Maybe not you, but there's certain groups of Black Americans that are calling ICE on people, calling people's jobs, literally trying to disrespect people's lives. Come on, this is not online. Maybe to you, maybe you live under a rock and can't see these things, but this is happening. Me from the UK having African people, African family members, Caribbean friends that live in America, I've seen it. So please, you guys are literally actively reporting people to calling, wasting ICE's time on actual American citizens.
And
So
then
please.
you take the couple, and then you take from what do you saying you're in Britain? You take the couple things that you see online since you're not here, and you don't acknowledge the fact of how many Black Americans have been out marching and parading with the immigrants regarding ICE. And this is why I say stop grouping us. We're not. It's one Black person doesn't make up everybody. But you guys won't acknowledge that part. Can you acknowledge that there are Black Americans that have gone out in hundreds to protest with the immigrants against ICE?
Acknowledge that, yes, but it still doesn't like that it's still happening to African people, like, and Caribbean
So what are we
people.
talking about then? If some of us are outside marching, and then you get online and you see a couple people like ICE, 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 whatever the case may be, you grouped us all into a group, and this is the
No,
problem. I don't group all Africans together, and they shouldn't group all Black Americans together. You look at the individual person did X, Y, and Z. You can't group everybody.
That is not how y'all operate. So why some person have to have a different operating manifesto than you? Y'all come on the internet and disrespect the entire continent with 54 countries. So then why some person should give you the respect to differentiating you and who you are? No, when you practice it, again follow.
literally, if that's what you lead by example, if you don't want people to generalize, you stop generalizing the entire continent. The continent, second largest continent on planet Earth.
I mean, you guys just I just don't understand why you see a couple of Black people do X, Y, and Z, and you guys continue to group. I choose to move differently. I don't group. You can sit here. I can sit here and be like, oh, a Nigerian scammed me. Now I hate all Nigerians. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I
Who said
judge a
we hate
person per
you?
person.
We never
Per
said we hate
person.
you. No one said
But you're
anything about hate.
generalizing. You're generalizing. You're saying, oh, we've all called you names. Oh, we're calling ICE.
We
That's
have
not
not
every single Black
generalized. We
person.
said the FBA, and we are not differentiating some or little FBAs. It is the entire FBA. So when we speak about the FBA and you do not recognize or call yourself FBA, stop being offended. But if you're offended, that means that you're an FBA sympathizer and you uphold their disrespect for the entire diaspora, and you will get treated in the same vein as them. I is one of these ones that do not give a fuck about your feelings. I speak facts. I do not want your friendship. I do not need your friendship. Y'all have nothing to offer me. So I speak facts. I'm not looking for your friendship. So that's the difference between me and a lot of other people, because a lot of other people come online and kiss your ass for some reason.
Literally.
I don't know why. But I don't give a shit about kissing your ass, or you have nothing to offer me. I'm going to give you the facts every time.
Right. But that's a two-way street, sister. Like, what you guys have nothing to offer Black Americans. So why is it that we should kiss your ass? There's 51.6 million of us here. There's no reason to kiss your ass.
Anything? Why do you guys think? Why do you guys think we
I'm
want you?
responding to what she said. She's not interested in being friends with us. That's her choice. That's fine.
That's the
You
thing
But
all
you
with
are
black
entitled
see,
to our own
immigrant.
so
choice.
hang
That's the
on,
thing
hang
with
on,
black
hang on.
immigrant is not
So
coming online asking you to
uh,
kiss our asses.
hang
Yeah,
on,
all
let
that
me
is we
just say
begging for
this.
all this
You
respect.
see, the problem is the way you approaching this conversation, Gemini. You want to make it like both way, and there's nuance. And then you're saying that no, you're generalizing. Well, actually, you are generalizing when you say it's both ways, because I was wanted to address that, and she brought up the point that the South Africans, when the whole what is that, the celebration that you guys
Parade.
do,
It was the Zulu
yeah, the
parade that
Zulu
was,
parade,
yeah.
that whole thing. That's why they made that commentary. And they may have, whether they're right or wrong, I don't know. That the whole thing is between you and them and what they were addressing as they saw fit, because that is pertaining to them. That's their
I
culture. And
I
even
didn't
what
see the
that
Zulu
people
parade.
say,
Could you tell me what happened?
hang on. I mean, there's video in this app. You can like educate yourself. You see a
Hmm.
lot. You celebrate in Louisiana every year, right? I forgot the month right now. I don't have the Is it Mar something? I can't even say it.
Mardi
It's just
Gras.
it's not.
Mardi Gras.
Yeah, Mardi Gras. That,
Okay.
yeah, what is celebrated
Okay.
in Louisiana, right? The whole people and the painting of
Hmm.
the faces and all of that. So me, when I'm having these conversations, I pay attention to the nuances. So when you come up, according to the topic, if you say it's both way, you are discrediting the reason why I was hosting, because I want to address these
Hmm.
issues like that. If I wanted to address another specific issue, I was gonna put it up and say this specific issue. Because when I'm making the topics, I want to address a specific issue. It dilute the necessity for us to highlight these things. Because listen, no African is going around celebrating other than the foolishness that happens in this app. I get you when you say both ways. Yes, the foolishness back and forth happening. But why is it even happening? Even that we have to be addressing, right? But these issues, they so connected, and then people attach it to things like, oh, you guys, when you come here, you side with whitey. I don't get that aspect of things. Siding with whitey, how? Why there's so much gun down in the black immigrants, especially from Africa? Why there's so
So
much
can I ask
hatred?
you
Some of
guys,
you go
you guys have
go
never
ahead.
in your countries before you came here ever been taught that Black Americans are lazy, not to come over here and
Uh-oh.
not be friends with us? Okay, so that's you guys. Now, I've spoken to Africans that say that literally was indoctrinated into them until they got here and interacted with us and
I
they
have
saw
a question
differently.
for you. So
Okay,
what
so
systems did those
where did
Africans
those
say?
African came from? Which region, which country?
Oh,
Do you know?
I've seen some, well, I mean, Guyana, number one. Um,
Not all
Guyana is in the
maybe a handful of
Caribbeans.
Niger.
Well,
Well, maybe a handful,
Nigerians.
but I'm talking about immigrants in general. Maybe a handful of
No, no, no,
Nigerians.
no, no. You
You
see,
know,
that's the
once you
thing. I
get
don't deal
here,
with generosity. Now we are trying to narrow down to address a specific issue here. If we're just gonna throw it right
okay,
there, that's very vague. We have to be able to specify. Do you understand, Gemini? So work with me here.
yeah,
When I'm asking you, give me specifics, because I know from southern region, it's gonna be very rare someone is gonna talk like that. Maybe you might find in the
hmm,
western region, but then you have to be able to tell me there was an event like this and it happened in the western region, and I'm specifically talking about someone from Ghana, I'm talking about someone from Nigeria, and so on and so forth, or Kenya.
hmm,
Because your
and I just,
relationship to how
mhm,
you have to understand this. And you made a good point when you say Black Americans are not a monolith, neither are Africans. How you relate to Africans in the Horn of Africa is completely different how you're going to relate to Africans in the southern region. Because even before
mhm.
this whole Mardi Gras thing, I doubt that South Africans were trying to come at Black Americans, say disrespectful thing. Of
no,
course, I
we
don't agree with
weren't.
that. The whole making fun of the rice. No, this was coded messages during slavery. Of course, I don't agree with that. That's foolishness. That's why I said I acknowledge that side of foolishness. But what I'm addressing here specific, it's spreading misinformation. For instance, before you joined this panel, there was someone here, and then he quote who's this? The mayor from Maryland, saying that he voted against or vetoed against reparation. But that's not true. That's not what that document says. Any person with common sense and a little bit of intelligence can read and state and see what is documented there. But you see, Gemini, the danger with that is that start to frame this whole idea that, oh, these black immigrants, whether they come from the Caribbean or Africa, whenever they come here, they're against our interests. There are specific black Americans in this app that every day this is their job to disseminate this kind of misinformation. That is dangerous, Gemini. That is what I'm talking against. And
Right.
especially
I
in the
can't
continent,
speak on
because
the
they're.
situation. I can't
Go
speak on the
ahead.
mayor
So I
situation
can
because I
say,
myself did not read the document.
Go read.
I
Yeah,
did
read the
see
document and come back to
yeah,
this
the
panel.
gentleman from Georgia,
Yeah.
I think he's the congressman in Georgia, when he asked would he pass legislative for reparations, he literally said no because it would not benefit immigrants. That's the only thing I'm aware of recently. I did not read anything about a mayor. I just read the congressman from Georgia who
Yeah,
said
Wesley
that he
something.
would
I can't
never pass
remember his name
legislation for
exactly.
that.
Yeah, you
Yeah, I
can
can't
go
remember his
read
name,
about.
but I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did see that, but I'll definitely look
So
into
I
that
can
about the
say,
mayor because I did not read that document.
so I can
No,
say
thank you. I
something.
appreciate you. Go
So
ahead.
so when it was coming here, I had two uncles. I had two uncles in the army and a cousin, and my other uncle worked at the prison on Rikers Island. And my uncles definitely tell me keep from around bad company, or they can pack my ass back to the islands. And what they said, I saw nothing wrong with it. Keep your ass from bad company, or I'm gonna pack your ass back to the islands. Was he telling me to keep from wrong African Americans? No. Are African Americans the only bad company in America? Why are y'all attaching yourself to the words bad company? Why you always want to center yourself in everything? If my parents say keep away from bad company, what does that have to do with you as an ethnic group? Make it make sense. That don't
No,
make
I
no
understand
sense.
that might have been the message that you received was bad company. However, when I'm speaking, I'm saying I've literally heard them say black Americans. So in your instance, yes, it's bad company. We should all stay
But
away from bad company, regardless of where you're
but but
from.
but
In the
but
instance
here's
that
the
I'm
thing,
talking about,
Gemini.
even in just being in panels online, it even says,
Okay.
they were told black Americans were X, Y, and Z.
So, Gemini, here's the thing. Even in the instance that they're saying Black American, let's be honest, and I think most people don't talk about this whenever we're having this conversation. There is a degeneracy in the Black community in USA, and that is a fact. If you come to Africa, yeah, I can show you the nonsense that we are dealing with. But when people oversimplify things, that's what becomes problematic, because there is something that if I'm sent there, you also have to see. Do you think some of these African family, when they send their children that they want them to fool around, their situation is completely different from some of you guys, and you have to understand that. Your history is there,
Mm-hmm.
400, 500 years. Yes, I get that part, but you must understand the pressure that some of these people are in. If it means nothing to you, that's all good and well. But when they come there to say that no, when they're out here, they don't want to unite with us and everything. But people who had experiences, therefore, after those experiences, Gemini, guess what they did? Oh, okay. If I'm not welcome, this is very typical. People do that everywhere. I don't think this is exclusive to USA. You go to UK, you go to Canada, you're gonna see people conglomerate amongst themselves and formulate their own community, and then they start supporting each other and
Mm-hmm.
they help each other. Within the languages, of
Mm-hmm.
course. I'm talking primarily because of Africans. I know the African countries that speak French, they build French communities. The African countries that speak Portuguese, they build Portuguese community abroad. So who wants to come? Oh, go this. No, don't do this. Do this. Do this. So people therefore help each other. This is our experience. That is nuance, and that is worth mentioning. The same way you guys will appreciate when we respect and acknowledge your nuance in your specific history. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And like I said, the other brother, I understood when I was listening when he said, you guys don't come over here and listen. I respect if you guys come over here and you naturally gonna feel comfortable with people that you can relate to, right? Shared history and things like that. So, like I said, I'm in New Jersey. We got a part of Irvington. We call it Little Haiti because it's literally Little Haiti. Like, so, and I respect that they group together and they share their resources. That is fine. They owe us nothing to share their resources, and you feel comfortable. I didn't understand what he was saying with the whole community thing, because if anything, I will say I feel like Africans are very community oriented, and they do stick together and they do work together and support each other when they do come here. So I would disagree with the brother when he said that. And I have no problem with you guys coming and having your own communities. And the thing, I think for most Black Americans, the thing is those communities become sub communities in Black communities. And then it's like, this is where there's no communication, there's no community in that sense.
But
You
But
what's
understand what I'm
wrong
Gemini,
with
saying?
that?
you guys,
But
but
what's wrong
Gemini,
with that?
I don't
also,
mind.
but hang
Listen,
on,
I'm
Gemini.
okay with it.
So Gemini, here's the thing, right? I have also heard that some of you guys, when you establish yourself, you make it out of the hood. I have people that they will be the biggest performance activists online, but when you start to ask them, so where do you stay? Oh well, you don't even stay where the people live. You live somewhere in some nice neighborhood, and then you claim that you really care for your people. So there is that too, right? And then the thing that I don't get is when I'm hearing this thing, when you guys come here, you side with the YT. Can you explain to me what does that mean? Siding with the YT.
that goes back to what I was saying when I said, like, a lot of times some immigrants are taught, stay away from black Americans, or whatever the case may be. It's almost like the colonizer, because they're white, is right, and that's who you need to align yourself with. You're not going to align yourself with black Americans because they're, lack of better words, they're not shit, right?
Okay.
So
So
and
hang on,
that's when
Gemini.
they
Let
say
me
you
help
want
you
to
understand
align
what
with
I'm trying
white.
to get to. So let me help you understand what I'm trying to say. Let me simplify it for you. Let's say you came to Botswana and then you decide to visit. You come with a friend, and then you get there and you start to post and make videos talking about the politics of that country. Do you think that's something wise for you to do?
I'm sorry, could you repeat it, because my phone was beeping?
Let's say you go to Botswana for a visit, and then once you're there, you start to meddle in their politics, you start making videos talking about them, writing articles online. Do you think that is a wise thing for you to do as a Black American when you go visit Botswana? Is it even safe
Absolutely
for you
not.
to do that? So
No.
then, how is it that seems like some Americans, they don't get this point? When a person comes there, they're gonna get a job. They're just gonna do the job, and they're grateful that they got a job. Why does it have to be worded and look at, oh, you are siding with the whitey? What is expected from these black immigrants? That they should side with you guys and start also claim for reparations, stand with you? Like, do you guys want sympathy from them? You want some sort of acknowledgement of your struggle? What exactly is the reason to say that you guys prefer to side with the whiteys?
I
Do you
mean,
get
I
what
can
I'm
only
trying to
give you
say?
my I can only give you my stance from that. When I hear it, to me, it just goes back to what I was saying. It's, you were told to stay away from us, black
When you
Americans.
say go
And
back
I
to what
think
you were
that's where
saying,
the
you're
whole
failing
term
to
comes from.
understand what I'm saying. We're not going to be able to build like that. You keep saying it goes back to what I'm saying. You're not seeing what I'm saying. We're missing each other.
But I understand what you're saying. It's nothing wrong with coming here and wanting to progress. And if that means you're in the space of a white person, it's nothing wrong with that. Black Americans, we don't own anything. So to me, the comment is stupid. We don't own any large corporations. We all work for white people. At the end of the day, we
Exactly.
all work under these white corporations. The term, to me, does not make any sense. You want to side with whitey. I understand where it comes from. However, we don't own any corporations here. No black anything. Immigrant, black American do not own corporations here where we can hire a mass number of thousands of people, of our own people. We're just not there. So we all work for white corporations in some form or fashion. It is what it is.
You see, a good example is Michael Langley. I'm sure you've heard
So
of
let
him,
me let
right?
me explain. Let me explain. I want to say something, host. Let me
Oh,
explain
Cropper
why.
wanted to say something.
What?
Let it go. I don't know if she still
Oh,
has a
sorry,
thought
sorry,
ready.
sorry.
Let Arky talk. I forgot my point.
Okay, my bad.
I was saying, right, the reason why they come with that rhetoric, readers, oh, the immigrant always cater to the whitey man, right? And then they go back to this, oh, on the job zone again, tech work for less money. I never worked nowhere in America and was working for less than any person that was working at the job. That's number one. I would never sell myself like that after paying so much money for my degrees. That's number one. Number two, right? Some of these people want you to behave like them in the workplace. They want you to, when the boss says something that you might take it as a little slight, or they will call it racism, they want you to cuss out the boss and walk off the job. And then do what? And then do what? How does your children eat? How does your family eat? How do you finish building your house? No, you ignore the bullshit. You ignored it. Listen, a dog can be a dog. A cat can be a cat. A whitey person can be a racist. Why do y'all get in your feelings when a whitey person is racist towards you? This is beyond me. Why y'all act like if it's something like, oh shit, this person was racist? That is a given. That is gonna happen. I don't understand why y'all behave like it's something new. So just take it on the chin, get back to work, and do what you're supposed to do. Put in your 8 hours, your 10 hours, and get the fuck home. But some of y'all just act like if y'all want to bring and demolish the building and build it back and change the entire system. Don't matter what you do on that job. you will leave that job before then people will ever take you serious to restruct the job and restruct the rules, and like you become a headache to them. They don't give a shit about hearing you voice every day talking bullshit. Just come work, do your work, and get the fuck home. But a lot of y'all does not understand that concept. That's it.
Yeah, and I think in the UK here it's different because the bad company is usually the white people. Stay away from the bad company. It's usually stay away from the white people who live on benefits and who have council houses and who get pregnant at 16 and who that's when African and Caribbean um families in the UK tell their kids to stay away from black companies and stay away from white people because you start to act like them, their laziness, they're just very I don't know. So I would think, right, I would think when African and Caribbean people in America, it's the same thing. Stay away from bad company, meaning stay away from lazy people, white people who do. So I don't understand if they're telling their kids that, then how could they be sucking up to white people? I don't like I don't get that too.
I mean, to the Caribbean sister point, I mean, I'm never going to let, I work in corporate America. I'm never going to let nobody trick me out my spot, right? So at the same token, I'm not going to take disrespect or your white people's angered microaggressions. There are ways to handle that professionally where I don't have to get indignant and burn the building down. There are ways to handle that. I'm never going to let anybody disrespect me. And that's just probably because of the history of Black Americans in this country. We're not going to take disrespect from white people at all. You're always going to speak up. So, but that's the history of it, right? I mean, you might feel like because you go to work and you make 200K a year, you're going to allow a white person to talk crazy to you. And at the end of the day, that may be your mentality.
But
And
Gemini,
I mean, no
is it
disrespect when I say
allowing
this. I mean, no disrespect when I say this, but that's because you migrated here for an opportunity, right? An opportunity that you were not able to get in your country. So you may feel there's a level of disrespect you're willing to take because you have this opportunity, whereas a Black American may not feel the same, if that makes
Gemini?
sense.
All it is
So,
there's a
let me
time and a
correct that. Let me
place.
let me correct that, right? Any opportunity in America, sweetheart, you can find it in my country. The difference between it is that I can make money faster here. So if I could build a house in, say, if I could build a house in 6 months in my country, I could build it in 10 months if I'm here getting this dollar. That's the honest difference, sweetheart. So don't word it like that. And another thing too,
Right, sister, you being defensive, and I said I mean no disrespect when I say it. I was just saying a lot of immigrants come to America, right, for opportunity, right? There's an opportunity that they may not be able to get in their country. So I hate when people say to the Latinos they come here and do jobs nobody wanted to. I hate that, and I hate that for them. Because why are you letting somebody, an American, black, white, blue, purple, yellow, disrespect you in that way? Because you'll come here
I don't
and work under
care,
the hot
sister.
sun and pick stuff
The
like that.
difference,
It's disrespectful.
the
Don't come
difference
here and let
between
nobody
you,
don't say nobody can, oh, you'll do the
listen.
job no American will do. That's nasty.
Can I speak? Listen, the difference between you and us, we don't care. You see, what you might see as disrespect, we don't see as, you feel a white person running the moat to me is disrespect? No, the disrespect is when you touch me.
People are
You really
inherently
feel
racist.
that a white person, give me a minute. You really feel that a white person can run this corner right now and call me the N-word that I can get in my feelings? You crazy.
Once
You
again, like I
got to
said,
be
it's the
crazy.
history.
You
We
wanna
have different
listen? Can
histories.
I
We have
speak,
different
sister?
histories.
Sister, can I speak? Oh my God. Listen to me, right? Y'all choose what to be. No, don't let me say anything on that part. Just let me speak for myself. Whitey people words do not offend me, because then that'll be me giving whitey people control over my emotions and control over my actions. So whitey people words do not offend me in no way. They don't move me. They don't nothing. I would debate with them and then we'll put them in the place, but they don't move me to the fact where that I gotta get out of character and get out my body to you know what I mean? I don't understand. And another thing too, like as I said, that's what they're going to do. So if you know that that's what they're going to do, why every time that they do it, why do you react? because that's a self
Sister,
that
if
you showing them that you still have control over them, and you keep
sister,
talking
if we
about
did not
different,
respond, if we
and
did
you
not
keep
respond
talking.
to,
Listen, can
because
you
I'm
let
answering your
allow me to
question.
finish? Can I
If
am
we
not
did not
finished.
respond
You
to the
have
white
to
man's
allow
treatment in
me
this
to
country,
finish.
immigrants
You
would
keep
not be able to
talking
be here.
about disrespect, but you would not stop talking over me. Y'all only know the word respect when it is pertaining to you. As I was saying, another point that you made just now about histories. Oh, we don't have the same history. Sweetheart, we had a more brutal slavery in the Caribbean. So we and the whitey man ain't no friends. Furthermore, we unalive the whitey man and send it back to his country. So we and the whitey man ain't no friends. So when you're talking about different histories, no, we really didn't have a different history. It's just that we don't give a fuck about the whitey man. Y'all put too much emphasis on trying to be, oh, he called me the N-word. But the next two business days, you can call you brother and say, what's up, N-word? So make it like the parallels don't make sense to me. It just don't make sense. You can get angry when a whitey person call you the N-word, but the next 2 days you having a conversation with your brother or sister and you can call yourself the N-word, and they wanna want be so offended, like and wanna letting this offense get in when we like it just be crazy to me. Like some of the things that y'all do don't make sense.
Okay, I don't use the N word, so I'm not going to speak on it. I don't use it. I'm not going to let nobody call me it. I don't care what color you are. But at the end of the day, like I said, if we hadn't, if we had just stood still and just words don't bother us and we're just going to take it, if we had took it at 60 some years right now, we civil rights literally paved the way for all immigrants to come here and have the rights that they have. It's not about just standing there taking it, because words don't matter, words don't hurt.
I mean, I get that. I
if
do.
we think about it in hindsight, if African countries, and this I say this with all due respect, if African countries who are the minority, the majority in their countries, felt the same way, you could build Africa
Oh my gosh, ma'am, please, please, please,
in
please
some
don't do that.
ways.
Don't do that, please, because no, 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 no. You don't see.
So,
Okay, let me tell you something. No, because she's really annoying me now. Because why would you say that? Like, you don't. Okay, first of all, I could say the same thing to you. I could say the same. I could ask you why when you guys were trying to build up your communities and your houses, why they burnt them down. I can say the exact same thing to you. The flip side applies to you. Why, when you try, 'cause you just said you have no corporations or nothing. Why, when you tried, they burnt them to the ground? Do you not understand neo-colonialism? Jesus, like, why would you like? It's the same thing. It's the same damn
And
thing. Like,
black
and
people are still the minority in a country that wasn't ours to begin with.
okay, so are you telling me, okay, cool, so if they, right, so if you're telling me, if you were the minority, YT people, YT America, or Europe, or whatever the flip, these European countries that built their wealth off of slavery, would, if you were the man, you're telling me, you're so, is this what you're saying? You guys would be sure that you would run America, right? if if you guys were the majority, the only thing that's stopping you is the fact that you're a majority, right? Because you're a different type of Negro, right? You're a special kind. So surely, like, I mean, you're saying makes absolutely no damn sense. Like,
So
What
what?
did it make
can I
sense?
say something real
What did
quick?
it make sense?
Nothing. Like,
The thing
nothing.
is, I'm a Black American, and I do prescribe that I am. My ancestry goes back to the trans American slave trade, right? So I don't really
Mm-hmm.
believe in FBA wholeheartedly, but I am Black American, so I do rock with my people at the same time. But do you think, I'm speaking to the Africans on the panel, and I don't know what country you came from, but, and I'm not against you guys or against my own people, but is it a thing that where it's just like respect, right? Where you guys feel like we disrespect you because I know we
Yes.
feel okay. So the thing is, 'cause I hear what you guys are saying is you're saying if we are so, because we are brash, right? We are brash people. We do speak and we think, and this is not all African Americans. I'm not speaking for the sister. She may not agree, but we do need work here in America, right? I think you guys are saying we've been here for 155 years and we don't have the infrastructure set up kind of be like as brash as what we are. And I will say you are right? We need work in our own community. We need to do the work. And I'm not for arguing with you guys. I'm for whooping my own people's butt and saying we need to do our own thing. I think if you guys would say those things and say, hey, you know what? I think that you guys should do the work in your community and hold us accountable in that way. We might not, we probably would still be upset, but we would have to listen, right? But at the same time, we have to be able to give respect to each of our own plights. And that's where we have to start to figure out how to heal from, because I will
Well,
say,
I understand that. I do get what you're trying to say, and
yeah,
I hate to cut you off, but then
go ahead. No,
it's
no
kind of
problem.
difficult when someone is telling me as an African, well, if you guys had the same mentality, Africa would be built up, completely disregarding the fact that the only reason why this world, planet Earth is running is off the basis of African minerals. Like it completely disregarding the fact that the reason why America is America right now is going into Congo right now to join in into what the other I'm not the small hats and the other groups are doing. Trump literally just didn't he not just say in that conference that he's going into Congo, but she had like it's that audacity, that disregard.
Correct, correct.
That's
Is
what
he
I
not going
can't
into
get.
Congo without?
Please
Is he not
stop
going into Congo
talking,
without their
man.
approval?
Please stop
Is he not
talking.
going into Congo without their help?
Please stop talking.
Hang
Thank
on.
you.
Let's have a conversation, guys. I don't want this to become. Let me just say a few things.
Angola, Haibo, you need to
Ha-
call her out on that because
ha-
that's just
Hang on.
crazy.
Yeah, hang on. The thing is, that's why I don't want the conversation to turn about applied marathon, about whether who struggled the most, because I always try to be as reasonable as I can, and I really try to understand people's history. If I'm engaging with Caribbeans, I want to understand the nuances in the history of the Caribbeans. I would extend the same courtesy to the Black Americans, but I would appreciate when Black Americans can do the same for me and the Caribbeans can do the same for me. Because once we miss that, that's where we start to misunderstand each other. And that's why I
Correct.
understand why Purple was saying what she was saying. And she has the right to feel that way, and it's justified. The same way Gemini has the right to feel a way because it's justified. Because there is a point that she made that is valid. Because we know America, especially, there is designated specific jobs that apply to specific groups of immigrants. We know what type of jobs, for instance, the Mexican are likely to do: construction, maybe work in the farms and things like that. And for every country, if you guys do a study case, you realize that there are certain jobs that the native people from that nation don't want to do. And so bringing in these immigrants cover up for that. And America is a huge example of that. I'm sure, Purple, where you are, you will agree with me. Maybe the same thing applies to UK. I'm sure if you go to South
Yeah.
Africa, you go to Canada, the same thing applies. There's just certain jobs people will pull up the middle finger and say, no, I was born here. I'm not going to try to do this kind of job. I work and I want to get paid certain money, and I'm not going to do this. So when these immigrants come, they cover for that. But what I don't want us to do is to discredit history. Because when we look at the history of Africa, it's nuanced. Yes, Gemini, I can agree with you. They're not going to Congo by themselves. They are agreeing to some sort of accord, but even though that accord is something that is manipulated, it's not as simple as saying, well, it's the fault of the president of Congo. No, there is a lot of manipulations, and the intricacy of geopolitics most people don't educate themselves about. That's what misses as well. And even in me saying that, Gemini, I'm not trying to make excuse for the people of Congo, because I know that for sure the people of Congo themselves, they are also corrupt, and it's worth saying that, even if there's a Congolese here that may feel offended, because they also can pull it together. The government themselves, they are also funding some of those rebel groups. How do you explain a country within a specific region having over 100 rebel slash malicious groups? Who's funding them? Who's paying for the armament? You see where I'm going with this? It's so complicated. All these multinational corporations that are there, they're fueling to what's happening there. So when we are having this conversation, it's important to understand that. That's why I brought up Michael Langley earlier on in the conversation, because we all know he was the head of AFRICOM, right? And AFRICOM was initiated in 2008. Who? No, in 2013. In 2013, 2008, I'm mixing up the dates. But here's my point. The reason why it was initiated, it was to counter Russia and China in the continent of Africa. Now, listen to this carefully, what I'm about to say. It's very important. Someone like Michael Langley, while he was visiting Kenya, he confidently said that no, Pan Africanism is alive and is well and alive. So now the thing is, the way Michael Langley perceives Pan Africanism, I don't agree with that as an African, because in his head, the way he reasons is that we are here to protect the interest of the American people. Even him as a BOK man, that's what he's going to do. But if me as an African say, oh, he's a coon, he's a house Negro, there is a black American that may feel some type of way or may feel offended, right? Because they see him as someone that achieved greatness. You see, even that is a nuance. But if I'm able to explain to that black American why I'm saying that, he or she might have a different perspective, and I don't necessarily need to disrespect him in addressing him, but I need to still say what I need to say at the same time. So you see why sometimes this conversation is important for us to articulate what these nuances are, because once we miss the nuances, they are the number one enemy of understanding.
So
And
let me just jump in
context
real quick.
matters because we have
Let
to
me
be able to contextualize things so that we have full comprehension of what it is that we're talking about. All right.
Let me jump in really quickly, and then Jim and I can spot. I know she probably wants to say something. And the thing is, what you just said, and this now you see how we just changed this conversation from a hostile conversation to a baby UN conversation, right? So me as a Black American, I'm listening to the brother. I don't know where he's from, but I don't think he is from America. I'm listening to him, and we are having a dialect about geopolitics and what's going on, and how we can figure out how our language affects Americans, Black Americans, and then how it affects purple up there, right? So these are the conversations we need to have instead of, we could delineate in a way of making each other stronger, right? Making people from the Congo stronger, making people from America stronger, right? First, Black Americans, we need to make sure we are becoming a world power, because sometimes we do think that we are a little bit more than what we have done on a global stage, because cultural, we share a lot of different cultures too with other people, which like building TVs, technology, and things like that. But we have given to the world a lot of very great cultural things, right? But at the same time, other cultures have done the same thing. Black Americans, we need to make sure we are becoming a global power in building and manufacturing, so we can um, come to certain tables and be able to speak to people with power. And sometimes I think that that's something that we need to do. And once we accomplish those things, then we can talk to people from the Congo, talk to people from the continent of Africa from different perspectives, and then have our own baby UN. That's what we should be worried about versus the real enemy is the YTs in the sense of global expansion, where if both of us, all of us in this room, have no skin in the game on global expansion, then that's the problem. And us fighting each other, FBAs, Black Americans, soul men, people from Africa, we're in these chats wasting our energy and time, and we need to move forward in the sense of being powerful and understanding that we need to take care of our kids and the generations and generations after that, right? So just think about those things before you guys
Yeah.
go back and forth. But I'll land my plane there for whoever wants to speak.
Okay.
One
Thank you
question.
so
I got
much.
one question
Hang
to
on. Let me
ask.
just give
Uh,
Gemini to. Okay. You want to ask me a question? Can Gemini quickly answer? Or can you wait, Gemini?
Yes, I can wait.
question.
Okay. Go ahead. What's the
Before
question?
a country, before a country, before a country, how are you supposed to achieve everything that you know, sir? Before land, before a country, how are you going to achieve the things that you know, sir?
Or is your question is if you do not have an establishment of land first, how are you going to be able to achieve anything? Just paraphrase.
So
Is
as
that
for
what you're
here
asking?
for America, is that what I think
Uh,
that's what you're asking, right?
I
So for
think she's.
Americans, right?
Is that what you're asking, okay?
Is that what she asked?
Okay, she was
I'm
asking
asking
me.
him because he said, yeah, he said that he's pushing for global power, right? So I'm asking him before a land, how is he going to get this global power?
So okay,
Oh, are
from
you
an
asking
American,
me?
I
Oh, you
think she's
asked. Oh,
asking
she's
me.
asking.
No, she's
Oh, okay.
asking him.
Him.
So
Oh, yeah, he
for
was saying
Americans,
that. Go
right?
ahead.
So for Americans, right, we don't have a technical, like, we are American. Our nationality is American. We're born here on this continent, right? So we are American. This is our continent. We can say that, but we haven't fought for that, right? So that's where you're saying, like, you can say this is a land we fought for, meaning in the sense of fighting in for us here, right? Not fighting China, right? But in the sense of what I'm talking about is saying we would have to have a resource that we can control. Here in America, we could control financial resources, right? So that's how we can become a global power, right? So when you talk about how trade happens and things happen now between between countries, it also happens from land, but also for money and resources in that sense. So what Black Americans can control and can produce is we can actually be unify our dollars and have those work for us, and then
Brother, let me simplify it for you. Uh, maybe you guys might not agree with me or something. And I'm not trying to tell you history for you, okay? Please, just bear with me for a second.
beginning structure in my head I'm thinking about, but hopefully that answers your question. But it wouldn't be a land grab per se with what you're thinking about. Yeah.
Okay, Gemini, you
The
wanna
reason
answer?
why, the reason, oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you can finish. Go ahead, finish.
Yes, finish. Was gonna
Yeah,
say the
let me
reason
finish.
why I answered that. Yeah, the reason why I answered that because nothing that you said there in your original statement, in your opening statement, you cannot achieve without being a sovereign nation. And the Americans' power structure will never allow you to become a sovereign nation in their nation. There's nowhere that this power structure, the white power structure, is gonna let the African American become a nation within the American nation. So nothing you said there is not feasible without a nation, sir. Add to
With that said, I'll say this, and that's the thing is you said something about the African American, right? You said that. I think that and this is where I push back, and I have to side with my brother in is that it's not your call, right? As I don't know what country you're from or where you originate, and maybe you're in America now, but it's a thing for us to figure out, and that's the thing, right? So let us figure that out, and then if we show you and we show the world we could do it from however standpoint we come up with. And that's what I come to my brothers and say, hey, we need to do this because this is what we need to do. Probably the sisters, if you talk to brothers and sisters around and really want to learn, they will say we need to do something for ourselves and need to be able to be more sovereign because we have had conversations about integration and segregation, right? That's not sovereign, but a lot of people are on the fence about should we segregate from the white tees or integrate. Integration was bad. We wanted to be segregated and say, okay, Texas, right, and that could have been a sovereign nation, a sovereign nation for us. But we chose to integrate. So the thing is, those things are for us to figure out and not for you to figure out, and not in a bad way, right? I'm not being disrespectful to you in any way, but all of our people are a little delineated at this point, and we all have to figure out our own things first, and then come to the table and come and maybe unify in things that we agree on, right? So I
Okay.
would just say that.
Okay, I
Yeah.
Can I
think the brother
speak?
has a point there, but I'm gonna ask you to park for it for now. I wanna come back and
Yeah.
address something what is very important. Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear what you have to say.
I've been
Mm,
listening for a while now. I followed my sister Aki in here. I like the panels that she's on. The most disgusting, despicable white tea supremacist talking point that I hear from FBAs comes out of the mouths of people who profess not to be FBA. And one of those is, if your country's so great, why aren't you there? And why aren't you building up Africa? Why aren't you taking control of Africa? And, it's embarrassing, especially when it's coming from a grown person who should understand neocolonialism and the lack of control over natural resources. And then when we make that point, that same white tea supremacist talking point comes out of that person's mouth as a rebuttal about will your leaders allow it to happen, right? We're sitting here speaking on devices that we would not have the luxury of speaking on if it wasn't for neocolonialism. We're sitting in the lap of the people who are hoarding the natural resources in Africa, talking shit to the people who are being displaced, who are being economically, socioeconomically marginalized systemically. Therefore, they circumvent these systems, some of them, by coming to the Americas and tapping into the resources, the money here, and sending it home to counter neocolonialism. So it strikes me as very odd and sociopathic when we look at people that look like us and we understand what happened at the Berlin conference, where those regions were chopped up, where kingdoms were chopped up and sectioned off for white people to take control over those areas, right? But we act like we don't have the same issue here in our neighborhoods. The same neighborhoods we flee from when we make money, when we reach a certain economic status and we can afford that house in areas with a higher price point, where the buildings aren't dilapidated, where the neighborhood isn't run down because the city doesn't give a fuck about it. But who's sitting in City Hall in the mayor's seat? People who look like us. So we are dealing with the same issue globally. Puppet leaders that only give a fuck about themselves, excuse my language, with individualistic mentalities. As long as their family is doing fine, they don't give a damn what's going on around them. So we have the same issue. And when we talk about us Black Americans, I don't even like that term. I'm African American. When we say, when I hear some of us say, we need to focus on ourselves. We need to focus on ourselves. Focusing on ourselves is like trying to do a push-up on one finger, when you can have both fists on the ground doing full push-ups without trying to train your body to withstand the weight of your whole body on one finger. That is quote unquote Black Americans talking about we need to focus on ourselves. A lot of people that consider themselves Black American, FBA, always talk about the Black Panther Party when I ask questions, or people like myself ask questions. You talk all this shit about immigrants. You talk about them coming over here taking resources. What have you provided to the community in terms of resources? They always run to the Black Panther Party. These same people who call people from the Caribbean, people from the continent, tethers. But who the fuck was Stokely Carmichael? Stokely Carmichael was a Trinidadian born. And what did the Black Panther Party, Black Americans, appoint him as? They appointed him as the spokesperson, the ambassador of Afro-America. And that's why they were a threat, because they didn't look at people that looked like them and separate themselves from them. They understood that white supremacy is a global problem, and it's demonstrated in different ways. It manifests itself in different ways. On the continent, it manifests itself in neocolonialism, hoarding of those natural resources that we all enjoy here in the Americas, while we look at our brothers, while we look at our cousins from the continent and ask them, why you flee over here? Knowing full well that when we wanted to leave those plantations, what do? We fled. When they came and flooded those post-slavery towns that our men built for us, because we understood we weren't safe around white people, and they came to destroy them. Some of us unalived right there fighting. Some of us left, fled to safer areas, and they tried to build something else, and they came and destroyed that. What do? Fled from there, or unalived there fighting. So all of us have a history of seeking better, seeking refuge somewhere that we build for ourselves, or going elsewhere, right? Leaving one place and going to another for better opportunities. And it's very sociopathic to look at people that look like you and not understand that same logic is being used by them when they come to this country. Black Americans, as some of African Americans like to call themselves will never be a threat to white supremacy as long as we're calling people from the continent and from the Caribbean tethers and telling them to stay the fuck out of our business. Will always be that one finger that we're trying to do a push up on. The Black Panthers understood that. That's why they were a threat. So we
You
have to
know,
stop speaking these white supremacist talking points. It's embarrassing.
Thank you.
this is why I was talking about the ADOS, right? This is what I mentioned earlier. I'm so appreciative that I don't want to say all these things. I'm only going to say as much as I know, but she articulated exactly the nuance. When I'm talking about nuance, this is what I mean. You see, she's able to see beyond the fluff, beyond the smoke mirror. You see, when you look at the ADOS, right, which is the African descendants of enslaved Africans in something like that, ADOS. I don't know why sometimes I don't get it right. If you guys are familiar with that. When the Whitey were concerned about being replaced in the United States, they came up with this whole theory. They call it a theory, the Great Replacement Theory. So they have the FBA movement doing the buffer for them. Because if they just come out and say, hey, we're just going to protect YT, it doesn't make any sense because they know that's why you fought for civil rights. How can you try to reverse the history in 2025? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? Now, brother, you mentioned that if we are having a conversation where we are able to criticize for good and growth, then that's the conversation we should be having. This is how I understand your guys' history, right? If you look at when you, during the civil rights movement period, right? BLK people were united. United in what sense? You all came from the same struggle. The reality was the same for everybody. It wasn't like Gemini, she's in corpse, and maybe you are just trying to survive and so on and so that. So everybody moved in unison. But here's the thing that most people don't like, maybe forget to highlight about that history, right? You then had your Greenswood, Rosewood, and you had the famous Black Wall Street. Why was that happening while Black people were thriving? Because the Black dollar, right, was able to stay in the Black community. You worked amongst yourself. The only reason BLK people, which the way I see it, you may disagree with me, the whole civil rights movement was a trick. Because if you think about it, right, going to the point that Alti made earlier on, you were already thriving. Why did it bother you that these folks had to acknowledge you? You could just exist in your own communities and thrive and look after yourself. You're going to be able to fund your own politicians and so on and so forth. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Because one thing with politics, if you're going to put someone in office, when you talk about the apex and the lowest, you have to be able to dictate later on and push your agenda. That's how it works. If you don't pass the brown envelope to these politicians, they could care less about you. Yes, they're gonna have a good talk before they're elected, but after they switch. That's what it is. They do the same in USA, they do the same in Africa. It's not exclusive to that part. In UK, wherever you want to look at. So you then join that. That is why when you analyze Martin Luther King, he then went on to say that I felt like I led my people into a burning house, right? Because it's like, why are we fighting to be recognized, yet we're now going to integrate into a system that is going to do exactly the opposite of what we are fighting for? It's like at this point in time, there's no point. Now, also, what is worth mentioning, before you speak, brother, give me a second. Also, it's worth mentioning speaking. There were people, I was actually excited when I heard this. There were people that went on to build Black Wall Street, but what happened? It was to no avail. It was never successful. Instead, what people went after? They went after the White Wall Street. Then, this is just me making my analysis. I'm not trying to meddle into your business. It's just making my analysis, if you allow me, please. I'm about to land. That's when BLK people became a separated stock. And when you talk about being worth 1.8 trillion, think about it. And I'm not saying this like I'm hating on you. I'm an analytical thinker and I like to analyze things. You are successful, but you are successful as individuals. So that is not a threat. You're not successful as a collective. Because if that was the case, I would challenge all of you. Then What is this 1.8 trillion has done for the black community? And I'm not trying to say there isn't bank here and there and business that is owned. Yes, but they exist in isolation. It's not the same thing. If it was the same thing, the evidence that they were trying to build and destroy, you build, they destroy, you build, they destroy. That was the biggest threat they always had. So go ahead, brother. I know you want to say something. Let me not prolong.
Gemini's fault. It's Gemini, man. She's been waiting. I can speak after her.
No, I'm fine. I'm listening. I agree 100% with what you just said. That and the sister that went before you. And that's why I said when I started my statement, I meant no disrespect. I wasn't saying that in a
You meant
disrespectful
all
manner.
disrespect, let's be honest. And this is the part that I really think people should just skip
So as I
over.
was saying, I
If
was
you
just
say
going to
something
apologize if you
disrespectful,
took it as
I
disrespectful.
don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hang on. Sis, it's okay. Let's just give her
Yeah,
grace.
well,
She
me
said she
as an African, I
apologized.
don't take your apology. I don't accept it. Fuck off with
And
your
that's fine.
apology.
Okay.
It's okay.
Hey,
It's okay.
hey, Gemini,
Go
that was
ahead.
dope, man. That was dope. I appreciate that, though. Just let you know, Purple, you gotta come. You gotta come to the middle. You
No,
gotta
no,
come
no.
to the
Don't
middle.
tell me what I got to come and do when she disrespected the neocolonialism in my continent. Don't tell me what I should do or how I should feel.
But the thing is that as we keep
It's
talking,
okay,
both.
William. Just
All
just
right.
just proceed.
All
You
right.
were not
No, no,
initially part of that
you and the other
conversation.
sister, was 100% right. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I was saying earlier when it comes to like things that we have to work on because we do live in silos, right? The thing is that we have to, and the woman spoke about I say capitalism, right? But colonialism, and I always talk about capitalism, right? The thing is that I don't know from the continent of Africa, but capitalism has not been our friend, right? So after Black Americans, African Americans, however we want to call each other, the thing is we need to start to understand the reason we live in silos, right? And you can think about this too. And if you understand American economy, right? And
Hmm.
the education system that we are groomed in, it teaches us from when we're young to be separate, right? And in our culture, sometimes we don't have that unity because we fought for segregation with the civil rights was for us to have rights, right?
Hmm.
We didn't draw up the civil rights bill, right? We fought for civil rights, but we didn't make the bill, right? So in essence, when we had civil rights, we fought to get integrated instead of having the rights to do things but still be segregated. So we went into silos, and now we live into separate. Our communities, we have love in our communities, we have family in our communities, but those families are really just individual families. And sometimes I say these type of things, and this rubs our culture wrong, but we need to work on it. We have a very deep
Mm.
rooted history and a deep rooted culture, right? But the culture is not. What I will say is we don't have very, and the ladies can chime in too, traditions and values that we press down to our we press down to our generations, and it can be small things like marriage, discipline, um, things that we could just push down generations that they would just know coming up. We don't have those things because of capitalism, because of integration, and those things you did hit hard, and those are the things we need to study. And it's funny because you said it, brother. The thing is, I can already tell that you're an intellect, that we need to figure out how to not fight, like the sister said, and to come together and really be able to start to study our own people to figure out how to answer some of these questions instead of having so much visceral energy towards each other, right? So, man, you said everything right, brother. I see you. You've been studying, man. I need to study up on what you guys come from and get more abreast of those type of things. But everything you said
I
was right
mean,
on with the sister.
no, I appreciate what the sister was saying. That was spot on. Uh, yeah, so if we're gonna have these conversations, we have to be able to elevate and see this, and we have to be able to, what is the expression? Chop off the lawn, right? The grass, so that we can see the snakes, and we can see how the snakes move and strategize, and does what it does. Because if I can separate the people, and I know they're not gonna pose a threat, if they claim individual success, that's fine. And I think this is something that all BLK people suffer from. And I'm saying this whether you guys agree or do not agree with me. If you go and you see wherever BLK people are successful, we have come to understand successful to be this individualistic thing that I have to achieve by myself. That's why we have this boasting attitude to say I'm self-made. But I don't agree with the idea of self-made because even when you become a brand, you have so many people and families that are attached to your name that you are feeding off you just being a brand. You see? So we have to divorce ourselves from that because otherwise, what we just seen is the continuation of the people that, for the lack of better words, continue to sold out other people. The same way you can point out the coons in your neighborhood, we can point out the coons here. But the nuance is important to understand because someone in the eastern region of Congo, they didn't ask for this life. Their life, someone just came and invaded them and he made them to look for refuge somewhere else just because there's minerals underneath the ground. And now they're just running up and down, left and right. And they happen to come to USA and then they find a BOK American that, for instance, is going to tell them, well, you come here and you side with the YT. Of course, there's exploitation. I acknowledge that because it is what it is. That's also something that we have to accept. America's always going to exploit people for cheap labor. It happens everywhere. People are being exploited for cheap labor. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do. And when you're in a position that is desperate, you're going to take whatever you can. And so that in itself sometimes can, of course, it does create, conflict of interest and stuff like that. So I can understand from a Black American standpoint sometimes, but for us to miss each other when we should be able to comprehend and see the whole power structure. Because when these guys finished this imperial era, what did they do? They subjected the global south to become the workforce for the Western nations. That is why a lot of people in the West, in the global south, were migrating into the West for better life, for better opportunity. They crippled the economy of this country. That's how they set it up to be. And now we're living in interesting times because we see a merging of a multipolar universe, whether we like it or not. And now there's choices. And USA is not going to be the military of the whole world because look at what's happening in Venezuela. Now they can just go there, invade, and replace it with a puppet leader. The same thing they did in Kenya, in Libya, the same thing they did in Saudi Arabia. No, they can't do that anymore. Now they have to negotiate because there's other people there as well. Same thing in Taiwan, geopolitics. If they do anything, it's going to spike
Hey,
war. They can't
Haiti.
just go there.
Hey, don't forget Haiti.
Haiti. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it means now they're shaking. So someone was talking about Trump going there. Of course, Trump is in a very desperate situation. He's trying to secure something. That's why Biden, before his mandate finished, he went there to Angola to try to secure. Me as an Angolan person, I don't even agree with that. I would have rather my president would have stick with Russia.
Can I jump in? Can
But
I
that's
jump in
another
really
thing.
quick? Really
Yeah,
quickly, I
go
want to
ahead.
say something, and I know we have two American citizens. I want to say something. The thing is, and I really want to hear what they have to say about this too. The thing is that
Mm-hmm.
I feel, me personally, as an American or Black American, whatever you want to say, is that I don't subscribe to American president or the government, the system, right? I understand I'm a part of it, but I feel like Black Americans, our African Americans, we are juxtaposed. So we have two, right? It's two of us. We
Mm-hmm.
are American by nationality, and we vote, right? But the YTs, control what they doing, and a lot of us don't agree with that. So we're like a sovereign nation mentally in our head, but we don't act out those things through actionable things like the sister said about the FBAs and stuff like that. We don't do things that we should do. So a lot of those things that are happening, you have people outwardly saying like they agree, but this
Mm-hmm.
but that same government could turn around and cut off the lights on us if they wanted to, right? So we are really so when those things happen, we don't speak, those people don't speak for us, the
That's good.
majority of us, right? So I
I
would
mean,
love
that's
for,
good.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I'll let them talk as well. So I just want to re-emphasize another point. It's important that you guys, I understand what you're saying, I can appreciate that, but it's important that you guys truly have understanding of these things because this is important to understand. You know, Because you're never going to see an African coming here on a panel and say, yeah, these Black Americans, they're siding with the whitey. Why would we say that? Because it just so happens that you're in USA and USA is doing why? Because I know the history behind it. When they had the Berlin Conference, US sent an administrative letter suggesting this is what's going to happen. We're not going to fully give these people freedom. They're going to be independent. Independent, meaning you're still under the dependence of them. And we see that by how things are running. When they don't like you, they put a puppet leader there. And you guys know the history, Patrice Lumumba, and so on and so forth. So we are aware of that, but we can never come here. I can never host and attack Gemini and say, no, Gemini, look at you guys. You guys are doing, no. That is nuance that is worth understanding. That's all.
Exactly.
Gemini or the sister in the bottom, you guys can take
We,
over.
but I used to, but I
Oh, did you
used to
want
do
to?
that. Yeah, host. I used to do that. I used to like, I can show you something, right? When people in the Caribbean, no, listen. When people in the Caribbean speak about America, we always first thing first, we don't call America America. We don't call it the USA. We just call it the States, or we just call it Babylon. That's it. The States or Babylon. So when we speak about Babylon or we speak about the States, we never thought about black people. We always we always think about the whitey power structure. But since the last
Right.
3 years and they come online and they got black people coming online and saying them is America and America did this and them all patriotic, I trust none of them. I can tell you who I trust right now and them is the people that close to me in real life. On this app, my sister at the bottom, Trio 8. There's just a handful of African Americans that I trust on the internet. I'm telling you, because y'all are not to be trusted. The things that y'all are online saying about the Pan-African movement, y'all are actually saying the Pan-African movement is a threat to America. Are y'all crazy? I would
Yeah. Do
never
you see?
trust y'all. I don't give a
Now, now,
shit.
now,
Listen,
now
brother.
you know where this is
Brother,
coming
let me
from?
finish.
Okay, go
Let
ahead.
me learn, brother. I don't give a shit how them try to separate themselves through conversation online. I trust my sister at the bottom because we rank through it. We talk offline. My sister Trio, I mean 803 or 805, sorry, that's my sister. You understand what I'm saying? But you see the rest of one, I do not trust none of you. Y'all can be used as Trojan horses. I don't trust you. I'm sorry. Not after the rhetoric that y'all be spitting online about. Y'all just be talk pushing up weighty points and propping up weighty propaganda against black people. Y'all cannot be trusted. I'm sorry. And for the ones that do not participate in this behavior, I'm sorry, but these FBAs are making bad for you. I'm sorry. Well, you feel that Ibrahim Traore resend his invitation back to the continent because of the FBA rhetoric online. You make him bad for yourself.
It's actually disgusting. Like it's just this need to blame Africa for its colonization, you know, I just it makes you not want to. It makes you not want to unite and it just makes you not want to work because I don't even think unification is what we need. I think we need to work together as people. And it just makes it very difficult to even want to do that. It makes you think, well, we're better off because
And that's the point.
But
And
you know
that's the
what?
point
But
of
you know
this
what?
psyops.
Just,
That's the.
yeah,
I'm
there you
sorry,
go.
host. Go ahead.
No. There you go. That's what I was trying to bring. I
Yeah,
was going
that's
to
the point of
mention.
the psyops is to
Yeah,
make
go
people from
ahead.
the continent want to throw their hands up and not have anything, or from like how my sister not want to have anything to do with it, right? With unification, right? Now I don't know. Now as far as my talking points and how I speak, I could very easily be called a pan-africanist for political reasons, and I don't like to claim, but I do understand the importance of, just as I said the Black Panther Party did. That's why they were dismantled, because that is a threat. And when we don't look at people who look up like us as us, we don't become a threat. So this, what we're hearing recently, is new. I never heard growing up anything about them Africans, them Africans, them Africans. I didn't grow up in that era. I wasn't hearing this even 10 years ago. I started hearing this divisive talk on TikTok. I started hearing black people in America referring to themselves as black Americans because they don't want to, deal with Africa. They don't want to have anything to do with Africa. This is all new talk, and it's not coincidental. Elon Musk just blew the lid off of all of it with his exposure of where this commentary is coming from on X. Is coming from these white tea countries. People are stirring the pot, right? They don't want the Black Power liberation movement. They don't want that mindset among us globally. So what better way to than to infiltrate? Now we don't have buildings that we're all collectively in talking this talk. We're online talking, right? So they make these fake profiles and they come among us with voice changers, and they go on X with voice changers and fake profiles, and they come among us and they instigate. When you hear black people holding a whole panel about calling ICE on people who look like them, and they're never talking about the Russians, the Armenians, the South, the white tea people that have colonized South Africa, when they don't have complaints about them, and it's only about people who look like them. And we look like them, because I get called a tether and an African all the time from people who say we don't look like them Africans. I keep making compilation videos on my page about it, right? So when you're the disunification is the plan, and that is the psyops. And a lot of us are speaking talking points that prop up that the psyops. We're willing participants in the psyops that we don't know is the psyops. So again, we have to watch the language that we speak to each other. As an African American, when a continental African says something, or somebody from the Caribbean says something disparaging about us in America, I also understand it's a reaction, and it's also programming too, right? Because they've run across these psyops people, these agents on here that take them to that point. And it's vice versa. We run into it's people pretending to be from the continent and from the Caribbean, saying things to us that are making us react. And we're not slowing down, looking at this, saying, why when Burkina Faso is doing what it's doing, why in the middle of the Sahel doing what it's doing, is it this influx of hateful, quote unquote, Black Americans saying they're going to call ICE? Why is this happening right now? Why is there so many lives being held that are anti-African? We got to look at the timing. We got to stop falling for the same game. We got to learn how to play chess. We're playing bingo with these white tea people, and they're playing chess, and they're manipulating us on both sides.
Thank you so much, man. I really love your mind. You have such a beautiful mind. Sometimes I feel like the things I want to say, you already said. So
No,
I'm gonna give
that's
you
my
guys.
sister. Do not be hitting on her now. That's my sister. You do not do that.
No,
I
come
just kidding. I
on.
just kidding, Dad. I just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
So I want to share one of these things I came across. We call it report or whatever. Based on a psychological operation. It's called Memorandum 46. If you have interest, look it up sometimes. And so I want to say just a few things. So a lot of the times I know I'm going to mention this because it's important, because we see there's a rise of that too, right? There's people that are claiming specific history, specific lineages, and others say we're already here and blah, 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 blah. But when we look at the history of the slave trade, you guys have to see that it's what we're speaking about, just like the sister spoke. It's not this whole blown of this era of what we see now. It's not less than 5 years, not more, because it's from 1619 to 2019. We went into the whole C19 situation. Boom. After that, we just saw this thing coming up now. So now it's like there's even people they took from Madagascar. Maybe some people are not aware of that. I don't know if you guys know that. So they shuffled people around. Now think about it. You shuffle these people around. You try to make it difficult. Someone from Benin, attach him with someone that came from Angola or Congo, language barrier, can't talk, but they would have always be able to identify because these people came from a shared struggle. So whenever someone is telling you that, they want to make it like, okay, they just did this whole thing that made people lose their identity and all. No, the idea here is to always keep these people divided. By the way, I'm not hosting to preach unity. All I'm here for is for educational and intellectual conversation that can elevate our understanding of what happened then, what is happening now, and why we can determine what will happen in the future if we have awareness. That is all I'm running here. I know some people are coming and they're talking about something. I even shy away from using the word unity. What the white power structure is afraid is of the people who were separated for them to come together. And I'm like, now I begin to see what you see. The pattern is clear. It's right there. She recognizes it. I recognize it. She draws it out. I draw it out. We all come to the same conclusion. It's like, boom. That's it. That's it, guys. We all come
But
to the
host,
same conclusion.
host,
Yeah,
can
go
I make
ahead.
a suggestion though? Okay, so and I know because I'm getting to know you and I've been listening for a while, I know that you may not know the root of certain terminology. When are you familiar with the war on drugs that happened in America, like during the Reagan campaign?
Yeah, when they flooded the
Oh,
communities and things like that. Hmm.
okay. So one of the favorite talking points of white tea supremacists that they've ran with since that era is calling black people degenerates and describing
Mm,
our behavior as degeneracy. What it is we've lost our African minds, right? So we've deviated from the value systems that we brought here with us because those were stripped from us too.
mm,
So,
mm,
just a suggestion there, that's a dog whistle when we say degenerate and degeneracy. That's YT's people's favorite words to describe black people. So I would
mm,
suggest a better word would be deviation. You've deviated. You've deviated from Africanisms. You've deviated from African culture. You've deviated from African value systems. That's a better description and a more humane description, because white people actually impose, even though the word has a meaning, right? It does have a meaning, right?
mm.
But
It has etymology, right?
yes, the degeneration of our African Africanisms is their fault, right? And so, but
Hmm.
they've weaponized that word to justify the inhumane treatment of us as they carry out this quote unquote war on drugs. So I just want you to be aware of that
Mm,
when you describe us and when you use certain terminology. That's their terminology for us.
mm. Okay, yeah. I mean that makes sense, right? Because again, like you say, they playing. I mean, maybe you didn't say that, but of course, understanding the difference between chess and checkers, right? They create a system, right? Ism system, because ideas are born, and in order to implement ideas, systems are constructed so that they can be reinforced. That's how racism came about. That's how feminism came about. That's how atheism came about, and so on and so forth. All the ism that exist. So they have to have studied the people, right? They do this. They came to Africa. They did this to us too. They did this to the non-people in Namibia that they committed the genocide against. They did that to them. They studied them like a study case. To this day, the BLK woman is still a study case for these white folks that are so obsessed with BLK people, to the point where they justify that we're just painless. We don't feel pain, and so on and so forth. Some of these things maybe you can relate. So the thing about it, even when you think of the history like bat breaking and things like that, that happened in Angola too. When Paulo Diaz de Novas came to Angola, speaking to the other mission, to the other settlers that were there, what was he saying? No, in order to get these people to listen, you have to do this to them, break them completely. So even when we have issues between the BLK woman and the BLK man, we still have to be able to give each other's grace. Because in the generation that you and I are living, oftentimes we forget that this some of these things have been passed on through generations. You know, when you look at things like epigenetics and things like that, we may just be reacting from that, but I must be able to still embrace you and love you and understand you, and you must be able to do the same to me. Why? Why I'm saying that? This is important because otherwise we find ourselves trapped and reacting to the system that was set as a trap for us. So, in other words, if they put those stuff in the streets and they drop a couple of G's, what is going to happen? Then you take warfare from that community. People are going to resort to whatever that is available to them in order to survive. You do the red lab experiment, you figure it out. This is not rocket science, right? So when they do this, then they pull up their stats to back them up. That's why the late Charles Clerk used this whitey talking points, right? Always they're gonna come with the stats because they always want to be like scholars and use all this data. But you generate and created this system. So what do you expect? When conditions create desperate actions, that is the result of what's going to come there. But where I stand personally, I want us to be able to recognize this pattern and to not become product of our environments. We shouldn't become product of our environment because then we are systematically captured and they producing the results that they want, whether it be
Ola,
the things that are happening in our neighborhoods and so on and so forth.
I
Yeah, go
think the
ahead.
easiest way for us to not get caught up into that is by not stripping YT people, the Neanderthals, the Caucasians, um,
Hmm.
not stripping them away from their crimes. You know, I think that's the easiest way. When we take away from their part to play in Black history globally on a global scale, and we put the blame on other Black people, that
Hmm.
is we're playing into that rhetoric. You know, they're gonna do everything to divert the blame per se on them. That's just what they have been doing. But I was seeing a surgence of Black people who don't seem to understand that. That's like too much for them to comprehend. So instead of blaming the ones who actually need to be blamed, they'll blame Black people, they'll blame African people, they'll blame Caribbean people. It's this blaming game that I'm tired. Look at like,
Yeah, I
okay.
mean, I understand what you are saying, but there's also nuance because the thing is, most people don't understand. There were a lot of Europeans that did not agree with slavery when they started to conglomerate in Europe. So what they then began to do, they betrayed the British crown, versus the Portuguese king and the France and I'm just paraphrasing because it's a whole long history. So basically, they analyzed anyone who did not agree, and the bad stock that remained when they came into the continent of Africa, they could speak one language. Because imagine, let me simplify it. If I go and I'm hired to work in a company and I like to steal, I meet some employees within the same company that also like to steal. So we have something in common. They'll never correct me because when they'll see me stealing, they'll just be like, "Hey, it's okay, man. We also steal." So, and then it's just that's the kind of conglomeration that happened between the European powers. And to this day, we still have that. Those bloodlines still exist. Some are the same people that keep subjugating the rest of us. Because I look at this from a bloodline perspective so that you can narrow it down. It's not just about saying, oh, I look like you, we want people. No, not all kinfolks are skinfolk, or not all skinfolk are kinfolk, right? We already know that. But then we also have to be able to differentiate. So as the sister was saying earlier, I can respect that when she says she can't trust anybody. Yes, because there's a lot of people that were trained, some who went to the military, a lot, whether they white or black, from USA, they in the continent of Africa, some of them are doing secret operations in countries. So tomorrow when they want to do something and the leaders say no, they can just spray the disease there. These people are already there, disseminated, infiltrated within this nation. But does that mean now I will be on panic mode? Like I don't want to give myself an opportunity to engage with some that I can have a dialogue with, maybe build or connect. Yeah, no, I won't do that. I just have to
Can
be able
I
to discern and dissect whenever
can
I'm
I ask her?
interacting with people.
I'm sorry. Can I ask Purple a
Yeah, go
question?
ahead.
Purple. So what would be like a thing? 'Cause I'm learning, right? I don't know what country you're from, but what do you feel that you
I'm
would
originally
need
from
from
Angola.
from Angola? What about Purple? What country are you from?
I'm from
So
South Africa.
South Africa. Okay. So what
Yeah,
do
I'm in
you
Cape
need?
Town.
What
Show some love.
what?
I'm Xhosa. I'm Xhosa. I'm from the Western and Eastern Cape. You're in my region.
Oh, I love that. What Purple?
Go ahead, bro.
What would be the thing you would need to see, and not just you, and just be candid from Black Americans, African Americans that just in general, not the ones that talk, but just in general, what things that you would need to see that make you have more confidence moving forward, for just us to be cordial, right?
Well, this is a good question. I think I think from what I'm seeing outside looking in, being a black Brit born and raised in the UK, what I'm seeing is that a lot of Black Americans have lost themselves completely. I would like to see more truth to yourselves as people. Um, I know damn well a lot of you guys don't believe that Africa, because we're talking about it as a generalization, right?
Yes.
Africa and Africans sold you into slavery. However, that's something that I hear all the time. Me being Barca from the Eastern Cape of South Africa, I'm getting told I sold you guys. Uh, don't even know how that works, but I'm getting told that on a daily basis from people who don't even believe it. But I see. I can acknowledge her, and I can acknowledge, people feeling disappointed. But we don't understand the like you. I know there's a lot of African people that during that time tried their best to get their families back. The captured families back out of slavery. This is facts. There were Africans who really did try, but while slavery was going on, colonization started happening and all these horrible things started happening. So it just made the barrier a lot more higher. It was more difficult. But I think a lot of I think education and I think just an understanding that we're a continental people. So what one region did, another region didn't. And not like just to me it's common sense, but I'm starting to understand that people genuinely don't know this. So I think just education and being true to yourself. Like if you're saying you love black people, then that also includes African people, Caribbean people, whether you like it or not. Being true to yourself as a black person doesn't mean we all have to hold hands and dance around trees, because I've already stated, I think unification is a myth. I think we can all work together, but unification is a myth. We're always going to have issues as siblings, but let it be just that. That's it.
I just want to know that. All right, that's cool. And then what about you? What about the for the host? What do you think? Hello?
I mean, yeah,
There was somebody
I,
out here causing.
No,
yeah. I mean,
I just said for the trust. I just said for us to build more trust with the cousins in Africa or African, from Africa. What would be something that they would want to see from us, like general? It could be from economics, it could be from like education, like Purple said, it could be from like, empowerment and whatever. I just kind of wanted to get their own feel on like, how we can start to build a bridge, right? In general.
the thing is, the reality is that some people have interest to do it, some don't. And she made a good point, though it sounds harsh, but then again, we can consider it a harsh reality. The notion of unity sounds more like utopia, right? But then there's also nuance there, right? Because if you can first, I really believe the foundational thing that has to happen is for us to start having more of this conversation. Because truth be told, most of the interactions that happen predominantly on daily basis is happening online. I mean, I'm here. If I see any Black American, I can tell you I will never experience what I'm experiencing on TikTok. It just won't happen. I will talk to them, I'll interact with them, we'll probably have a beautiful conversation and whatever. But So there is the reality that we're experiencing when we come online, and there's the reality that we experience with real people. Because dealing with people in real life, come on, man, it's a whole different experience. But how does it start to answer your question? These conversations are important. But then again, not just having this conversation, because some people, to be honest with you, I don't see them different than those people that were slave traders, that were slave raiders, and that were participating in slavery back then. Anyone who holds with the agenda to cause division, I don't see how that person is any different from back then. I actually go on to say that they are nothing but a descendant of those people who were doing that. Whether they did it in the continent or they did it in the Americas, it doesn't make a difference. It's about the mentality and how they move. And look at how our leaders treat us. They sell us out. You guys have what you call the boulets there, right? You have this whole class of light in complexion families that have accumulated so much reach, including some black families that you don't even know where these people come from, but they're there in USA. They exist. And when we're talking about history of USA, we're talking about people that have made something. These people are ghosts because we don't mention them. We don't talk about them. Maybe because we're not directly related to this family. But who are these people? Who are they descended? Which bloodline do they descend from? Such questions, we have to be inquisitive. We have to ask. Because those people that were busy working with the Europeans to participate in the slavery, they didn't disappear. I don't know why people, when we're talking this, when we're having this conversation in 2025, it's like, how are we reasoning here, people? These people, they didn't disappear. They multiplied. Some of their descendants, they still here and alive and doing what they have to do, which is continue to division. Some of them, they come in this app, they spread misinformation, like the sister in the bottom was saying, they instigate, they come here, they say this, they go there, they say that, they create wars, they're not different. So all I'm saying essentially is that we have to be able to recognize this pattern, call the BS for BS. Even if you and I wrong each other, we must have the guts to correct each other. I don't subscribe to the idea that we must victimize ourselves and then we justify the system that is oppressing us, and that's all good and well, and we spend the rest of our life complaining. No, 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 no. I don't agree with that. I'm of the opinion that we have to be able to self-reflect, hold ourselves accountable, and call out the BS, even inside ourselves. Even when we see our brother or sister slipping away, we have to pull him out. If he doesn't want, then we leave him. You can't save everybody. It is what it is. That's the hard truth. Whether they be Black American, African, or the Caribbeans, is irrelevant. Talking about the mentality here, how they operate. They don't need to be whitey. They just need to serve the agenda. That is all. We know there's people that benefit, Africans that when they go there, if you think about this, how do you think an African that his father is the brother of Tshisekedi, who's the current president of Congo, feel like when they come into a conversation talking about what we are talking about? Do you think that African is going to come here and say to you guys, oh yeah, yeah, we must. No, they don't care. They won't even come here in this app. They privileged. So you also, when you have experiences with Africans, you have to be able to learn how to differentiate, because the average African that the family strives hard to send them to study abroad isn't the same African that comes from the families that are in the government in the continent of Africa. Those are two different Africans. You have to be able to distinguish between the two of them. There's a discrepancy, and you have to be able to analyze it and spot it. Because that African in the continent, he couldn't care less much about me. So when you tell me he's the respect you in USA, I'm not surprised. What do you expect? He doesn't respect me either in Africa. So if he goes there, he sees you be okay, he could care less about you. Do you understand? Sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I've said a lot, man. My salivas are
No.
running out. This is a sign I've spoken enough words.
No, it makes sense. It does make sense. And don't police
You know,
people's reactions too. That's another thing. Stop
yeah.
policing our reactions.
But you see, that also creates that, vicious cycle. And that's a good point that you brought up. That's why if you know better, that's what Mayor Angelo said, right? When you know better, you do better. We can't be repeating the same thing, folks. We can't be all the time, oh, no, it's understandable. No, 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 no. You pass there one way, you fell. When you come back the second time, you have to be able to recognize, oh, I stumble because of these small stones. People don't stumble because of big stones. Because a big stone you can see on your path and you dodge it. Come on, this is common sense. It is the ones that you think you see that you don't see, then you trip over them. You see? So I think all of us have shared much wisdom today, and I appreciate all of you. I'll try to come up with a different conversation that we can talk about. I like to talk about a lot relationship as well and family. I think this is a conversation that maybe we can have if it piques your guys' interest, you know, and the idea of family actually, because family is another topic. Family versus community. What is more important, family or community? Because we often like to take it takes a child, it takes a village to raise a child, but are we even living it as a village? That's the first thing we have to first ask ourselves. Because, you know, sister was talking about words and meaning. I appreciate you bringing that up because that in itself is also an interesting topic. Because when you look at the word apartment, that already sets you apart from your community. That literally in the word, the meaning, right? Apartment. You work hard, you go live in an apartment, and you leave your family somewhere back in the ghetto. Some of us leave them in Africa. I'm kidding, man. I want someone to get mad. Yeah, any last words before I check out? Trying to get home.
No, this was a good discussion, though.
You're welcome. Yeah, I was aware of that. That's true. Yeah, we have to be patient. We also have things that we don't know, so we also have to be able to extend grace to other folks. So that's why I would have appreciated if you would have extended some grace to Gemini. I think she meant well. No one is perfect, you know. Gemini, don't worry, she's gonna be okay.
It's it's fine. It's fine. I definitely appreciate you for having me up. Very good discussion. I myself learned a lot. I'm walking away with new knowledge, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, peace and love. Take care, guys. All right, for everybody that shared the live, thank you so much. We had like 12 likes, 13K. I wish we could have more likes, but it was better than nothing. All right, then.